Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Live. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. We appreciate you supporting the channel there. And if you ever miss anything, second link, Nightly Watchlist and main channel. We recap everything that happened in the day and all the important facts, plays, anything along those lines. But today's going to be another good day here. A lot of earnings. The market is continuing its slow creep up. Today has not been as big as the other days. Not too much news overseas here. We're going to see, again, a lot of stuff with oil. You got Bitcoin going crazy. And then above all else, you still got your earnings. So I hope you're ready for it. Oh, yes. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. Oh, good morning. Amen. Amen. It's another cold day, but, you know, at this point, we're used to it. We're used to it now. Now we're just used to it. Oh, yes. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. So a lot of good things today. We're going to see with the earnings there with Tesla alongside everything else. And then before you know it, you're going to get more earnings next week, and then you're going to get the Fed. So I hope you're ready. I'm not in Michigan. I'm in California again, and it feels cold. But we're used to it. We're used to it now. We got this. Top of the morning. Top of the morning. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. Oh, yeah. Whew. But how are you? So let's get it popping. But first, I mean, good morning, Mr. Saucier. Good morning, Michelangelo. Good morning, Midwest Finest Realty. Good morning, my friend Addison. Good morning, Mike's Boat. Oh, we love boats and we love Michael. Oh, there's Evan. Oh, good morning, Evan. Trader Joe. Brian. Good morning, Mr. Malone. Econ is cool. I agree. Oh, Mr. Sodano. Oh, that's my guy. He here, baby. Good morning. He top of the morning. Oh, morning, Wesley. Oh, G-Unit. Michael Craig, Mr. Rice, Mr. Geary, Mr. Lavish, Ipe Aguilar. Oh, Epi. I said Ipa. Epi. I know Epi. Is it Epifanio? Oh, man. Good morning. Good morning, Uncle. Beto options open today. Wow, that's fast. That is fast. No, Mr. Miller. Oh, I was just waiting for you, man. I was just waiting for you. Say good morning, Mr. Miller. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, let's go. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. I'm telling you, that wakes you up. Oh, Mr. Patrick Picardi has well. That's my guy right there too. Hey man, good morning. He up early. I love it. Oh, especially in California. Especially when it's cold. So listen, I mean, shout out if you woke up today. It's a cold day. You're up early. So let's make it count. Let's get you some information and make it count. You see what let's get focused. Hopefully you got your prayer in, whatever it is you do in the morning. Maybe you could go stretch out a little bit. Oh yeah, this sun's not even up. But let's get what you need so you can maybe you get a play idea in the next 20 minutes. Oh, maybe who knows? Anything could happen. But what do we got here? Today's report will be scoured for clues there with Tesla. Any chip crisis fallout on its margin updates in factories in Texas and Germany. But it will be SpaceX, not Tesla, that will make Elon a trillionaire. According to Morgan Stanley, space exploration company makes up less of his 70% of his $241 billion net worth, according to Bloomberg. More earnings. Netflix reported its strongest growth of the year, adding 4.3 million subs. It expected to sign up 8.5 million customers this quarter. Both measures beat those shares are now lower. Oh, what the hell is this? Oh, I need to get you the what's it called? I forgot. I gotta get you the most active stocks. Top of the morning. Top of the morning. Here you go. So you got a couple these are the top market movers here. Again, this little signal lets you know the news velocity as well. So keep that in mind. Biogen beat on adjusted EPS, raised its guidance. Verizon beat on adjusted EPS and raised its guidance as well. Postpaid net adds also top consensus. IBM's report may be messy given the potential disruptions related to a spinoff, but they did do good. ASML dropped after fourth quarter guidance missed estimate. It said the current chip crunch will continue into 2022. Equity futures were steady as markets weighed earnings and inflationary risk. European stocks were mixed while they edged higher in Asia. Treasury yields nudged down and the dollar was little changed. Oil slipped after rising for 4 sessions. Bitcoin held around 64,000. The Treasury curve steepened for a second day as a reflation trade gained traction, dampening demand for long-term maturity debt. The spread between the 5-year and the 30-year rose 2 basis points to 94 after shrinking to 84 on Monday, narrowest since April 2020. The yield on the 30-year climbed as much as 3 basis points to 2.12. It'll probably hit 2.35 by year-end, TD Securities says. This one's exciting. Facebook plans to rebrand with a new name, focusing on a metaverse. The Verge reported the original Facebook app branded Facebook app may remain unchanged and be positioned under a new parent company with Instagram and WhatsApp. Yeah, so Facebook may announce it next week. It's essentially, it's like when Google changed to Alphabet, if you guys remember that. So you went from Google to, it used to be google.com, and then they switched it to Alphabet Group. So that was in 2015. I think the timing is very, very interesting here. So keep that in mind. Micron will invest 800 billion yen in a new drum factory in Japan. Byron Allen is recruiting more investors to back his $23 a share takeover. People said he's aiming for $8 billion or more in debt and equity to outbid a group including Apollo and Standard General. The U.S. risks missing a bond payment as the extension of the government's borrowing authority may not last beyond December. That's what Jeffrey said. We suspect it will fall between December 24th and 31st. We talked about this on the watch list. Once the borrowing authority is gone, the Treasury will again use extraordinary measures, only this time they'll be less available, maybe about $300 billion. Oil fell on signs of higher stockpiles. Crude inventories gained by a surprise 3.3 billion barrels last week. The fourth successive climb the API is said to have reported that would be the longest run of weekly gains in 6 months if confirmed by the EIA. Still, supply at Cushing fell, as did holdings on gasoline and diesel. Max Vax, New York City workers will be required to have at least one vaccine dose by 5 p.m. on October 29th. Bill de Blasio said they'll receive $500 for the first dose through next week. Unvaccinated staff will be placed on unpaid leave until they show proof. It would immediately apply to about 160,000 workers, 70% of whom have already gotten one dose. Bye-bye Bubba Boss. Brunswick President ECB James Weidman will leave on December 31st for personal reasons. More than 10 years is a good measure of time to turn over a new leaf. He said for the German central bank, it'll be crucial not to look one-sidedly at deflationary risk, but not to lose sight of prospective inflationary dangers. Christine Lagarde said, Turkmenistan, the gates of hell. Have you guys seen this? There's apparently, this was caused by an oil accident, and it just releases gas and oil. This exists. This is real. This is in Turkmenistan. This is, so it got a lot of, like, environmentalists. They call it the gates of hell. It's like a 70-meter hole, and it just spews oil and gas. It's pretty crazy. This is a big, big, big thing. People like it. They said, wow. He said, let's get this shit. EIA crude oil inventory today. Fed Bostic at 12 p.m. Fed Corals at 1 p.m. And then Fed releases the Beige Book at 2 p.m. Earnings today include Tesla, Nextera, IBM, Lam Research, CSX, Kinder Morgan, Discovery, PPG, Las Vegas Sands, and Northern Trust. Ooh, top of the morning. Democrats made headway in breaking a stalemate on Biden's economic plan by cutting or trimming positions of it. It has a top-line cost of $1.9 trillion. CNN reported a tuition-free community college program will be cut. Pramila Jayapal and Ro Khanna said an extension of the expanded child care credit will be for 1 year instead of 4. A person familiar said Steve Bannon's legal problems mounted. House committee is investigating the January 6th Capitol riot, voted unanimously to recommend the full House hold him in criminal contempt for defying a subpoena. The chamber votes tomorrow. UK gained 3.1% inflation in September, slower than 3.2 forecast, but way above the BOE's target. Gains in Japanese exports slowed in September as car shipments fell on supply snags. Exports rose about 13.5% of August pace. Consensus was for a slowdown to 11. New home prices in 70 China cities slid 0.1 in September from August. First drop since April 2015. Values of the secondary market declined 0.2, down for a second month. Not too bad. Could be worse. IMF cut its growth forecast for the Asia-Pacific region due to a surge in Delta variant and lagging vaccinations, and now expects 6.5% growth versus 7.6%. Seen in its April outlook, it upgraded 2020 outlook to 5.7%. WTI firmed in a bullish backwardation structured as the global energy crisis raised expectations. Crude demand will surge. The spread between the December 21 and December 22 contracts was the widest since 2013 and may linger around current levels on speculative buying, Vanda Insights said. Oil retreated from a 7-year high as China unleashed measures aimed at stabilizing its power supplies for winter. While the API report pointed to an increase in crude stockpiles, industrial metals were broadly lower while gold bounced back. Nippon Paint will buy decorative specialist Chromology Holding. JP Morgan's infrastructure investment will purchase a 60% holding of Falk Renewables. DPS and Standard Chartered among leaders planning a bid for Citi's consumer banking assets in Asia. Abu Dhabi Investment Authority agreed for a $400 million pre-IPO fundraising for GoTo Group, India's largest internet firm. Facebook was fined £50, £50 million. Woo! You know, the sun ain't even up yet. You know that? The sun ain't even up yet, Chad. The sun is not even up. So good morning. Good morning. Facebook was fined £50.5 million for failing to update. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. We're not just reading the news. We're reading the most important news. We're getting our summary. So then that way when it throws us whatever this morning, we're going to be good. So God bless you. I love you. Facebook was fined £50 million for failing to update UK regulators on the deal with Jiffy they were probing. United Air rose in late trading after posting a narrower loss than expected. Says 77% of capacity, 29 capacity will be met this quarter. A probe in a Credit Suisse spying scandal revealed 5 fresh episodes of unauthorized surveillance on employees. Interactive Brokers misses estimates. Carlos Slim's American Mobile sees profit fall from prior year. Burberry names Versace's Aykroyd as new chief executive. SEB profit tops estimates have been strong. Commission. ESG. JP funds buy Falk Renewables. The real reason Apple supplier is keen on EVs. Philippines defend gas sale to Duarte. Supporter of case filed. Let's see. The world view of the U.S. is recovering. Global approval of U.S. leadership rebounded to a match a record in Biden's first year as president, snapping from all-time lows hit in 2020. Gallup's rating world leaders reported this survey across 46 countries and territories had a 19% point jump from last year, with ratings improving most significantly amongst EU members. Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos said he screwed up when defending the Chappelle Show comedy with staff in The Closer, which was released earlier this month. Chappelle makes jokes about gay and trans people. Sarandos said his remarks on content not causing real-world harm was an oversimplification and lacking in humanity. Flipping mad, San Francisco authorities shut down In-N-Out Burger for refusing to check the vaccine status of customers. The drive-thru is open, though. There you go. That's great. That's great. Are you ready for this? This one's a good one. This will give you a blast from the past. On this day in history, Walt Disney and Ronald Reagan testified in 1947 to the House Un-American Activities Committee about communists in Hollywood, called by one committee member the greatest hotbed of subversive activities in the United States. Disney, who blamed communists for animators' strike, named names, and Reagan said communist-like tactics were being used in the Screen Actors Guild. It was the beginning of the Hollywood blacklist that lasted into the 60s. So remember back then they didn't have GameStop. They're like, yo, man, we need to have a communist committee ASAP, you know? And they got everybody in there. They're like, order, here. Actually, this was just like the 50s. I don't know why they're talking like that, but here. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. Run that back. But there's that. So, again, a lot of different things. You're getting a couple of bio stuff, energy, all of that will be important. Here's a couple of runners here today. Here are the top movers. ATIP plunges 12% after the company issued disappointing preliminary Third quarter guidance, Chili's parent Brinker Eat falls 12% after operator reported first quarter results that are worse than expected. Chinese stocks rally in pre-market with Hong Kong peers as jitters in the wake of President Xi Jinping's regulatory crackdown fades. Ford gains 0.84 after Credit Suisse upgrades the stock. They see a target of $20. Halliburton upgraded a buy from hold at Argus Research. Jasper Therapeutics, JSPR, rises 4.57 after BMO analyst Matthew Lucchini initiated coverage. $19 price target. Micron being downgraded. Shares are down 1.3. Netflix falls. They got downgraded this morning. NVAX shares fall 25% after Politico reported a potential delay in registered COVID vaccine with U.S. FDA. Stealth Biotech's MITQ shares are down 24%. They sent them a letter. United Airlines gains 1.6 after airlines posted narrower loss than expected. Cohen notes third quarter was better than expected ahead of management. Last guidance from early September. Verizon boosted adjusted earnings and their forecast. Guidance was better. Shares are up. And then Western Union drops 1.6 after BTIG downgraded the company to neutral from buy among increasing competition. Womp, womp, womp. But we got a lot of movers here. That is the basics of it for now here. We're going to see throughout the day. We're going to hear from a couple of Fed people. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready. Okay? I hope you're ready. And above all else, I hope that you know that you live in the greatest country in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So, boys and girls, wherever you identify at, wherever you are at, I hope you could take a minute to recognize the importance of where you live and the fact that we didn't just arrive here. We got here through people's hard work and sacrifice, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to those people who came before us, and that is the veterans, and we just want to give you guys a really big thank you, thank you, thank you. We love and appreciate you. All the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, God bless you and thank you. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well, too. God bless you and thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! So it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. Let's go. It's game time. It's game time. Early morning trapping. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. God bless America. Shout out the vets. Shout out the vets. Shout out the vets. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I feel today's exciting. It's post-earnings. You got a little bit of Tesla afterwards. I hope you're ready. I hope you woke up. You made it up before the sun. So you should be proud about that. So let's go. Call out any plays, posted news. If you're looking for the news, turn on your speakers. Take a look at the chat. I mean, you got things posted. So let us go. I'm going to be watching Facebook, Netflix, Snapchat. I might do a Snapchat run up there, but I forgot. Snapchat reports Thursday. I thought they were next Thursday. So I'm going to watch them. Intel, Tesla, Shopify, UMP, and some of the shippers. And then NVIDIA and the other chip makers there. That'll be good. So we'll see what happens. We'll call out anything. Again, I think you're going to get a decent news day like we've seen in the last few days. And then we're going to go from there. Watch the bonds, watch tech, and get ready. We're now 0.9% within the highs. So market is about to open here in 45 seconds. I hope you know you have a purpose in life but now that I have your attention because you're waiting for the bell, you got a purpose in life. Everything's going to be good. Put a smile on your face, like the video, make a call out, and before you know it, it's going to be 1 p.m. Let's go, baby. Oh, yeah, watch the corn. The corn is going crazy. Got here late. Oh, you good to go. Good morning, Mr. Soldier. Soldier. Let's see what we got. There it is. Round one. Fight. Yeah, I'll watch coin again. Coin's at that 308 level. It was up a little bit more pre-market, and then same thing. Bonds had a big flip-flop here. We'll see how it goes. I mean, you're opening up pretty strong right now. NASDAQ a 0.25%. Dow Jones has been the lagger again. Small caps is down about 0.06 right now. Everything else is green. We'll see. Hood is popping. Intel ripping. Yeah, watch Intel and all the chip makers. And then Netflix got the downgrade. The question is, does it come back to life or not? That is gonna be the real key. Top of the morning. Let's see. Amazon pop, Apple big green. Amazon's up 1.1. That's a big runner. Intel's only up 0.1%. Apple 0.03. So see, I mean, if you can notice any laggers and leaders here, those will be key. Intel, yeah, Intel going there. That literally just hit 0.5% in one candle right there. AMD, Square up, Core, Neo, Apple leaders. Datadog, yeah, Datadog and Fastly. Abivi ripping off Biogen, Sympathy. Come on, my option chain won't load it. This is so bad. There it is. There's the option chain. Bro, the snap options are expensive. Tell me why snap options look like options on what's it called? It literally looks like options on something very, very crazy. It looks like options on Shopify. Options low and slow. Net weeks cover call for Facebook. Bros is up 3 still. Oh my gosh, top of the morning. Yeah, Amazon's looking really, really good right there too. Amazon's up how much? Amazon's up 0.5%. Tesla, Chicle, Uber 1%. SPY just gone straight up here. Nasdaq did come down, but it's a lot more subdued. And like I said, you're either gonna get a burn day either today or tomorrow after Tesla. That's the key that we have to look for, is if things slow down or not. Ford got an upgrade there. Yeah, Walmart, Pinterest. So we forgot all about Evergrande. Well, China has calmed down. I mean, I think you literally watched Evergrande force Xi Jinping to kind of calm down a little bit, and that's what's been chilling things out. But again, until the end of the month, and we see what happens with the quote-unquote formal default, that's the key. Yeah, Snap, I mean, I don't want to play Snap for earnings. I just want to play the run-up. I'm just hoping that, okay, it's moved around a lot here. They report on Thursday, so, I mean, it could kind of wake up coming into there. That's the only thing I like about it, but the options are expensive. Peloton bussing. Okay, that's good if Peloton is bussing. That's great. That's great. Yeah, NVAX dropped 25%. They got a bad, they delayed approval there in the UK, I believe, or delayed approval for the FDA. I'm waiting. Let's see. Shopify came down. Where is Apple? AMD rubbing in. Roblox at 80. We like that. This channel's my daily radio. YouTube.com/The Stack Market. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Let's see. I'm looking for a play. So your radio got a little bit of quiet here. You know, let's say I was just like, hold on, let me find this one. Okay, let's see how that one plays out. Apple's coming down. Netflix down 3%, so it's now coming here towards expectations. Can you talk about specifically looking for plays? So yeah, I mean anything I put on the watch list yesterday, I'm looking at them right now. So you know that's why I made the watch list. I know what I'm kind of looking for. There's news today, like there's stuff on like Facebook, and then oil related, and then some of the medical stuff and what we got from earnings. But then other than that, taking a look at the premiums, there's certain reasons why I like certain things, like again Snap, Shopify for the run up there, and then we talked about Coinbase above 308. And then the Netflix continuation. So I'm seeing the option premiums. I'm comparing the prices to what they were trading at, and then trying to, looking at different expirations between short term and long term to kind of see, okay, what kind of matches up with what I'm looking for? Can I make a play? Is it gonna, as long as it doesn't get too crazy. AMD. Market just got a pop there. Yeah, AMD's up 1%. Good morning, my friend. Intel up only 1/3%. Coinbase at 305, but it looks like everything's kind of going up. Where's young Beto? Beto still up but down. That one's exciting. Again, very successful ETF launch. Apple's climbing up here. Amazon has not woken up. Shop did not wake up. Oh, SPY came down off of that? What the hell's going on here? You see that? ETH very close to 4K. That was a pretty interesting move right there. Pins straight gassing. Yeah, Pins has had a nice move, honestly, last 2 days. Netflix trying to bounce. Coin trying to bounce a little bit there. Airbnb's down. Roblox back at 80. Let's see. Uranium plays. Natural gas. What other one was there? Corsair following AMD. Datadog. Interesting move here. The question is, do we get any sort of earnings steam to kind of maintain this? Again, all of the moves are very, very small. I mean, we could quickly switch directions at any given moment. And then I'm just looking at if the premiums hold, because that's something we saw the other day. Premiums still held. Tesla's down 0.44. Time to exercise when you're in the money is if you really want to own the share. Otherwise, if you're in the money, you ride the wave and then, sell the option, take the profits. Really? Bro, it's seriously not filling me? Are you kidding me? Scammers. Okay, what'd I get those? Ooh, they're decent. Big spread. I did make a play. I may have got pump faked a little bit there. The premiums weren't filling me. Coinbase back to 309. That is K. Yes, indeed. Like the video. Love yourself and be prepared. This play is going to be risky just because the earnings is like right around the corner and I'm on the short term. Essentially, I expect to lose 50% or make 50% based on just literally the IV and how the stock moves. I did a next week Snapchat call. So I spent $500 on it. So I spent a little bit more. Still have to go far out the money, but the idea is kind of like the Netflix, Roku, any of those. Either, coming into the earnings, that premium is either going to juice up or I'm going to lose 50%. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Because IV on that is already high. So be careful there. But SPY's coming up. That's the first play. But we talked about that one on the watch list yesterday. And then Tesla's earnings today, too. Merck is back up again. Bring me the juice. I hope it juices, man. I mean, Snapchat has the ability, but your earnings are already a couple days away. And then if it's already made a couple of these moves to knock things out. That's what makes it really key right here. And then, bro, Coinbase is at 309. That's amazing. I mean, if it starts it could actually break out from here. Let me see some of those short times. Clap it up 50-50. Corn. It's about to go to 310. MRK still going up. Lucid Pop. I forgot. Oh, we have the Southwest ones. Damn, Southwest is down another %. There's Snapchat, Apple Pop. Where's the coin? The Coinbase options only went up like 4%. It's weird because the options are actually slowing down. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Corn broke the high. Yeah, just look at the daily chart. Ugly ass daily chart. But again, this is where it dropped from. Like 310 was one of the first drops, and then when it kind of had a chance to revive itself, it never broke past this level. So you could see the volume on Coinbase and everything else. I mean, assuming nothing goes wrong in that space, it's looking very, very good. Bitcoin rises to all-time high. That's why Bitcoin just hit 65,000. Look at that. 65,300. Holy shit. There it is. There it is. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. 65,500. So where's Beto? You should watch Beto move, but that's hype. I mean, it makes sense with coin. There it is. Look at that. So that's Beto popping off of that. I guess what? A $1,000 candle move brought in about like 70 cents of gains. Healthcare up. Ethereum at 4K. Ethereum is almost at 4K. 3979. But Bitcoin just shot up $1,000, 65,500. So again, you're watching the Coinbase hit off of that. That's probably getting the options now moving. They weren't before. It's still going. I mean, even, Coinbase is at 312. That's crazy. I don't even know where this puts us. We're only down 10% now. 11%, 12%. Okay, so now that's a big percentage. 12% from the IPO. It hit 66. Yep, it just hit 66. What the hell is happening? Bro, it just went $2,000 in 4 minutes. I don't know. It might top out at 66. If not, I mean, it just starts to get crazy from there, I think. We'll see. But that right there just gave you an earnings move. Yeah, I'm sure MSTR is going. You're watching a DOW move as well. How many names are up on the SPY? Let's take a gander, my friend. Let's take a gander. So you got 332 names up on the SPY, or 324, 180 down. On the Dow Jones, you got 17 names up, 13 names down. And then on the NASDAQ, you have... NASDAQ's big, if you couldn't tell. You have 1,300 names up, 1,300 names down, 700 unchanged. Yeah, that was a crazy move there on Bitcoin. I mean, I'm surprisingly more impressed with Coinbase going up, though, in the weirdest way. SPY's coming up here. Snapchat's kind of chilling up here at the top. Really, it's going to depend on how things play, but that definitely is going to take over some headlines with crypto right there. Love it. AMD last chance. Shopify coming down. AMD's up 1.5%. I mean, where's Intel? Intel is going to be the one reporting. That's what's interesting about it. Coin. Bro, 65,000. Yeah, DOW does have options. Again, the amount of money that went into DOW yesterday is like unreal. Low key, if you think about it. That was quick. Yeah, because $1 billion came in yesterday. So that would have been, if you didn't count BlackRock's fund, because BlackRock did a fund for carbon, but then they had pre-seed investment and a lot of people for like just straight amount of money for an IPO to launch and come out. That was the #1 IPO or ETF, excuse me. But the thing about it is that people are really saying that it's been what's it called? It was $1 billion, but like this is just, it's an overall success for Bitcoin. Again, it wasn't like Coinbase where you kind of had this, up and down and all these other factors. It was just very, very simple. The market supported it. A lot of people threw money at it. A lot of people want to hold it. There's been a big portion of people who wanted to kind of get exposure to Bitcoin without having to go on Coinbase. So this is it's a very nice in between there. If you've held and sat on your hand, you won. It's been nice. I mean, right now, this means like Bitcoin is up almost like 700% since our August and October purchases, and then 100% even from our January purchase. Which is insane. I'm like shocked. And same thing goes for Elon and Mr. Saylor. Ford is on the high. Growth days, Ripid. Bond yields hitting fresh highs since April. Negative correlation. Yes, briefly and temporarily. And I think you're going to see a little bit more of that until we get a little bit closer there to Powell and everything else going on. Ford's up 1.5. There you go. Powell is going to be November 2nd and 3rd. This sucks because I don't want Coinbase to get trapped at this level. I need it to hold up. I don't want it to be so close to 308. But again, it has just been on 2% every day tear. Tesla going green. Again, they report today. SPY picking up. I think Apple's leading. Oh, wow. That random play would have hit even more. It is killing. We sold out of it yesterday at like 150%, but that is nice. I think Abivai's launching up here too. They did good, the Biogen sympathy. They're at least kind of bouncing off of this bottom post-X dividend. Ford is still going. Firm one. Yeah, Verizon bounced off of there too, surprisingly. They did decent. Dow all-time high. Get out of here. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he's close. This buggy's close. He got a little bit more to fight for, but he's close. Indeed. Airbnb reverse mooning. Does that mean it's dropping? Yeah. What do we call that? Grounded, or what were we? Dow touched 40K. There's Amazon. Oh, Amazon just got a red candle. Amazon actually selling off pretty big right there. Hold on. Check news on Amazon. Three minutes ago, retail must take part in Amazon dispute arbitration. Singapore panel says. Something. It sounds like something they're dealing with there, but. That was weird. You got big volume in a little candle. There's some update on something with Singapore, but it looks like some other tech stocks took that dip there. BA pop. BA's still red, but yeah, it's popping. It's about to go green. Uber sold off too. Again, they had a little bit of an offering yesterday. Cat pushing. Amazon's still coming down. That's very, very weird. Snap coming down now. Top of the morning. Ethereum $20. Bitcoin's coming up again. Yeah, Ethereum's like $10 away. ASON, Big Red. A lot of things just kind of hiccup there. Yeah, ASON selling off. Snapchat just gave everything back in 2 candles. Amazon started this here. SPY's still above VWAP, but you're getting a lot of things selling off. Affirm on the low ticker. Airbnb, Roku. Let's see. UMC and TLT looking the same. We were noticing that correlation emerge, but even with the bond market, I mean, bond market's coming back, and you're just not watching the market react. But a lot of this stuff that we've been going over, I mean, I still think it applies almost exactly the same. I think this is just that play action shuffle part you're getting. NASDAQ dumping. Yeah, NASDAQ's actually about to go red. They're only up 0.2 right now. Apple. Oh, yeah, those snaps just got clapped on the premium right there. That just washed some earnings preem. Where's Netflix, actually? Did Netflix bounce? Yeah. HX. Didn't HX have something yesterday? That thing's up 20%. Merck 0.84. Coinbase still rocking it up. Humana on the high. Baba on the low. Again, HX, that got some stuff. Dude, Amazon's still selling off. It's only 0.25%, but that kind of came out of nowhere. Ethereum hit it now. It's $2 away. $1.50. $1.50. It wants it. $3,99999. It's not going to 4,000, man. It's $3,99999. All these not. I saw it go for $3,999.99. It's not moving. It's not doing it. It wants it. There's 2. Beto. Coinbase making another move up now. Dude, Ethereum won't break out past 4,000. There's $15 million at the ask. So literally, this wall, there's just a wall right here, 15 million at 4,000. Very interesting, considering Bitcoin just went insane. Bitcoin's hitting another. Bitcoin just hit 66,000 and then came down. Oh, you couldn't see it? My bad. So here it is, and then here's a level 2. But it's up there, and then Bitcoin just went ape shit. Literally just clipped 66,000. So 2,000 bucks above the high of 64. That's what we were waiting for. SPY kind of bouncing a little bit. We'll see. We just had that little weird quick tech sell-off. No, bros crashing, Viacom rocking. Bros, Netflix. That's what I say. If the market comes down, I wouldn't be surprised to see Netflix bounce up. They kind of do that on those days. Yeah, see, Netflix is coming back to 1.25%. You saw a lot of tech sold off, and they're doing the opposite. That usually happens on these types of days. Coinbase may have chilled out there. That might be the first leg of Bitcoin right there. I don't know if it'll keep holding. We'll see, though. But, I mean, Coinbase is probably making a killing right now off of the fees. MRK is interesting. I like the MRK play a lot. I just think it's just it's going to move slow. It's going to be, you know, a weird slow mover that moves fast and then slows down, but then depending on the news. But I do like it. I mean, again, we've got to learn a lot this year from some of the reporting and all that. Well, we will see. Bro, it won't break. There's too much money on here. I mean, it's going to break eventually, but this is what I'm saying. There's still $13 million at $4,000 that's just not selling on Ethereum. I need just someone with $15 million to come in and just buy it all. Bro, it's literally 3,999 cents. Now it's 13 million. $2 million have been purchased. Okay, now it's 12 million. Oh no, it's still see. Yeah, Robinhood is not the real price. So if it says it on Robinhood, unfortunately, that's just they give you a spot. They give you a price essentially. I make an error buying Viacom Leaps. I wouldn't say an error. I mean, unless you like really, it depends on your logic on it. I mean, I liked Viacom. I still do. I think it's a potential buyout candidate, and there's a lot of value. But like when I made it, I said it's just the timing. I said they're either going to get some sort of deal by the end of the year or they're not. Otherwise, it has been kind of tainted. But I mean, if you believe in that logic there and the value in it, I mean, that's up to you to determine. But I don't think it's like a bad play. I think Viacom it's hiding a lot of value in this marketplace. There it is. 4,000 is clipping now for real. But it's not broken past on Ethereum. Bitcoin is at $66,013. Ford going for 16. It's up 2.5 again. They got the upgrade, and now they're getting ready here for earnings. They get bought under my strike price. I'm clapped. Yes, that's what we talked about too. Even when I remember when I made the video on there, because if you do go and buy, if you have a leap at a higher price, so if you're at $50 and they get bought out for 45, unfortunately you'll lose. I had that happen before. I had a biotech play. They got bought out for 30%, and I was literally at the money, and I walked away with nothing. It was very, very sad. There you go. 4,000 broke. So that means, I mean, last 5 minutes, $15 million of Ethereum was just purchased. We'll see how this holds up now. I think today is definitely going to be a Bitcoin type day. Bitcoin type beat. Peloton ripping. Coinbase chilling out despite some of the highs here. So kind of market's doing its own thing here. Keep that in mind. Amazon's still at the bottom. Netflix kind of catching some steam as things reverse. We made the Snapchat play. That just flipped on us. Verizon's still gassing 2%. They beat earnings. They did good. J&J was an earnings winner yesterday. Ford in the top right. They got to upgrade. They're killing it. Monster Preem. Abivai's doing good. Where's the premium on Coinbase? Our contracts went up only like 11% more. Verizon, Airbnb, clap. Abivai just had a little cheek lay up there. SPY's below VWAP now. Affirm is on the low too. Let's check the chip makers. Yeah, even NVIDIA flipped. Intel's up. AMD kind of came down, but Intel's doing good. Uber they announced the offering yesterday. I mean, they kind of bounced back a little bit from that post market, but it could be a little bit better. You want to see the SPY break 425? Well, good news for you. SPY's at 450 today. We did it. Oh, you meant the downside. Oh. Okay. I thought we were. The coin premium on the short term is closer to the money. Yeah, I remember when 420 was hype. I remember AJ Mac 310 or 330. Was it 310 or 330? It was one of those. Abivai's up a lot now. I thought a lot of volume came in there as a glitch. Nick came back to earth. Uber's still getting clapped. How's Apple? Apple switched gears too. No way. Apple was looking nice. Apple just flipped almost 1/3% right there. 0.5%. Remember 400. Yes, ETH is there again. I'm surprisingly more interested in Coinbase. I mean, granted, you know, I love Ethereum and Bitcoin running up there. We have nice positions on there. I'm like refreshing my account and then it just like shoots up like $5,000. But it's still I think Coinbase is actually a little bit more unique right now because they're getting the steam. But now, I mean, I hope you guys like Coinbase is back to life right now. I don't think y'all feel me on this. It's finally been awoken. NVAX on the high. They were down 25% earlier today. Ford is still going. And then Apple, Amazon kind of hanging out at the bottom. Spike fell down a VWAP. They have to be killing it with fees. I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like on these moves, especially when it breaks through some of those key levels and people just start ordering, not to mention the institutional realm they're building out, and then even still some altcoins running up. Like they have to be making hand over fist in fees, and I don't think anybody 3 months ago, I don't think one guidance, like a serious stock guidance analyst, was going to expect Bitcoin to go up almost 100%. So I think that's where it's going to be interesting. But now we've seen the stock, we've seen the supply. We just need to see it hold up here. That's why I'm so interested in it. Top of the morning. Snap, you failed me. Snap, don't worry. You have till tomorrow. That's what I say. But Snap already got 20% haircut on those. Again, weeklies or next week, shorter term earnings. The volatility will be all over the place. And Vax was clapped on news. What's it down now? Down 15%. Recovered 10%. MRK is doing good. Abivi's rocketing. How much coin? We have the like 16 shares, 61, excuse me. We got 61 shares from IPO, and that was the big play. I was down on that one. I was down like 10, 11,000 on that, maybe more, I think. And then on the long term, we have 16 shares, and we're up 26% for the long-term purchases. Only have 7. Well, on the long term, I think we only have 16, so you got half of that. Pretty much. Bitcoin still at 66,000. Ethereum at $4,005. We'll see. I mean, all we need is sustainability, though. That's it. We just need these prices to actually, like, hold on crypto. And that will be good. Spot came down. You're going to double down, retesting the breakout. Spot's good. Doge running. Amazon. SPY's kind of bouncing up from here now. Again, certain things are running. I mean, watch the chip makers. Intel just, is that red candle? Intel just sold off. AMD gave up those gains. I didn't buy coin, but 95 shares at Abivi instead. Can't go wrong with that either. 23andMe going. Isn't that like the DNA company? Microsoft. AMD, last chance. Yeah, Microsoft been a big leader, though. Again, Microsoft's like at all-time highs even prior to this earnings. So they've been really, really leading. Cat Savage. Oh, yeah. Cat just rocketed up there. Up 1%. Bowen just went green from being red. But yeah, Caterpillar's doing good. Yeah, Netflix was downgrading. Pretty much if tech goes down, Netflix will go up. If tech goes up, Netflix will probably sell off. It's kind of how it plays day after earnings. It gets pretty weird and less. But if it does have enough momentum to get us back up here, it could be pretty decent. NVAX bounce. Dollars barely down. Bonds are down again. We're back to the lower range here of bonds again. Just a lot of dancing to restart this streak again. PMO all-time highs, Bank of Montreal. There's a candle there on Netflix. How are the banks in general? Yeah, JP. Banks are up 1/3%. NASDAQ is the only one down. Dow is surprising the leader. And then SPY's right in second place. United Rentals, Yuri. They're looking, I think, did they already report? They have earnings coming up. Netflix only down 1%, getting some candles. Cord Beast, right, loaded up heavy on calls. A good day for that. Just took the weak green as well. Yeah, there it is. Netflix getting some moves. Yeah, the Sam play, I'm going to be holding that one for earnings. I mean, I think it's going to be make it or break it. I'm either going to lose another couple of grand on that, or it might give us some steam, and then maybe we could start wheeling it if premium comes back to life. Wish pop big. Yeah, a lot of big volume there. Last 6-7 minutes on Wish. It's not like a pop, but it looks like momentum. Oh, the altcoins. That'll probably happen. If Bitcoin kind of chills out and Ethereum, that gives time for the altcoins to run. But in general, I mean, this is it's weird because you're seeing all these highs on like Bitcoin and crypto, but it doesn't feel like the third wave has started. Does that make sense? Like it feels like I feel like a lot of people were kind of you were either in this rally or you weren't, but it's like I it's kind of hard to read, low key. Mm-hmm. There's Sam. There's no hype, right? That's what I'm saying. It's not like, it's like, oh wow, yeah, there was the ETF, but I'm saying like you're not seeing hype in crypto right now. This was kind of like what? Like this was like when stock just slowly gets to an all-time high after like being the most hyped asset 6 months ago. Like think of how many people have you heard talk about Bitcoin in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, really? If you think about it, it's not. And now compare that to last time you saw Bitcoin at these prices in April and May. Man, Ford is killing it still. Yeah, I'll be hype at 100K, maybe 75K. 100K, I'll take it. I'll take it. I learned to shut up and hold. Welcome to the club, man. Welcome to the club. That's it. We've been holding this whole time. We've been holding a long time coming. Long time coming. You know what sucks? I'm probably going to hold for like another 5 years minimum. That's the part that I hate about this. Because I'm like, wow, it's going up. Cool. That's it. That's it. McDonald's is $3.50 for a McChicken? Oh, you got me messed up, man. No way. Crazy TLT play, 15K to 65. I know somebody sent me an email yesterday. They bought in when we did on the first one in August, and they did good. That was one of our. That was like a little just end of the year gift in 2020. Like if you picked up on it, you picked up on it. But it was nice. It was nice. The Camrys are back. The Camrys are definitely back. That's the wild part. Imagine all those swings I've showed you. And then now for it to just do that, it's wild. Netflix still edging up here. Uranium came back up a little bit. I missed the peach? Was it a Bradley Frizzle peach? You're lying to me. Did I miss the peach? Why would you lie to me like that? I don't think I missed the peach, man. What the hell? Why would you do me like that? That's cold, Mr. Wilson. That's cold. Spy gas. Yeah, it's coming back up. I don't think all the things came up with it. Like Apple bounced a little bit, but they were kind of running ahead. Amazon's still in the gutter. Kramer's selling UMP. I sent it through. Well, we did not get a peach. No peach came in, but we still love you. Starbucks pop. They're doing good. Bros is finally down. I didn't know it could do that. So Bitcoin smashes all-time high. Bitcoin blasted through all-time high. Apparently, the fact that this asset just no obvious fundamentals you could use for value is more expensive than it's ever been is a great reason to buy it. It got really expensive, so people bought more. Option traders discovered nerve in the risk-on market. Stock market has finally left most of September's tumultual behind it. While anxiety is still lingering here and there, the options market is signaling that it expects the next 30-day period to be much calmer than the previous one. A measure of projected one-month price swings in the S&P fell 2.8 volatility points, below realized volatility since Bloomberg started collecting data in '05. Spread between the two has been the wide only 17% of the time, while most other instances occurring in the aftermath of global financial crises and last year's rout. Current implied realized gap also sits at the bottom of the range. That's defined the market's performance since the aftermath of COVID. While history is an unlikely guide, prior periods when the applied realized gap got to this point in June 2020, October 2020, and late March 21 preceded rallies in the S&P in the next month. Interesting. So it looks like option traders are kind of getting back into it. I get paid weekly, and I deposit 10% of my long-term with each check. Should I invest each week when deposit or wait until the start of the month? That is totally up to you. You could do either or. So, like, we do it once a month. I like it. I like to keep it simple. But, I mean, if you want to do once a week, give you a little bit more flexibility, that's totally an option. It really won't change anything. I mean, it'll give or take your prices on it. But set the schedule, stick to it. You'll be good to go. Yeah, Tesla, IBM after hours, Las Vegas Sands, HP, CSX, KMI. Those are some big ones. Mr. They're not. Here's the peach, baby. There it is, Mr. Wilson. It's not Bradley Frizzle, but we love it. We'll take it. Or nah. I'll take it. Woo. Should I cash out of the love puts? I think they're up 50% right now. So it's up to you. They haven't reported yet. United did good. They had some negative stuff, but overall, we're able to do decent. Netflix within 1% of going positive, 0.8 now. So that is key. I don't know what's going on with that Wish rally. SPY hit the top again, came down a little bit. Coinbase still holding up. I haven't looked at the corn in a couple minutes there. Yeah, Ethereum just fell below 4,000. Bitcoin fell below 66. It's at 65.8 now. Starbucks is running. And then no news on Wish. They just had that pop. Starbucks is a slow runner there. It's just straight melting up. It kind of looks like Abivai today. There's a couple names that just went straight up. Abivai actually chilled out right there. Yeah, MRK back at 80. McDonald's is rocketing right now. Actually, they're negative. Oh, wow, I thought they'd be positive. Did I sell this SHIB for Monday? No, I'm holding that one. I mean, I'm gonna make what's it called with that a video on it because I feel like coming into next year with 2022, it kind of reminds me of last year. And I feel like a lot of people are going to be like, if you just bought $1,000 of this thing at the beginning of the year, you will have made $1 billion. I just want to show the performance of it. So it was a good hype news event. I mean, you guys gave me my approval. I said we'll experiment with it, but still holding that one. Disney, great risk to reward. Is that what Jake said? Good work. DraftKings doesn't know which way it's supposed to go. I like DraftKings, but I'm so shocked that it doesn't move. Finally got my 6-month badge, Mr. Welch. God bless you, bro. Welch, Mr. Welch, you've been here for a long time. I remember you. I remember you a lot. Every day, day in and day out, man. And congrats on the house, too. I know you've been working on that. Netflix strong. DraftKings coming up. Just watch out for that. Remember me? I do. You were making some really weird sexual comments yesterday. I do remember that. I didn't say anything, but now that you remind me, I do. I do. That and XPEF. Like the video, baby. Like the video. Biden nominee for ambassador to China burns, says China genocide and Xinjiang abuses in Tibet. Taiwan must stop. All right. The old Josh would have clapped him. I love it. If you've been here for a long time, you've probably met like 15 different Joshes, you know. Constantly evolving. Work in progress, baby. Y'all got to hear like young Josh, angry Josh, Yash, Boss, Sauce. Y'all got a lot. Y'all got a lot. You got in crypto Josh. You got anti-crypto Josh. You got dividend Josh. You got growth stock Josh. You got Snapchat Josh. You got Abivi Josh. You got Airbnb Josh. You got Josh, I'll wait for cash Josh. You know what I'm saying? You like, why you still talking to me about Dogecoin Josh? Why y'all getting mad about me? Why you going to call out the 1 out of 50 plays that I missed, Josh? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot. There's a lot of different Joshes you'll get. Definite long-term Josh, always the same. See, that's why y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. You see, I could change a lot, but the long-term, that's why you need a foundation. Oh, they don't feel me. Fireside Josh, yeah, there you go. Friendly UAV Josh. Josh getting clapped on Sam Josh. Josh getting clapped on Premium Josh. Josh, pay your bills Josh. I'm telling you, y'all got a lot of different Joshes. Y'all, I don't know if y'all should be happy or sad about it. Y'all, or maybe I have a problem. Mm-hmm. Man, oh man. But yeah, SPY's hitting a high. SPY's hitting a high before going up. Tesla came back to life. They're having their earnings. The corn is still going crazy. Coin is still holding up. Amazon, we made one play on Snap for the earnings run up. Too early. Let's see. I'm reading. We see kind of want want a margin for my long term and buy Ethereum. I mean, here's the thing. Why didn't you do it 3 months ago? That would have been, it wouldn't have made sense because you didn't have the idea 3 months ago, right? But that's where you would have made money, right? But now it's up 50, 70%. Since then, you have to really think about it. It would now really be the time. I mean, again, it's just what I would say from the get-go. It's very, very simple. You've already got to witness enough Ethereum and Bitcoin already. It's like, and what I mean by that is just like, it's very simple. You either set aside money to hold it, and that's it. If you want to trade it, go trade it. You see the traders going back and forth. Everybody's hyped on it, doing this and that. But like, if you just simply bought it once, you would be sitting pretty right now. Again, a lot of people in the chat that $10,000, $15,000 in October, that's a down payment right now with one trade, one set of fees. That's it. So it's like, if you're really like, I should margin now. Now it's doubled up in price in 3 months. Now I want to get into it. There's not that much hype yet, and who knows where it could go from here. I'm not trying to say, I don't want to talk you out of an opportunity. I'm just trying to give you a solid game plan, but better than that is like, none of this is a recommendation. Option traders shouldn't risk handlers most financial advice on purpose only think of all day. But in all honesty, this is just what I've done. It's very simple. That's all I did. All I've done is buy and hold it. You've watched the even the other altcoins, all of that, but guess what? I didn't buy any of those until I established ridiculous positions in Ethereum and Bitcoin. So it's just literally, it's saying, okay, if I want to hold it, I'm going to want to hold it right now. It's like, do I think this is going to be part of the future? Do I think this is going to be there? Do I want to allocate some of my growth towards it? You do it. Go for the big dogs, Bitcoin and Ethereum. But if you want to leverage all of a sudden after this, I mean, the moment was a month ago, even 2 months ago, a week ago. But you have to really start thinking about that now. But I think if you make the decision to add it to your portfolio and stick with it and just buy and hold, I don't think you'll be disappointed, especially if you understand how Bitcoin moves. That's why, with my strategy for it and seeing how Bitcoin has moved over the years, I'm thankful that I've done that. Yeah, it's just very, very simple. As I bought something I believed in, I held it, and, thankfully I didn't sell off at every given moment. Again, I did think Bitcoin was going to get very, very volatile coming into it, but remember I said it's either going to go up a lot or go up down a lot. Do you guys remember that about a couple weeks ago? I said that. I said, this is it where I'm just going to be like, okay. I said, I'm holding in. I mean, I know what my plan is, but it's, you got to just be prepared and ready to expect that. But if you set an amount that you could hold and throw it in there, you're not going to, I said, make your peace. It's either going to go down a lot or go up a lot from here. And thankfully it was on the upside. Either way, with that in mind, I didn't touch it. That's the point. And, I even said that because I know a lot of people, they're determining their intellect level and how they're going to feel about their next investment based on what the price does. But I just encourage you, set aside an amount that you're going to be comfortable holding with, and then you don't have to play this, fucked up game of musical chairs in Cryptolandia. So either sell them or forever hold your peace. Amen. Amen. The 50% up, 50% down moments are that's just what happens in crypto. We've seen it a couple times. You could trade in traffic too. Yeah, it's like, and this isn't even about the trading. I'm just saying, if someone's saying, I want to take my long-term leverage and buy Ethereum all of a sudden, I think you'll be better off by saying, I'm just going to slowly buy Ethereum now and hold a little bit of it. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, if this is for the people who want to hold it and actually be able to ride this asset for wherever it's going to go. You have to believe the store value is not the end of the road. Utilities have to come into play. I mean, eventually, but not for Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin is literally just tantamount to digital gold at this point. I mean, besides like certain industrial applications, like what do you use gold for? Like I have investment grade gold minted by the Federal Reserve and I use it to flip it. I just flip a coin. That's all I've done with it for the last probably 7 years I've held it. So besides like the industrial value and jewelry, Bitcoin is jewelry. Bitcoin is literally flexing at this point. But that's what I'm saying. Like industrial value, gold has it there. But that's why it's like it's became it is turned into digital gold. And a lot of people have recognized that at this point, but you are right. The Bitcoin or the blockchain and how that will develop, that's where Ethereum comes into play. I read, it was an article the other day, I think it was on Zero Hedge, and it said that, Kishu, I don't know, what is Kishu? Is that a crypto? Again, with this, I mean, if you want to go into the altcoin world, fine by me. Make sure you establish your Bitcoin and Ethereum first. That's kind of the standard we've set with it. Before you heard me talk about XLM, ETC, don't act like you didn't hear Bitcoin at 15,000, right? If not lower than that. But that's where I'm saying, like, that's always been our strategy to it, where you go with the big dogs first, and then you could start grabbing the sushi coins and whatever else comes its way, right? So, but just in general, though, I think the article, it was saying how like Bitcoin is the new American dream in a weird way. It's not even the American dream anymore. It's not even limited to America. It's just called the Bitcoin dream, where essentially, people would come to America, you had opportunities, you would buy a house, people would keep their wealth in real estate, all of that. But now it's kind of turning into that. Yeah, it was a Zero Hedge article. I that's what I'm pretty sure it was, because it was an opinion article. It wasn't like a thing. Except China. Yeah, except China. But it's like a store of value. Does this mean, do I think it's going to go crazy? I don't know. But I just think it's a good store of value. Yeah, it does kind of sound like the gold rush. But that's why, time in the market will always protect you, my friends. Time in the market will always protect you. And that's what I'm saying. You don't need to try to time any of these coins. You just want to start your clock now and watch what it does from there. Really liking these stocks, 10 years. I like ChargePoint out of all of those. Plug, when I was like 14 years old trading, Plug was like it was a pump and dump. So I have a very bad like feeling towards that. It's interesting to see like people pick up on that stock, but I've kind of wrote that one off. ChargePoint is the one that I've used it in real life, owning an electric vehicle, and I've seen it a lot as I've been around. So I think they have the most they have a higher likelihood, I would say. SPY popping. Bitcoin is a new high. 66,460. I think Lucid has a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like Lucid is one where I think they have a shot. I don't, it's not guaranteed yet, but like, they would show up on the scouting report now, I would say, but it's not some like, let's see how they perform. I want to really see how if they can play at the professional level here. ChargePoint has the most EVs in the country, and that I could actually believe, just because I've seen it. Like I've driven by. There's like casinos that will have ads for ChargePoint chargers. You go in downtown San Diego, downtown LA. If there's no superchargers, a lot of times it's ChargePoint. I have the ChargePoint app on my phone. They suck though. Like if you've ever used a Tesla supercharger and then use one of those, it's really slow, but it works. It's good enough. It's better than nothing. That's where Tesla kills it. Like, dude, the Tesla supercharger is very, very fast. But ChargePoint is like a couple miles. It's like 15 miles an hour. UWMC came up here a little bit. They were kind of in the gutter earlier. SPY kind of came out there too, 0.5%. Everything's kind of matched up here, though. SPX 5 points off the all-time high. Same thing with corn. And now again, Bitcoin new high. Ethereum getting there, but I think our inflation indicator is back. Let's see. I like Ford, bro. Ford's at 16 now. That's big moves there. Again, even they're coming back here to a lot of things. Subtly just made it right back to all-time highs. Pelosi says no decision on paid leave and community college issues. McConnell said Democrat appropriation bills are dead on arrival. United CEO says long-term recovery is still on track. Late morning, Teds and Josh. Good morning, my friend. It's a good morning, not a late one. When the people like to buy when the candles are green instead of red. Yes. I mean, it happens. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, now you get support in that sense, but just, I think if you keep everything small though too, that's the next level. Just don't go too crazy. That's all. I mean, we've all got caught up in the hype, and then it wears off. It's like being drunk. I mean, you guys not realize that? It's like the same exact thing. You ever drink before and like get drunk, and then like you just like start talking a lot, and then you wake up, and then you're like, why did I say all that? And then you're like, damn, and then you start like looking, you're like, you're like, what? It's the same thing. Candles start going green, then you're like, oh, I'm just gonna put a lot into it. And then you put a lot into it, then it feels a certain way, and then right when it goes down, and then you're like down like 5-10 grand, you're like, why'd I do that? Then you're like, man, why'd I do that? That's crazy. Tesla option chain is overvalued. I don't know. I think it's pricing almost 10%, but usually October reports, they kill it. That's what people like. Changing your candles to gray and black is a game changer. I could see that. And coin going for more will help. I mean, Bitcoin is literally at a new high. It doesn't even feel hyped. What a day in history. What a day in Bitcoin history. You know what I'm saying? I do not use the Heiken Yashi. I just use normal candlesticks. One of the hard things to find. Good stream. Well, God bless you, man. Thank you. If you have any questions, and just wait. It's still early. We still got a long day ahead of us. We still got the earnings, so it will be crazy. It's crazy. Happy Wednesday. Let's go. New bags, new corn. How am I feeling? I'm good. Still sore from leg day. I got a mini workout in yesterday. But now the catch up takes like 2-day delay. It's like the trade settles at the gym. And then I'm like, but I am feeling blessed. 100%. 100%. Mavis. Where's Microsoft and then Netflix? UWMC has been going up. I mean, we'll see coming in. Hopefully their earnings are good. Hopefully they could end the war there with the Archite. I don't know why they insist on fighting. The premium was a lot higher on the last Bitcoin. Everything was. Even now, even like, bro, every second it would hit a new high back there. Everyone's like, ah! Remember April? Bro, through like March through May, there was so much hype. I don't think you like, bro, everybody. And then everybody, it would go up $1,000. People would go ape shit. Every new high, it would just be. So it's interesting to see. Ford is still going. That's 5% too. See, if you bought Ford, you made as much as Bitcoin did today. 5%, not bad. I think fatigue after retail got steamrolled their past couple months. I could agree with that. I could see that a lot. Just woke up, all-time high coming. I look around, see different markets. Like, nah, time will tell, I reckon. I mean, it will. And I especially think, again, that debt ceiling stuff is not over just yet. But, I mean, I think 2022, as long as we make it through this year, I mean, the timing of it That's it. Before you know it, remember, you still got a whole economic cycle, and people are expecting it to be cut short. So, and there's a lot of stuff going on, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, you want me to get you with motivation? Oh, that's what you want? All right. Did the clapping help? Okay, if it didn't, let me tell you this. Okay? I got one for you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. How you living? How you living? What's up? Can y'all check in? Look, we're at 1,000 like resistance right now. Somebody said they need motivation, so I said let's give it to them. I got a positive message for you today. Okay? I got a positive message for you today. So if you could check in with me right now, this is what we do in the mornings. Hit the like button so I know that you're here. That way you hit the like button, I could just know who's listening to me. You look at 100 people. Perfect. 100 people. I got something for you. If you can hear me, just check in, hit the like button. I need to know who's going to hear this right now. It's a good one. It's a good one. I'm telling you, I really like it. It's a simple. It's a Japanese parable I have for you today. So 200 people. Let's go. Good morning. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Look at that. 300 people hear me. It's beautiful. This is beautiful. Excellent. So listen, whoever wanted the motivation, I hope you're ready. I got 350 people. They checked in. It's the final stop here. So you can hit it here. That's it. Do whatever you need to do. It's all love. I just want to give you a positive message and make sure you hear it, okay? Because we talking Bitcoin. We talking investments. I hope you need to understand small and simple will take you a long way, okay? It's all about little as long as you're moving. And this is what I came here to tell you today. The parable, just a simple 2-line parable, says, be not afraid of going slowly. Be more afraid of standing still. Whew. Y'all feel me? Y'all feel me? That's it. And that explains your whole financial situation. That right there will explain. That will give you the answer to all of it. Bitcoin, Bit Ethereum, whatever you want. And that explains it right there. Very simple. Be not afraid of going slowly. Be afraid of standing still. Very simple. So a small, good decision will get you there. You don't need to go big. You don't need to go crazy. You don't need to be reactive. All you got to do is just little steps in the right direction will take you exactly where you want to go. I promise you, when it comes to finances. So you got an idea, you don't need to go too big. Just go a little bit. And just slowly inch towards the goal. Ooh, I would be more afraid of standing still. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. If you don't move, someone will push you. I learned that in Squid Games. You're right. But you got your own responsibility if you're not in the Squid Games, which most of you are. You are blessed. You are blessed. So there you go. Very fresh to this business. What do you advise? Start slow, little by little, or not really even slow, just month by month. That's what a lot of traders fail at when they first start trading. They're like, okay, I got $5,000. I want to start trading. They never done anything in their life before related to this. They throw $5K in the account. Depending on what they come across, they either get lucky or they lose it instantly. And essentially, you don't have to do it like that. It's not about, okay, I have $10,000. Let me spend it all at once. Nah, all you got to do is $10,000. Take $2,000 a month, right there. That will give you time to learn and grow and kind of figure out what you're doing, and then give you an opportunity to both make money but also lose money without, uprooting your money tree from the get-go. The Ford random play is worth like $600. It's in the money. It's a $10 play. So $10 strike, stock's at 605. It's at least worth 605 with like 2 months of time premium. I do want to sell it though. I was going to sell it yesterday. But now I got a little earnings run up. Yeah, that plays at 610 on the bid. Don't sleep on paper trading if you're new. 100%. That could take you a very, very long way. We bought that random play. It was purchased for $78. So just under 1,000% on the random play. That was a Ford Leap bought at the beginning of the year. You can't. I don't know if I can ghetto spread because I don't know if I have margin on this account. But ghetto spread is cool. Save the random. It helped the random, but even without that play, like if you took off the $600 value, the random account would still be at 3,000. I mean, we got a lot of cash in here, you know, from the sense of like we hit a lot of plays, and the fact that we only made one trade a month or one trade a week, you got to realize it did keep us, it kept us alive. This is what I'm saying always with the strategy. I mean, we've seen a lot of ups and downs. We missed a lot. Look at that, bro. That's like a 7-month drought almost. And the account is still up 400%. You see what I'm saying? That's just $100 a week on one play, random with no thought to it even there. It does look like the inflation chart, It's starting to cut. It's ticking back up with inflation. Random account better than 80% of accounts on here. Well, fortunately, that doesn't matter how somebody else performs. That's something, you know, I could give a whole philo on this, honestly, but, you know, examine yourself first. That's all you got to do. Even the Biblioteca says that. It's just very, very simple. Regardless of what it is, you guys know what you're doing. You know what money you got. You know what's in your account. You know, a lot of people, even then I see people bring up stuff. They'll be like, hey, Josh, well, I remember you said this and this and that. It's like, I need you to examine yourself first, too, as well, in any of it. It doesn't matter what anybody does. That performance is not going to affect you. Just simple, you know, you got to look at your strategy, what you have done. Have you lived up to your standard? Are you doing what you need to do on there? And that's it. And go from there. And that should be the main focus with all of it. It's like, if you got a strategy working, run it. If not, you got to examine yourself in that sense, and vice versa. In any realm, it doesn't even matter. Because it's just like, you know, if you're going to be looking at it, it's just like everybody has made mistakes along the way. That's why it's funny. Because, you know, a lot of people are very quick to point stuff out like that. But it's at the same time, you know, every single one of us has not done good. We've missed something. We've had to grow into where we're at right now. So just that's part of the game. So I would just focus on really what it works, and then, you know, certain financial backing in the sense of being wise with your money, spacing it out. That maturity level, it will take you a long way. I encourage you to develop it now. Yeah, Biblioteca means Bible here. I know it's the library, but the Bible is a library of knowledge. Y'all don't feel me. Russell, straight up, he's lit. Russell is the leader, though. Small caps. It came up here. Mm-hmm. Ho, 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 ho. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Every tongue that rises in judgment you shall condemn. Amen. And just love thy brother. Love thy neighbor as you love yourself. How many till 200K? I think we are about 300 subscribers away, I believe. Honestly, I haven't looked since a while. I didn't look till, I think it was like a week and a half ago. I want it to surprise me. I want it to surprise me. What do we do for 200? It's 200. We didn't really do anything at like 100, 150. Should we do? What do we do? Something? Do we like give away something? Do we? I don't know. More long term. UWMC is part of the Russell. Why does he always have 25 dislikes? I bet it's 25 people. It's 51 to 60. So there's 51 to 60 people who they know they like me, but they can't muster it to send positivity through their heart. So it's they have post notifications on. They're good at it. But that's all it is. I do take some pride in that. You have to understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't like it because that's like, obviously they might have an ego problem, but then that could feed my ego problem because then I'm like, it's something about it. It's just like, wow. It's just, that's it. It's probably how many people you blocked. Yeah, but I mean, live and let live. Simple as that. UAVs. I think we got like 100 or 200 shares on that one. They had something the other day, but otherwise they've been in the gutter. The market kind of slowed down here. It's been an hour 20. We saw a lot of the Bitcoin moves. Got blocked in the past, came back. I don't drop any negativity. Amen. And I'm glad we were able to move on from it. And I appreciate you. That's why some people just take it personally. I will use this opportunity to say, if I violated you in the past, I apologize. Hopefully you don't take it that seriously, because I probably don't. And I like to just move on and look at life in what it is and get better and have better interactions. And that's it. And if it's not your vibe here, I would encourage you not to waste your time. Very, very simple. Don't ever let anybody have that much control over you. Even me. I mean, honestly, even the other day, like even with the mods too, like mods, like you guys think, like, you know what the funny part is? Like I've been telling the mods not to time out people. Like, do y'all think it's for you mostly? But also, too, I want my mods to be chill. I don't even want my mods to get worked up over anything and feel the need that they have to get worked up over what a random person in the chat is saying and all of that. So, just keep it chill. It's very, very simple. Very, very simple. Mm-mm-mm. 67? 66,900. Holy crap. Where did you get the idea of Chad from? People were making fun of me. I kept saying shout out to the chat, and then people would make fun of how I talked and how I pronounced words. And they're like, who's Chad? And then we just kind of ran with it. I said, fine. Your new name is Chad. I like it. All in favor? Good. Coin is actually chilling out. Coin is not going. Coin is up a lot already. But this is kind of, it's like the danger zone. I need it to go up a little bit more, so we'll see. How about Overstock? I like them. I'm excited for their e-com exposure. And again, I think we always forget they got that crypto in them. Comcast moving. Mara Riot Jane pumping up. 400 this past week. Even like MSTR, the Coinbases, those went up good. I'm glad we got some exposure there. This is I I just feel like this could be Coinbase's time. I hope. I mean, I'm honestly I'm still a little skeptical, just because you're running off of the hype increase, but I'm hoping that their profits can show it. Wish, no, we brought up Wish today. We don't know why it ran up. I think people kind of got hyped a little bit. And one thing is, small caps are killing it today, all across the board. Coinbase earnings is the 11th, I believe. Yes, November 11th. We could even see their estimates, too, if you guys would like. NVAX bouncing up off the bottom there. Yeah, Coinbase. Well, Coinbase, I mean, again, the IPO is just trash. Like, that's the only way to describe it. They botched the IPO. They priced too high. They did raise a lot. They have a lot of cash with the bonds. But then, again, do you guys realize the factor that I think a lot, like, what factor did a lot of people miss out on when it comes to Coinbase? Does anybody know? There's one thing Coinbase did in the last 6 months that kind of attributes to this move that a lot of people ignored. They didn't realize it. I say this with a couple of things, but what do you think? It's not what Bitcoin did. It is related to Bitcoin, but it's not. Let's see. Not NFT. That's part of it. It's not the offering. It's not increasing users. It's not the SEC. It's not the debit card. It's not the SEC. It's not bank regulation. It's not the love affair with the founders. It's not the shit coins. It's not China. See, look at everybody forgot. Everybody forgot. Somebody said it. I saw one person say it. Somebody said the word. They were close. All right, I'll say what the chat said. Here it is. Oh, Facebook? Are you calling it out, or are you just trying to answer the question? Oh, you got me excited. TLT just plummeted. Okay, the keyword is balance sheet. Keyword is balance sheet. TLT just dropped. You said that, I might have missed it. Not only do they have the cash from the bonds, but do you guys not remember a couple months ago, they announced that they're buying Bitcoin and holding it on their balance sheet? And remember, they didn't do that in the past. So all the way leading into IPO, they never owned Bitcoin. The company never had any of their cash reserves in Bitcoin. So just like Tesla, just like MSTR, a lot of people forgot Coinbase bought at least, I think it was like $40-50 million in assets of it. I think a little bit more. And then they said they're going to start using money every month to add to it. You guys remember this? So that's where it's like, one, it's rising up on the object that they're going to make more money on fees. But don't forget, they're holding the asset that has went up 50%. This was after the crash, yes. So even then, take a look. Their estimates are actually lower this quarter. You guys see that? So look at how much they did in Q2. And again, that was a hot quarter, but they're probably, I don't know if they'll peak. If they could go past this number, that'll be crazy. But the expected profit is actually a little bit lower. And then again, institutions is what we're going to be looking for, I think. But I think that might have gotten higher. Retail's expected to drop, but institution is big for them. But SPY's coming down to VWAP. A lot of things drop. Bonds just move right there. Amazon's down shop. I think a lot of things fine. I mean, today you're getting even more rate rises that it's kind of factoring in here today. I think until we get the earnings. What time is it? 8. Still very early. Started to reactivate a little bit. Again, if Tesla's earnings are good, or if you could get any other update there. And again, a lot of people are positioning on options too. You still have some excitement here. But yeah, I mean, you're getting a little bit of a hint of it. Again, there's a reason why, last 2 or 3 days rates have been going up here. Nasdaq rocketed, but now today it's getting hit a little bit. But again, I don't think it's anything meaningful just yet. We have to wait. I started a new job. Keep grinding, baby. Flipping houses. Get a new job. Let's go. Let's go. Jim Cramer, Trimmer Shares, a railroad. Yeah, I think that was this morning, UMP. What are my thoughts on what? Seriously, share. I thought baby PHILO. My thoughts on what? Do you think Tesla will go crazy? I mean, this is their quarter to do it. And it's at $900, you know what I'm saying? So it's like they're at a key level. Usually this quarter's good. They got a lot of things going for them, but that's it. What are my thoughts? My thoughts on what? Just my thoughts? I mean, I farted a little bit ago. I was thinking about the bathroom. I was thinking about Coinbase and what I was just showing you. And I was thinking about, like, inflation for the rest of the year and, like, my 2 to 4 month time scale. Those are, like, the only... if there's anything specific, I'd love to answer it. Just your thoughts. You don't feel me? Yeah, I don't feel you, man. My bad. What about Coinbase? What we said with Coinbase was they added Bitcoin to their balance sheet. That was the part that people missed. Expected move on Tesla, I want to say $60. I think it's 10%. Oh, no, 26. Oh, it's very low, actually. It says 41 on the weekly, but market maker 26. So in between 26 and 40, which is huge. It's pricing in between 2.5 and 5%. That's a wide skew. Why are other countries raising rates? Are there steps to cut QE first and eventually? Yes, but a lot of that was a big point yesterday, really since the beginning of this week. World, rate hike, let me see, world interest rate probabilities, those have shot up. So a lot of people are worried about inflation. So what's been going on is that a lot of people have now changed their outlook. Inflation is hitting other countries harder. So now they're saying, okay, we need to raise rates. We need to start tapering. And they're already starting that. And now it's slowly poisoning the well here because people are starting to think, oh, shit, maybe the U.S. might go faster than expected. But a lot of people right now are expecting United States will be the last one to raise rates. Again, we brought this up a couple times throughout the year. Remember, I brought up New Zealand. I said take cue from some of these other countries that lead us. And that's what you're getting. And lately, the world interest rate probabilities have shot up. I mean, take a look. This is Asian Pacific, and this is Europe. Do you look at this right here? So ours haven't gone up too much. They have changed a little bit, I'd say. I think it could show you the change on the week. But this right here is what you really want to look. This is the rest of the world. Again, look at their interest rate probabilities. Some Great Britain has shot up 81%. Again, New Zealand 138. Indonesia or India 125. A lot of these places have shot up because they are expecting to, because they're either announced it, signaled it, or they've already actually began. Like New Zealand raised rates already. So that is a big key here. I mean, it's macro, so it's gonna operate a little slower here, but it's there. Yes, TBT is still in play. I've been saying that since day one. Even after the CPI, I didn't really care about this rip. I mean, it was good to get some earnings on there. Our stocks got to balance out. I got to add to the long term. But remember I said, we saw this pop before. You saw this pop right here. You had a fat sell-off. You popped right back up, and then you began the next leg of it. But this is usually kind of what happens with it. But, again, earnings is going to be the key. It's really coming into the end of the year. TLT probably has about another month and a half to kind of dance on its free will, but then coming into 2022, I mean, it's going to really have to pick a direction as these probabilities adjust and countries do stuff, and then we get the picture. Again, you're getting tapering in 2 weeks, a week and a half now. So, you can't leave that out of the equation, and that's what's going to happen. Is it due to inflation or currency weaken? That goes hand. It's the same thing, kind of, but essentially it's inflation, meaning the people are charging more prices. The currency may have a certain strength level, but at the end of the day, what are the companies going to charge? What are consumers going to pay for? That's the quote-unquote inflation. It depends on different sorts of items and groups of products, right, or services. So what's happened here, and this would have happened with the dollar yesterday, and this is why the dollar went down the last couple days, because think about what I just said. World rate probabilities are increasing. People are scared of inflation. They're starting to raise rates now. They're doing it in Europe right now. In the last week, even Great Britain is announcing that, the ECB and all of them. So what's happening now is the dollar's dropping, but does that make sense? These countries are scared of inflation. They're scared of the currency getting too weak. It's leading to higher prices. They raise rates. What's that going to do to their currency? It makes their currency stronger. So then what happens to the dollar when everywhere from Europe to Asia Pacific starts raising their rates a little bit, right? Their currencies are all going to get stronger, leading to dollar weakness. But then that's why, look at our dollar, it's still not that weak. So, but that's what's been affecting this last few days, not to mention earnings on top of it. So market got distracted, market got a new little narrative, they got earnings, but then, you know, everything going on with rates and all of that, it's really kicking off this week. So you just can't get lost in the sauce there. That's something there. But it's, again, there's a lot of things happening, but it's not going to really reflect in the S&P, especially during this moment. But that's why, you know, as we get some of the bigger earnings in the next week or so, then we're going to move into Powell. Then we're going to really get an idea. The real risk on the table is that if all these countries are really rushing to raise rates and strengthen their currencies because they're worried about inflation, the biggest risk would be that the Fed moves early. That's it. Because right now people are expecting 2022 and 2023 or end of the year of 2022, but that's what's happened in this last few days. Predictions on the shorter end, 2022, have gone up. That's why the yield curve is flattened. Short-term interest rates are rising as people now expect the Fed to respond faster, and then you saw what happened on the long end with TLT, and then now it's leveling out here. So yeah, that's good. Hopefully you learned something. But that's kind of what you got this last week here. I mean, just leading in today. Today's what, Wednesday? Yeah. I'm excited for year end. I'm excited for 2022. I mean, that's where now, you know, and a lot of you too who have kind of, like, I know Brandon, he's like, I don't know how the market's at all-time highs. It's just a matter of time. 2022 is probably going to be your year because there's less time to react, if that makes sense. Now everything is coming in. Now we're talking the year where they're expecting rate hikes. Now we're talking about the year where inflation has already been up. Inflation should go down next year, and do you guys realize the trick that's being played? Y'all don't feel me. So inflation should go down next year. Does anybody know why? Like, inflation most likely will go down. At least CPI will go down. Does anybody know why? And if it doesn't, we are absolutely going to get destroyed. It's not transitory. It's not implied. It's just simple. It's the same reason how we got here. Remember, they use this to justify transitory. The base effects. Exactly. No, not tapering, not nothing. Base effects. That's it. So even if the situation stayed exactly the same, the year over year, it's year over year. So now you're going to compare 5% to next year. So unless it goes up 10%, you see what I'm saying, or another 5%, it's not going to be there. So that's why a lot of the numbers for next year are going to come in lower just from baseline effects. That's what they said in the beginning. Remember, at the beginning of COVID, they said, well, your numbers are going to be higher because all of the numbers were low because of COVID, so year over year is going to be really high. So now coming into 2022, it's if 5% is high. So for you to get another 5% in another year, that means inflation is really at 10, 20%. So it's most likely going to come down year over year. Doesn't mean it won't slightly increase, but year over year is going to come down. So there it is. Only the yes, exactly. The rate of inflation that's exactly what they're gonna. That's why inflation's sticky. So next year the rate of inflation should go down, but will the prices come down? We're not too sure. That's gonna be the real question. Or it could be a price drop, but it won't be as large as what you're expecting. It might just come back to prices you have now. VWAP on TLT. VWAP on TLT won't really help you as much just because TLT is gaining, its moves from whatever the bonds do. So it's not necessarily like, people are going to scale in and out of TLT based on the underlying asset. TLT is essentially a derivative. It derives its value from the bonds, not necessarily from the actual intrinsic value of itself and then people naturally buying and selling it. Rent way up. No landlords are cutting rent. Of course not. You know why? Because most people sign 12-month leases. So real estate and housing should stay elevated, at least to the rate which we've seen this year. But then they may not raise rates at the end of 2022 unless inflation is really bad. Bitcoin is now the 13th largest global currency. Wow. Can you risk off? It's just the raise of rates. I mean, again, this is just the economy. I mean, if rates go higher on the long end, that means people expect higher rates in the future. That means tapering. That means, you're probably going to be good here, but you're getting closer towards, risk essentially. And then again, with how it affects financing, tech stocks, growth companies, all of that we talked in the beginning of the year, and not to mention inflation. It's one, where do they think rates are going to be? But then also, where do you think the value of your dollar is going to be? That's why at this level, we've seen a lot here where the market is freaked out below here. If the rates start climbing again, you start entering a higher rate environment, and that's where we could kind of get risk off. If it does level out or stay here, it'll be risk on. Even if rates go up, housing ain't coming down. You could lock in 10-year rate. Well, yeah, that's what we talked about too. And even if housing did go down a little bit and the rates went up, the payments would be the same. And that's where, like, again, the financing of real estate is what makes it such a unique industry in sense of like holding up there. Like we're saying, we're talking rents, we're talking again just the loans, the mortgage, and how the rates just affect the pricing of it. Like I'm saying, again, a lot of people, this is just so much different than '08 because people have way more equity. The rates aren't variable. I mean, if your house went up $500,000 in value in the last year or two, you're not paying anything more for that equity. Now, the real question would be if they refinance out of it and over leverage and it turns into something, but that's about it. Well, most property loans do not have variable rates right now. That's why it's decent. Property taxes, they will go up depending on when you bought the property and what location you're in at. And that's why, too, if any of you have owned a property for a long time or your parents own a property, don't sell it. I promise you now, your tax bill is going to be crazy. So, like, we've helped a lot of, like, senior citizens with real estate. This is why, like, I try to help them stay in their home. So some of you think I'm a dirty capitalist real estate pig, but actually, if somebody is above the age of, like, 55, 60, and they've owned the house for 10, 15 years, we don't want to buy the house from them. We want to make them stay in it because if they sold it and bought a new house, their tax bill is going to go up 10 times. A lot of people don't realize that. It's, depending on where you're at, especially California, you're pretty much locked in at the rate from which you buy it. So, like, we helped a lady out back, her taxes were $700 a year because she bought the house in the 80s. So the house was $800,000. She was only paying $700 a year. So if she sold that house and bought another $800,000 house and took her equity and all of that, she would have ended up buying a new house. It probably would have been in a worse area and smaller, but her tax bill would have increased a lot. What you should do is you should try to pull equity out of the house, or refinance, find a way to keep it, and make sure your parents could live in it, or if older, whoever it is, get the most of it, because chances are they're going to end up paying a higher tax bill and moving to a place that they'll either have to move out of state or somewhere less desirable to get something similar to what they have now. And that affects the payment right there. So even if they have the money for the house, the tax bill is going to go nuts. A reverse mortgage is fire too, believe it or not. It has a negative connotation, but reverse mortgages could do very, very good for some people, especially older people in those situations. But then some of y'all get greedy. You'd be like, what do you mean reverse mortgage? Oh, that's my house when they die. I'm like, you are crazy. Says for taxes, their tax bracket, most elderly 0 to 10. That is true, but again, property taxes is property tax. Trying to get my grandma to do it. Shoot me an email. We're partnered with one of the biggest companies that do it. I like it for old people. Again, it used to be, it still is unregulated. The reverse mortgage is unregulated, and it's one of the best loans in my opinion. I would get it if I was old. Like if you could be 20 something years old, and you could get it, I would. Yeah, a lot of older people freak out about it because some people, like, there was a time in the 80s and 90s where reverse mortgages, the banks can charge whatever they want. And then a lot of people would be like, oh my gosh, and there was some like nefarious activity. But it is like, even if like your parents, it's more regulated. No. If the reverse mortgage was heavily regulated, it's a OTC loan. It's an over-the-counter loan. If it was regulated, it would be offered by Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan. There's a reason why the big banks don't offer it. It's because it's how it operates, and it's not a winning loan. You see what I'm saying? It's very, it's like the banks, it puts the banks at more risk. New laws is offer. Well, I helped somebody out with a reverse mortgage, and like the last one that I was directly involved in was like 2018, 2019. It wasn't offered through any of those. But it's an interesting one. Careful with this guy, folks. RJ Evans, make up your mind, you bipolar beep. Okay? Just make up your mind. You don't like the Jesus talk. Then yesterday you stick around for PHILO. You're like, yeah, I like this talk. And now you're telling me I'm trying to give real information on a reverse mortgage. I don't even benefit off of it. And now you're like, this guy, be careful. Be careful. Make up your mind. Like, listen, at least I stay the same with it. I've said this many years. You keep changing your mind. It's hard to try. I need to know what you really think. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you gotta, I don't know, man. I don't know. What's wrong with you? Well, it sounds like an internal dilemma. I'm here for you. The whole cult is. Just get the long term, chill out, you'll be good. They must go ahead canceling laws changed. No joke. If someone is not offering, they got to have the credentials because laws changed. Yeah, I don't think they do, though. I mean, again, like, they offered it back in the day, but like Bank of America, this is October 21st, they announced they're no longer doing it. Most of them stopped around 08. I'm thinking, but I'll have to double check. But I mean, again, I would just look into what it is. But like I'm saying, think about the tax bill if someone's older trying to get a house and they're going to sell the other one. Yes, they gave the homeowner access to equity, no principal interest throughout the life, and so they could keep the house, still live in it. And a lot of people say, oh, well, doesn't the bank take the house? No. Like, even for a foreclosure, do you guys realize a foreclosure, the bank never takes your house? Foreclosure just literally means for sale. So the bank forces you to sell the house, pay off what you owe them, and then anything else, you get the difference. So, like, if the house was $1 million and you have a mortgage for 500 or a reverse mortgage for 500,000 and you can't pay it back, they will foreclose, force you to sell it, collect their 500,000. But if that house sells for $1 million, you still walk away with $500,000 in cash. That's where people don't understand foreclosure. They think, oh man, if I miss my payment, they're gonna take the house from me or my parents. It's like that doesn't happen. They just force you to liquidate, get their money back, and then that's it. Foreclosure is usually discounted, not in this market, Jake. Yeah, they just have to pay for it, pay taxes and insurance. Right now, you can sell anything at market value. Can they change the locks? No. And it usually would even take 6 months to 12 months. So it's converting equity into cash like Rewind. Yeah, it's only for people who are 55 and up. And then it's a reverse mortgage. So if you have more than 50% of equity, you could borrow up to 50, 60% of the house. So if it's $1 million, they'll give you $500,000 cash. And then the best part about it is that you don't have to pay the payment, but it's negative interest. So it's reverse interest, essentially. It's a negative amortizing loan. So then you don't have to pay any principal or interest, but then that gets added to your loan. And then when you pass, or if you want to, you just have to pay back the loan, and then that's it. But then it allows old people to live in their house, get cash out of their house so that they don't have to go work at Walmart. And then it lets them keep the house, live in it, have cash, and that's it. And so it's really good, but then some people don't like, again, people think it had a bad history in the 90s and the early 2000s. And again, it's all up to, you got to work, the lenders charge points. That's where it is. Like, the commissions on reverse mortgages are insane. That's why it's sketchy, because you could get a better or worse deal depending on where you go. But if you do lock it down and you get a good one, it's the best thing in the world for older people. Again, if I could qualify at the age I'm at, I would take it, but you can't. The age requirement's the number one thing. The heirs will have to refinance or sell. Yes, that's why some people are like, oh, well, if my parents pull out the equity, they were going to leave me the house. I don't get it. No, you're being selfish. One, your parent will get to live a better life because they'll have money, and then as long as the house holds its value, it will never go above like 60% of the value there. It might go to, like, it depends how long they negative amortize it, but for the most part, when it is time to sell, you either have to refinance to keep the house, or you could sell it, pay it off, and then you split up the equity with whatever's remaining. Look at that, a little fun one. Little fun little mini lesson there. PayPal to, oh wow, Pinterest. PayPal said to buy Pinterest. PayPal said to buy Pinterest. Oh, it only got me one? Oh, it only got me one. I said, give me 10 of them. Yo, PayPal to buy Pinterest. PayPal's dropping, Pinterest popping. I got one play on there. Oh my gosh. PayPal to buy Pinterest. Oh, I only got one? Yeah, I got filled on one. It halted. Oh! Did y'all see that? Oh, I got that one quick. I wanted 10 of them. It only gave me one. I was able to snake the chain finally. Wow. Oh, man. Which one did I get? I got 75 call. I got it for 60 cents. Damn, I got November. Yeah, I got a November. Bro, it was at 60 cents. I put an order in for 10. I mean, you watched it there, but there was only one on the ask. I got the snake the chain there. Bro, that one I didn't hesitate on that one. That's why I was like, shit, bro. Who posted that? No, it came up on Bloomberg. It literally came up as a fat red alert. Is Snap going up? Snap might rocket off that low key. Watch PayPal. PayPal's dropping. Yeah, Snap's coming up off that. Snap's going to benefit. Oh, shit. 70 a share? I'm clapped. Thank God I only got one. Oh, the only one that was available. So look, if it's 75. Oh, we'll see, though. We'll see. GG. It might go up in value. I'll have to flip that one out there. Yeah, Twitter, Snap's going up off of that now, too. Yeah, the spreads on all of those are widening. PayPal's still dropping. Why would they buy Pinterest? I mean, I don't know. Probably the data. The data, access to the women demographic. I don't know. That's a weird one, huh? They halted. We'll see, though. I hope it's higher than 75. No way they wouldn't take 75. I don't know. I feel like I just hope. That sucks. If I'm $5 out the money, I'll get clapped. Why would it go up if it's being bought? Because the news is coming out. It's like they're saying, okay, well, they're going to buy Pinterest. When that news came out, the stock's at $50-something. The report is saying $70 or more. If you own the shares, anything below, and they're going to buy you out, you're going to get paid $70. So usually buyouts run up. This one got halted instantly. I don't know how I even got the play in there, but now you're also getting the reality of it. If the offer is lower than $75, this play is going to be bunk. But we'll see when it opens up. You could buy shares. Yeah, buying shares would work exactly the same. Other social media stocks go up with it because now it's affecting the valuation. So if Pinterest gets bought out at a certain value, that's pretty much raising the enterprise value for some of these other names. That was crazy. That's a wild one. That's a wild one. We're going to see what happens. PayPal's going down even more. I did not make a play on that one. You might be able to. You might even be able to buy the dip on this one too, low key, if you're feeling really froggy. Yeah, PayPal's still dropping big. That's a weird one because, again, Pinterest is expensive even at that price, but it's like, why would PayPal want that? And the snap play bounced right back up off of that. That gave us some good vol. That's going to give some good volatility for the stocks. I need to cancel the 9. I thought I did. I got filled. Yeah, I canceled. Here's canceled. So I put in an order for 10 of them. I only got filled 1 at 62 cents. Yeah, I did. I did cancel it. Snap's fading off of it. I want to just see where they open up. No, I canceled it, so it won't fill me on the other 9. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Twitter's popping off that. Follow me on Instagram at the... Oh, there it is. It's at 63. Hold on. Did the prices update? No, they're still at 65 to $1. Someone just bought them for $1.20. I don't know. I might ride this one out. We'll see. We will see. It's still going up. I'm surprised. Pins good last earnings. Well, they did bad the earnings before that, which kind of made them a little bit of a discount, but we'll see. I mean, that news is just shocking. I can sell it out for 150 now, or we take the risk if it comes in higher than 75. If I could ghetto spread this, I'm going to take it. Or we could get 150 on it now. The weeklies went up 18K. Pins is still going. I just want to see how the premium. Now it's at 175. Yeah, PayPal might come back on that. Oh, yeah, look at Etsy, too. They're coming down a little bit. Let's see. I don't think there's nothing to ghetto spread it with. You see, there's no high bids. It's at 120. I mean, 100% there. We'll see. But did the offer? I want to make sure if it's higher than 75 or if it could lead to a little bit of a drama there with a higher offer, that's where we'll be good, or 70. But it's all over the place. PayPal's dropping, Snap. But, ladies and gentlemen, I need to go to the bathroom, and it is 8:30. We've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and move around, okay? Do some push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist's recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Blink. There it is. Well, we only got that one play. I mean, if you were able to snake it in there earlier, I mean, the play is still up at $160. Like, even though people are saying $70, I think there's a likelihood it could lead to a negotiation or something like that. I don't know if Pinterest will take that because usually, I mean, you have to realize, like, they were trading at $80. I mean, I don't know if shareholders will accept this and if it makes sense. So the premiums are still high. Again, I think that's just the volatility. So now the bids are coming back. 140 on that one we got. But get the body moving. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Okay? Let's go. Relax the shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Stop kicking your nuts with your left leg. Leaning to the right. Okay? Balance it out. No legs wrapped behind your computer chair. Just stand up. That's it. I can see activists. Well, I played $60 on it as much as I'd want to take the quick profit on here and just make like 100 something. I think I might be down to hold this and write it out, especially with like earnings, all that. And thankfully, I got enough time. That's the best part. I would have probably hit it big if I got the weeklies, but it is coming down now. How did you know I was leaning? It's natural, man. It's natural. If you don't, you got the posture, bro. We are in a daily battle with our posture. But yeah, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We post all the long-term plays there. Don't miss them. Don't miss them. It's right there. It's the first post. Pins halted. Did it get halted again on the downside? Shares could be good too, though, low key. I mean, if the offer's at 75, you could buy 100 shares. I mean, again, the question is going to be if, how or if they negotiate. PayPal's bouncing up right now. Love the Chad. Chad loves you, baby. That was fascinating. Again, just even in general, PayPal buying freaking Pinterest. Like, did anybody see that coming? I feel like that's like the weirdest couple ever. What's halted? Pinterest got halted. PayPal's still moving. Snapchat came back down. I don't know if Twitter's gassing. Twitter came back down here too. Snap came right back down. Yeah, Pins is halted on the downside. But I'm going to go to the bathroom, keep watch for this. I mean, it's probably going to create a lot more moves here. And that's enough to, that's definitely going to get some attention here probably for the next like 30 minutes to an hour. So watch out. That Etsy's holding up. That's a good one to watch. I feel like, yeah, Etsy at 229. Square's going to buy Bumble next. Ooh. Let's see. Oh. What's up, man? Melon? Moshe! Moshe Melman. Melman. They follow me. What's up, man? I see y'all. Show some love. I see y'all. You see, y'all got the long terms. They on the Instagram, mama. You know what I'm saying? It's great. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Just want you to know you're my favorite code. I hope UWMC buys Roblox. Pictures and finances equals NFTs. Oh. Huh. That could make sense, I guess. It's a very weird one. That was wild. It's still it. We'll see. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of back at first. First Bitcoin is 60 something, 66,000. And now we got Pinterest getting bought by PayPal. It's not confirmed yet. They said they're exploring. But damn, man. Hey, bro, Bitcoin's at 66,700. Ay. On my Tesla clapping the market thesis, I don't which one? Like back in the day, I think even then that's like I haven't talked on that in a while. I think it can, just because of how big it is. But even for this earnings, I just think it's going to be a pivotal earnings. Anyway, Tesla makes up a big portion of the S&P, and they're still up like what? Since 2020, they're up like a couple hundred, maybe in 1,000%. I don't even know. How many Corollas? A lot. It's done good. Etsy's still going. Pins is still halted. Snap came down. Twitter's still kind of holding up. You said that when they joined S&P, then got into crypto. Yeah. The level, Tesla's a piggy bank for a lot of people. So if that ever got threatened, that would be the problem. It's resumed. 60 plays have came back down 65 to $1 here. It's chilled out. And again, anything below 70 is the ones with the real premium here. I think that's it, but we'll watch how this plays out. Stop being pinch junkies, bro. This is like a crazy buyout news. It's exciting. We've talked about it for maybe 20 minutes. You're calling us junkies. And you post every day about Trump, and now we're okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just come on, be fair with everybody. We love you. That's all. You get to say what you want. We say what ours is. You know, the market's exciting. This is a lot of news here. That was fast news. You got it. You got the news before it was halted. There's enough time to barely sneak into play. I think Etsy's the real sympathy winner right here. Jan 70s are cheaper, yeah. I mean, anything above is going to be a little hard. That is the kicker there. Because they're either going to actually do the deal and negotiate, they're going to either accept it or they're going to just flat out reject it. But depending on how the situation plays out, it's going to change the the pricing of it. The call is up, but it's not like anything crazy. I think it's back. I can sell it 10 cents on the bid, $1 on the ask. It was going for like $2, and then it came back down here. So it's not too crazy. Now it's just like a little bit higher. PayPal coming down again. PayPal hitting another low. PayPal's going down because it's going to cost them money, and then it's probably going to cost them a lot. I mean, Pinterest is at a premium, you know, so it's a lot of money. And then, you know, how they're going to use that and what it would lead to, that's the question. Yo, where's Roblox? Yeah, well, if you're selling me $40 billion valuation for Pinterest, I feel like Roblox, I don't know. I don't know if they could find a way to use Pinterest. But Roblox is like, what, 75? No, Roblox is 40 billion. Interesting. January PayPal's 1103. It depends, and if that's what some people are speculating, but it's really hard to say why PayPal would want them. Suddenly, Roblox doesn't seem so expensive, and bro, again, 40 billion would be very, very expensive. Snap clap. Yeah, that was weird. That was weird. Those contracts very volatile. It's gonna make them even harder now too. Yeah, Hoodoo says acquisition potential. PayPal's exploring it. U.S. says China increasingly using economic coercion. Sell credit spreads on pins. You could. Only way you get clapped on selling like a call spread is if they do renegotiate and do a higher offer. I remember like KSU. So that's how KSU played out. KSU, Kansas City, they made a deal, and then they're like, okay, this much a share, and then they're like, well, we want more. And then they got more, and then a competitor came in, and then they're like, we want more. And then we want more. So that's how it could get affected. Otherwise, it could also get clapped too and kind of come back to normal. And they have earnings. Oh, Sam is like running, kind of just, he's playing the Squid Games at the bottom. Ford at 16. Again, Etsy, Twitter, Snap, Facebook kind of runners there off that Pinterest news. Bro, very low-key quiet. Is this completely clapped on Tesla, TLT? Did he short Bitcoin? Or did he short Coinbase? There was a report that said his Tesla play wasn't that big. But I know TLT, he has at least 100 million on. I can't find his option plays. His option plays don't show up as the stock plays. $300 million on TLT alongside TBT. You send him an email. Send him an email saying you're here if he needs support. Nah, he don't like me. It's okay. I don't expect people to like me. I thought me and him could relate, but then I was like, you're not even the real Batman. And I said, so like we both had weird expectations of each other. Just wouldn't work in the long term. Yeah, he opened TBT in March. Well, no, I think he's in the money. That's the thing, because some of them did hold up. I like you too. You're all right too. That's it. I didn't expect you to like me at first. That's all I'm saying. At first, I never really had the expectation that anyone's gonna be all nice and lovey-dovey. So it's good if we're friends now. I mean, that's you know the vibes. You know what I'm saying? We made it. We made it. That's just imagine like a new person comes in here, then they start hearing like Bible this, and then like they start hearing a couple voices. Then we give the fastest news in the world, and then we talk about it for 10 minutes. Since it's a breakthrough deal, they might not know how to react. So it's crazy. I read Burry closed his leverage bond plays and held the TLT short. Bitcoin's about to, it might go to 67. Canaan? Isn't this a Bitcoin play? I like Josh. He gets passionate at times about certain things. RJ, I appreciate that compliment, but like you're too bipolar for me, so I'm just gonna have to ban you, okay? Because I don't feel it. You know what I'm saying? You remind me of people in high school. I don't really get down like that. You know what I'm saying? I remember one day. I'll tell you a story in high school. I got my first car in high school. It was my second one because I flipped the first one to get this second car, right? And I got a Honda Prelude. I bought this Honda Prelude 1997. It was a piece of shit, but oh my gosh, I love this car. I love this car. It was like the greatest thing ever. It had leather in it. I had a Honda with leather in it. A 5th gen Prelude with leather in it. Oh, I was, you know what I'm saying? Had VTEC. Of course it had VTEC. And then I remember I showed one of my friends, and I showed my friend the car, and I was like super excited, right? And then, and then all he kept doing was opening up the door because the door would squeak. The door would squeak and go, so that he started. That's all he would do. I was so hyped on the car. That's it, and that's all he had to do. I was like, man, I remember that feeling back then. I was like, bro, are you serious? That's all? That's all you could say about this car? That's it? That's it? Mm-hmm. Did I clap him? No, at that moment I was young. I didn't understand how people worked. I get a little sad about it, but then he would still hang out with people. That's why I'm saying now as an adult, I understand people now, and I don't have to hang out with people like that. That's why you see what I'm saying? That's why you're not in high school anymore. You don't have to deal with if they ain't fully on your team, then that's fine. I mean, that's all you got to do. That's it. So it's good. That's how it says. It's a skill I've learned to develop, and I'm proud of it. Please tell me you had the shocker sticker on that. I did. My parents had no idea what it meant. I just said it's like a peace sign. God bless you, Stoke. God bless you, baby. Are the pot stocks going? They were going yesterday. I had that, and I had the JDM badge. The like yellow and blue like Pokemon looking badge. I had that on the windshield. And then I put an exhaust on it, bro. I was full Fast and the Furious. Y'all don't, y'all see the shit nowadays. Y'all, bro, I was totally Honda VTEC, a little fart can on it, bro. Oh, I was all about, yellow and green. Yeah, that one. Yeah, uh-huh. Oh, I was totally Fast and Furious, bro. I was like trying to save up to get like an air filter because I thought it'd make it like 5 horsepower fast, bro. I was, y'all have no idea. I was all about that life. All about that life. S2000. Oh, you were balling then. You were rich. S2000. We had S2000 dreams, man. I was like, what? I was like, that thing's like 15K. That's like 20K. I can't get an S2000. That was nice, bro. S2000. You were balling. Bank of America pop repurchase program. That's what Chad's saying. Let me confirm. Yeah, renewed $25 billion share repurchase. Might get some steam off of that, honestly. Lately, bank stocks are doing good. You might even be able to go for a sympathy. They're already up 75%, though. Some of the options are insane. What? What? Yeah, options are really, really high on that already. S2Ks are 40K now? Jeez. Those cars are so beautiful, though. Like, the S2K is like, if you can't like that car, you're a hater. That car is just beautiful. Did I have a body kit? Bro, I wanted a body kit. We just couldn't afford it at the time. That's all. That's all. The real ones know what I'm talking about. I would look at the car parts. I'd be like, if I get this body kit for like $2,000, even though I bought the whole car for $2,000. That's it. Again, the Honda Prelude, it cost me $2,700 when I bought it, and I got scammed. He sold it to me with a slipping transmission. So my first 6 months of that car, I literally would wake up in the morning and it would just slip gears and I think I got whiplash a couple of times. Yeah, he scammed the shit out of me. It was such a good. The car was like worth like $6,000, and he sold it to me for $2,700. I took it to a mechanic and everything. I was like 15 and a half or 16, and then I went and I took it in, and like it was perfect. But it happened when the car was heated up. So when the car was heated up, the gears wouldn't slip. But then when it was cold start, oh, the first 10 minutes of driving, you're slipping gears all day. I was like, man, he hustled me. He hustled the mechanic. He hustled everybody. The 96, the EKs and EGs, those are still fire. I get excited when I see any of these cars on the street. I was able to rebuild the car. I got the transmission rebuilt for like $800 from my dad's like Arab friend. He said, yeah, come on. I don't even know if he did a good job or not. And then I crashed the car, trying to be a speed racer. And I crashed the car. I had to replace the front fender, and then I sold the car for $6,000. So I doubled up. I doubled up on it. I got to drive it, blow the transmission, replace it, crash it, and then I still sold it for 100%. So I was like, all right, let's go. Let's go. So he didn't scam me too hard. The car was worth a lot, but it was just clapped. Nail. Bitcoin's about to hit 67. We got to play nail. I mean, lumber has skyrocketed already. It is a 3-time share, though. Just what's the weighting? Maybe go for a company related to that instead of the levered index. You think Fast and Furious combined with Midnight Club for all the hits on my driving record. Amen. What about steel? I like it. Materials in general. Be good. Do you think houses will ever be sold using smart contracts? Yeah. Eventually, it'll take a long time. But have you seen the escrow fees? I think I have it upstairs on the packet, bro. Dude, the escrow on one of these properties. I looked at it. I was like, what? I think they took like $2,200 for escrow, or at least like $2,000. I was like, what? So smart contracts can fix that, assuming the gas fees aren't high. That's the only downside. How do I stay patient in the market? Understand it's the ocean. So right now, you're like in the middle of a boat. You're on your financial journey, your destination. You're in the literal middle of the ocean. And you're like, how can I be patient? It's like you have no other option. You're on a boat. So make sure you got your supplies. You could always get supplies dropped to you, but just ride with the waves. Go with the wind. Learn how to navigate it, but you don't want to get too hasty at sea. And you don't want to do something that would leave you shipwrecked. You see? So it's like, enjoy it. I mean, enjoy it, get to work with it, but, it's a slow progression towards it. Like, again, even we talked about Bitcoin today. Obviously, it's going up in value, but like that was been my boat journey. Again, like I don't think it sucks because like right now you're living the moment. You're seeing Bitcoin at this high. You're talking about it. I can show you, but like go look at my YouTube channel. Go look at videos 4 or 5 years ago on Bitcoin. Talk about patience, right? You gotta be on that boat. Find a way to stay alive, and like we said today, little by little. That's all you got to do. You slowly work towards it. It's understanding what real faith is in a weird way, and I'm not even talking religious. Just saying, there's a process involved, and that's where a lot of people, you got to get used to it. And I'll tell you this right off the bat, it's very simple. I mean, this controls a lot of things. Expectations. What are you expecting when you make an investment? When you're trading, when you're sitting here, what are you expecting? That's why I love the long term, and shout out to people who are here to they got their eyes open, they're ready to take advantage of opportunity today, next week. We'll take those, but at the same time, it's like if you're really embedded and understand, yes, I could do stuff here right now and today, but I'm also on a bigger boat that's going somewhere. I got my long term. I'm not expecting the bulk of my wealth and success to come from a day or a weekend. You see what I'm saying? It's going to happen over a succession of small good decisions that are going to add and compound into something massive. Yes, Ethereum breaking out here before Bitcoin. Where's Coin? And then Pinterest chilling out. CNBC hitting Pinterest round 2. Coinbase chilled out 313. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. HOD means high of the day. See Coinbase Pro. I have it up on the other. Because I'm watching it compared with Beto and the other one, Coinbase. But there's Bitcoin about to hit 67. Ethereum has topped the high of the day here, $44,078. Everything's good. Everything's going up great. $6K in student debt senior year. Do you have any tips how to approach it? Well, right now it's not charging you interest, and I don't think it's going to charge you interest till then. Try to pay down as much as reasonable. But it's not going to be something that'll kill you too much. But I think if you have a nice plan to just get on the debt, tackle it month by month, you should be good with it. It's not something where it's going to be, high interest and clap you in high balance. But, it's just keep it in mind. A nice plan, maybe a double up on what you want it to be. I made the Uber earnings play a couple days ago. Got clapped with that back and forth. Yeah, student, it's usually low interest, and then I'm pretty sure you have like a year after you graduate before it starts charging you interest. Correct me if I'm wrong. I started making money when I stopped day trading, took my hands off the wheel. I was getting in my own way. Hey, man, find the balance. But a lot of us get in our own way. Like I said, most people, if they just bought something and turned off the computer, they would probably do better than watching it all the time. He said, I'll be knocking myself out. Didn't realize how much I love the long term. Only started 2 weeks ago. Oh, yes. You have yet to even see it then. That's the beauty. Good, get excited about it now, but I mean, again, I don't think anybody imagined that it would do what it has done. And yeah, we did, but it happened faster than expected. And then you see how it plays out. You know, before you know it, you will get to own something that will still be able to make you $1,000 a day once you build it up to that point, or at least a couple $100. I mean, that's the key. All just depends, but slowly but surely. Can you email, let me lose to the lamb? I don't know what that means, my friend, but I didn't get an email. So tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Evergrande's plan to sell property division collapses. Sounds a lot like Lehman in South Korea. Again, Bank of America, they had that stock buyback, $25 billion. There's already before that. Amazon will expand the tool to all sellers. Testing PDT Opportunity Explorer in the beta program. I don't know what that means. I don't think it's PDT. Amazon's announcing something. Search analytics dashboard. They're probably third-party sellers with insights on search and products. Oh, wow. Hedger. You dirty dog. Look at this. He have an S. Bro, this look like Fast and the Furious. Bro, this looks like literally Need for Speed Underground. Look at this. That's clean. I would totally. I like that. I like it a lot. With the hard top. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's clean, dude. I like that a lot. That's literally, that picture is just Need for Speed right there. That's Need for Speed Underground. Tilray again. Yeah, it wants to make a second pop. He's got 10 grand under the hood of that car. Don't get distracted. That's funny. I just brought a flashback. I remember when I actually, never mind. I'm not gonna give y'all these stories too much. I have another funny childhood story now. Now that I thought about that, it reminded me of the Fast and the Furious. I'll tell you later. It's a funny one. Just remind me of the Need for Speed book. Yeah, come on. What? Day trading the SPY along with swing terms. There's nothing wrong with, I mean, day trading, like I'm saying, with the whole like long term holding, all of that. It's like, why do you think we show up here? I mean, Pinterest comes out, something comes out. I mean, that's it. And someone said it yesterday, and I don't think a lot of people realize it. Like, the best part of, like, trading is insane. Like, trading is insane. The fact is, quite simply, you could be down the whole year, and one trade could change everything. Literally. It doesn't mean, I hope you don't go chasing a pipe dream, but it's just to understand that, like, anything could happen. It could happen big. It could happen small. It could happen quick. It could happen slow. But, you know, there's those opportunities, and we're going to be there. It's like, yeah, you could trade the damn SPY, but it's just like, are you doing it 7 days a week? You know, 5 days a week, 50 different times. Like, you know, are you waiting for? You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, and that's how I kind of play my game here, is that, you know, I'm gonna get the news faster. You know, that's it. We have everybody here on game. We got people looking. We are gonna get that quickly. We will be able to react. We have certain skills and experience that will help. But it's like, when the moment arises, it's gonna arise there. Sometimes, like earnings, those offer opportunities, everything. You know, it's kind of slowly but surely. It's like, you can trade. Nothing's wrong with that. But it's just making, you know, don't get in the way of yourself and don't get lost in the sauce. You know what I'm saying? That's all it comes down to. So if you could do that, I mean, whether it's day trading the SPY or not, just have a strategy with it. But then you know, what opportunities are you going for? What's the like driving factor behind your actions? What is making you do something? Like, why are you trading it? What are you hoping to achieve from it? And that's what you got to ask yourself for it. But, for me, it's kind of sitting here every day. We got to increase the filter to sift through opportunities until the right one comes here. But then it's not like I'm saying just sit here and wait for an opportunity. That's why we're investing in other assets and long term and all of that. Like, at the end of the day, there's been a lot of different opportunities, success, failure this year. I got clapped on a lot of, bigger plays there, but then I look at the long term, that got to work for me. I bought to buy other assets at the beginning of the year. They're making up everything, and then the opportunity to even hit a fat swing trade, it's still always going to be there. It's letting the opportunity come there. So you could do what you need to do. You could trade as much as you like, but just make sure you know why you're doing it and what financial goal are you trying to achieve from there. And then I'll tell you, if you could eliminate one or two extra shots, that right there could also be a good game changer. If you could just avoid one extra trade, that would have, started hurting you a little bit. United Air says fuel prices rising due to strong economies. Dude, everybody's been saying this now. How do you feel about that? Do you guys agree that prices are high because of demand? Are shelves empty because of demand? And is oil expensive because of strong economy? That's what I've heard. That now that United said that, that's what Saki said yesterday, and then now United saying that right now. Yes, no, no, no. Yes and no. Yes, absolutely not. High demand. Prices stay high because of demand. Supply chain. I don't see empty shelves. That is true. Prices will stay somewhat elevated. Lack of supply. Econ 101. Well, no, even then, I mean, it does. You got to adjust. There's supply side economics, but then the demand curve, you could have a shift in that. How we have strong demand when jobs are low? Not strong economy, but inflection. Why market be bullish if it wasn't positively priced? 100%. It's packing house issues. The oil is being dumped to create false shortages. Common sense tells me no, we need a lower demand. There could be two truths. Demand can be high and supply could also be low. Ooh, you little economist. Hell yeah, I like that answer. I do think it could be a mix of both. I think it's all could. I'm a little bit more on the supply side, but I do also, again, demand is definitely playing into this situation here. People are excited. Consumers haven't rejected prices even after UAP expired. The gap between producers' price and consumer price says it all. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Good discussion. GBRK. Sonos is popping too. Check Sonos. Sonos, and someone said GBRK. David Einhorn warns of dangerous inflation as he ups Sonos long. David Einhorn increases Sonos position, I think. If you look at real unit labor costs compared to consumer price index, is scary. I think producers are trying to swim in front of inflation rather than chase it. Any construction loans for multi-units? I mean, there's a loan for everything. It all just depends on the project and how much you're going to be able to come up with. That was right after earnings with Sonos. There's just a news headline that came out of it. Market update. Bitcoin ETF means more volatility for a volatile asset. The Bitcoin ETF adds liquidity to the market for crypto by giving investors a regulated and accessible way to invest. Liquidity could turbocharge moves in both directions as algorithm trading and ETF takes hold. Yesterday's ProShare Bitcoin launch was the second most traded ETF with more than 24 million shares changing hands. That launch is fueling momentum with Bitcoin now hitting new highs at 66,000. The next focus is the 123.6 Fibonacci level. Oh, dude. No one told me Bitcoin is getting a Fibonacci, dude. Oh, I should talk about Awaken Fib right there, dude. The next focus is the 123 Fibonacci near 73,000. But if the rally in Bitcoin stalls, this influx of liquidity could just as easily send prices much lower. So despite the record highs, even ARK's Invest Kathy Wood is taking a wait-and-see approach for now. Oh, dude. You know, Kathy's even like, oh, dude, it's not innovative enough just yet, dude. You know, Kathy's like, let me slow down my innovation, dude. Let's wait and see for innovation. Oh, dude. She's like, let a little, you know, get a little perp skirp in there. You know, get a little patience, dude. And then we'll see if the Fibonacci gonna hit it or not. Yeah, Kathy's totally not fibbing on the Bitcoin right now. Oh, big fib energy, dude. Oh, yeah. Totally. Oh, yeah. Kathy sold coin at 250. Did she? I think she still has a big stake, though, right? House prices going up, but Zillow and Redfin trending down. Would you think these two would bounce in the near term, maybe after earnings? They could, but sometimes that happens with the real estate stocks. I mean, they don't necessarily trade with the real estate market, more or less. So that's the issue. How many houses do I have? I have enough. I mean, the simple strategy I will tell you guys. I like what Rich Dad Poor Dad says. Very simple. You know, 3 houses in a hotel. That's what you want to go for. So that's enough houses is what you need. So I've been building a real estate portfolio for a while now, but it's you know, you only need enough is what I will say. PayPal wants to be a major player. They bought their way into social media. Best merger of the year. Do I have a hotel? Kind of. It's I have a big multi-unit. I have a very large multi-unit side of it. You know, I do buy a lot of single family, but I have built a lot of multi-family, like 6 to 10 units and more, in one lot. Intel creeping up. Airbnb. I got a couple Airbnbs too. Those do the job. That I'm telling you, the Airbnb, I cannot get enough of it. I cannot get enough of it. Not the stock, but as well as just in general. I want to see. That's why I want to see their earnings, and I hope this travel trend continues in the next year. Still holding those knots, yeah. Property. We talked about it yesterday. Just pretty much someone to deal with the renters, screen them, collect rent, get maintenance, do any of that stuff. And then they take a portion, so then that way you don't have to handle it. Like my Airbnb, I don't do any. Like I've walked into that house one time, and I've never talked to a guest ever. And that thing it runs on autopilot. People buy it. People book it out. The cleaners come. They talk to the manager. If there's any repairs, you know, if they want to add something to the house that it needs, they'll do that. And then same thing with the long-term rentals, but it's just less active. That's it. You know, if a toilet breaks, they call them, and then that's it. Ethereum hitting a new high. Bitcoin finally chilled out. It might be Ethereum's turn. the managers. I talked about it in that video with Airbnb. You contact other ones, or you can find someone in the area, or you could let your friend try it. I mean, it's up to you, really. But usually I find mine through people who have successful Airbnbs, and there's a lot of people who do it for a living. And I reach out to them if I need that in an area, and they do it. So yeah, I have an account with the Superhost, but my properties get listed under somebody else's name. So that's why I'm saying I give them the whole property. So they list it on their account. So I have this one lady, she has like 10 or 15 clients, and she just lists all of their properties on her account. So she has thousands of reviews, all of that. She's Superhost. She built a business. That's it. It's just like what I told you guys. Like, some of you can do this right today. A lot of you can reach out to homeowners, Airbnb rentals, and say, hey, let me manage the property. And you start to handle the nitty gritty. You build up an Airbnb account. You could do this for a living. I mean, my lady makes $500, $1,000 a month off of me, and that's one client. How do you get started with 0 clients? Well, everybody start asking people. Super easy. That's it. Or go find one rented and like, hey, I'll do this. Or maybe you can find someone who has too much business and they could give you some, but you'd be surprised. I mean, contacting people, or go find an Airbnb that only has a couple reviews that's not doing good and say, hey, let me manage it for you. I'll make this easier for you. And then if you know more about the system and how it works, it gets even better. No news on GLSI. I'm surprised we haven't heard that one. They've been slowly edging down right now, or lately. Remember, they were at like $48. Minnesota wants rent restriction. What do you think it'll affect our market? Are long-term rent restrictions or short-term? But usually it has an effect. It just depends on the area, though. So, like some places in LA, they've had that for a long time. Any plays? I have the one that was in the money. That one fell out. That dropped. The put dropped 15%, so $100 on that one, and then the other one dropped $1,000. But now I had gain, so I'm only down $300. So remember, I was up like $700 on this Netflix call. I mean, I'm only down $300 after earnings. Not too bad. Hopefully it maintains. How can I buy property without any money? So this is where it gets interesting, because like you can do it. If you get a good deal on paper and you could get a deal with instant equity, you don't need any cash. But then I saw what somebody tagged me in something, and they're like, hey, Josh, can you explain this without me buying a $15,000 course? I said, yes, but I didn't type it out. I'm talking about it now. There's like, because I saw this one thing, it was like, you buy this house, like 250 grand, says you get other people's money, so you don't need any cash. That's what they say. And then the remodel is like 50 grand, and then the bank gave you that too. So there's ways you could pull that off, but you need cash up front. So let me, I might have too much of my info. I just did a deal like this, like literally a week ago, where there's a property and it's just OPM. So you needed to put down 15%. So in this case, with everything else, it came down to like, what? I think the down payment was like $131,000. So you needed $131,000. Snap's getting clapped. No, Snap. You could work this scenario anywhere. So just listen to what I'm saying here, because this is how it worked. So technically, you needed $120,000 to do this deal, right? But then, since it's like a flip type of loan here, they gave me back $150,000 in cash to renovate the property. So do you see what happened? I got the house paid for, and I got the money to do the loan, or to do the repairs. The money I spent on the loan was pretty much given to me back through the repair costs, so I could go repair it. So essentially, in that case, it's kind of like all OPM. I had to put money down, but I got it back to put the repairs in there. So that's like a way you could do it. Otherwise, you just need something with really, really good equity. But you are going to need some sort of capital if you're going to do like a flip. If you have a wholesale, you don't need any money at all, but you just need to secure the property at a low price. It's flipping the contract. So it's like pseudo OPM is what I was trying to explain with that. That's where like some people will show that. They'll say, oh, I'm using other people's money. But sometimes they'll do deals like that where you could get back more than you put down for the loan for repairs and stuff like that. And it's essentially, you know, your money up front's not there. OPM stands for other people's money, like the bank. That's why it's good. You want to do that, leverage. I'm confused and broke. Well, let's get you educated, and you will no longer be confused, and then you will no longer be broke. We got you. Not to be confused with OPP, yes. You know me. I got 3 homes under contract. If you want the info, yeah, shoot them over and let me know how much you want or how much you have it under contract for. Because somebody sent me one the other day, but they never gave me a price, so I didn't really know. You buy an NYC. I buy anywhere. I mean, it just all depends on the number. If it's out of state and it's not in California, I'm going to be more conservative. And again, usually if I don't want it, I'll tell you I won't, or if I don't even respond. But usually if it's a good enough deal, I mean, I'll let you know what you could get for it. And if it's good, I'll take it usually. Ether 41. Bitcoin staying chilling. How are you finding properties with equity right now? It's just slower, but it happens. I'm just patient. That's the strat. I remember I said that like 6 months ago when I ran through one set of deals, but I just said, you know, all you got to do is just it's simple as just waiting. You only need one home run every quarter, if that. When it comes to real estate, even once a year. Because, again, if you really wait, you search and let these opportunities come. But you have to make sure you're searching. Again, I'm out there every single day, every single weekend for all last couple years. But if you do that, you'll be surprised. You get one good deal. That's enough to it'll even be enough for the year. But they're there. Again, a lot of people just aren't. I think a lot of people have preconceived notions and they're not looking as much. And then it's just very easy to get discouraged in this market. Would you go half through the whole transaction? If you could put up half the money and it's a good deal, that's like, if it's a good deal, I'm down. Like if you have a property under contract for 200 grand and we could reasonably sell it for like 450, I'll split that with you. And then if it's going to be what, 200 grand, 20%, 40 grand down. We'll need like 40, 50 grand to get the loan with repair costs. If you could put up 25 and then there's that much equity in it, I'm totally down. Those deals, it's all based on the price that the house is secured at and what we could reasonably, sell it for. But a short sale, as long as the bank will approve the price for that short sale or whatever you have it at. How are you buying so far under the appraisal? It's just seeking out like opportunities. Like, and even then, a couple of deals that I did this year, I made a lot of money on new builds, and that was just because I was active on them. I would scour these new builds, And right when somebody would cancel, I would buy them, sight unseen, just because I knew some of the areas in the property. And then I had friends who worked in there, and they were able to give me priority on houses. And then the other ones, I got one on the market below appraisal, but that was the Airbnb. They didn't understand the rental market there. And that's why I just bought it what they were asking for, but it ended up appraising higher and it was worth more. And then a couple deals, 2 or 3 more, people just wanted to get out of the house. They knew it was worth money, but they also knew it needed work, and they just needed to get out of it real quick, and we just helped them out with it. Cone likely to be acquired. Cone. Oh, well, yeah. Cone, I brought this up. No, this Cone had a buyout thing the other day, actually. That one could be real. I'm in Ohio. I bought a house in Ohio a week ago. Ohio has really good deals. You have like instant cash flow on a lot of them. How do you wholesale? You ask somebody if they want to sell their house, and they'll say yeah or no. They say yeah, you ask them how much they want, or you let them know you can make an offer, and then that's it. And if they say yeah, and the offer is reasonable, you send me an email, or you can find another investor, and then that's it. That's what happened with the last one. Some Chad, he found me a house. He found it. The people said yes. He got them. He's like, what do I have him do? He got them the contract. We told him everything out for there. We even told him how to sell it first because we didn't want it. And then I started looking at it a little more, and I was like, I'll take this one. Very, very simple. No, that wasn't Mumu. It was Jonathan Garcia. Never forget that name. He did good. It was his first ever wholesale. They're like, we sent him the contracts. He didn't know how to. He just had somebody who said yes, and the house was a perfect flip where the seller wanted to get out of it. There was enough equity to do something. It was already rented, so it was a very good scenario. I just don't like it. That one, that's what I'm saying. If you wait for those and those come along, it's really, really good. Water. Is wholesaling multi-units and single the same? Kind of. As long as it's not above 5 units. So find the house, show it, and come up with the offer. The best thing to do is ask them what they want for the house. Get them to say what they want, so then that way you know. Like, it's just very simple. You want to sell your house? They say, yeah, how much you want for it? They'll give you a number and say, all right, give me your number, I'll get back to you. And then because then that way it's fair and reasonable too. It's not like you need to give them see what they're looking for in general, and then that's what we usually do. We see if we could help them out. It's like, okay, well, if we can't give you that amount of money, you probably make more here. If you want us to give you a real estate agent, do whatever it is. But the easiest way to do it is just go in and ask someone if they say yes, see what they want, and that's it. Going on. And yes, there's a real estate call tonight. That's a lot of real estate agents. There's a couple flippers, but again, Jonathan was through the he's been on the real estate calls. He was even there. I gave him a shout out on there. I got to show up. He got to explain it a little bit. It was cool. Buy home at 250 to appraise at 259 is it considered low risk? It's like a normal loan, essentially. Every house will have to appraise at what it's at. Email coatrealestate@gmail.com. And we'll email you the code. It's free 99, my friend. Anybody could come. Yes. Yes, always. Ransomware group targets largest candy corn maker. Wow. They're coming after Halloween, too? They like, you want to sell this candy corn before Halloween? You better pay us 10 million Bitcoin. I said Bitcoin, not candy corn. Airbnb came back. Passed my real estate exam under an hour on Monday. Study hard to play hard, baby. On. Congratulations. That's exciting. It's good, man. First time pass. We love it. We love it. Gaining some steam. PayPal offered 70 a share, mostly in stock to buy Pinterest, but final price and terms may change. Then Pinterest just got clapped, though, all the way back down. That play is now at $62. That play came down. Womp, womp, womp. So there's a $10. Even then, it's still trading at a pretty wide spread. 60 with a 70 offer. Democrat Neil says 10,000 bank reporting threshold is appropriate. Oh, yeah. If you guys know that, they're going to change the 6,000 to the 10,000. But the fact that 10,000 already exists, I just don't trust them. Honestly, at this point, I've lost faith in that system. As far as I forgot. That was an update yesterday. A lot of people pushed back on the $600 thing. Yeah. So now they're saying 10,000, but it's already at 10,000. I feel like they're just going to change that number, but everything else is going to stay. You see it's already at 10K, so it doesn't make sense. It just seems it just seems really, really sus. Yeah, I think it's just trying to get it in the door, and then whatever happens from there, it just so people stop saying, oh, wait, you're doing this, but it's like it's already at 10K. So it's like, what do you mean we're agreeing at 10? It's already at 10K. Playboy launches new NFT Rabbitars. Playboy popping off the NFTs. Wow. 6% pop. Well, people don't know. They might. Again, just like, we've talked about credibility with the Fed, and that's why I just think in the last almost year now with how things have kind of played out, I think a lot of credibility has been lost in certain areas as far as the lawmaking and kind of the objectives there. So that's why I think it's just hard for me to really see what, I feel like what's going on with that plan. It's just not. There's something up with it, and now to even change the number to the number it's already at when you're going 600 and then it's a headline number essentially. That's why I think it's very, very interesting. Pins, is it going up again? That was a big pop. I'm surprised Airbnb came back up. Sava under investigation. SPEC. Sava, little candle on that. See how that plays out. Netflix slipping. Yeah, they gave up a little bit early on. They had their opportunity to kind of run. But the post-earnings move is going to be interesting. So many pops and jobs. There's quite a bit. And again, that Pinterest news, exciting. Playboy, paying homage to founding year 1953, will release 11,953 unique Rabbitars, 3D Rabbit, and NFT, inspired by Playboy's iconography, heritage, and lore. What the hell? When are they going to add UW? Probably after a year. Maybe by December. HC up 0.4. Bitcoin and ETH kind of coming down, but they're still very, very high here today. We'll see if it gives time for the altcoins to run now. GME, and what about AMC too? AMC, but we're a little behind. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. You got long-term plays on the Instagram. Y'all still sleeping. Oh, don't play me. Don't. When? As a 7 portfolio, Nelson Peltz. Going heavy on Wendy's. They had a big earnings last quarter and haven't moved since there, so that's actually pretty surprising there. Remember, this one got hyped. But that's popping now. Like we said, follow me on Instagram. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Wow. Then, ladies and gentlemen, some of you sitting here with nerd neck. You got to fix that nerd neck. Drop the shoulders. Okay? Drop the shoulders, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Boom. You look good. I ain't gonna lie to you. You look really good right now. Like, you look really good. You look taller. Wow. So do that. Relax, man. No one's attacking you. Fix your body. Don't mangle your posture. Okay? If you're sitting there with your legs wrapped behind your computer chair right now, you're clapping your body. Legs in front of you. Feet flat. You should not be kicking your nutsack with your left leg, with your right leg sticking out as you lean towards your mouse. Oh, how do I know? How do I know? Because you're destroying your body with no shame. It's okay. We still love you. Just stand up for a little bit. Get moving. Get moving. Oh, then relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Wow, feels great. Bowen mini pop. Yeah, looking good. Up 1.2. They slowly clawed away here. I got to do some resistances here. Woo. Pins pop again. KULR Bitcoin mining. KULR. Oh. Woo. It's good. Checking in during lunch break. Enjoy the day, you too, baby. KULR. Cooler Technologies. Yeah, pop here. Bitcoin mining play. That's what Chad is saying. All righty. Let's get our market wrap here. It's already 9:30. Stocks inch towards record as traders mull recovery. S&P 5 rally continues after mixed corporate crypto gains surge past all-time highs. U.S. equities continue their rally into a sixth day, putting the benchmark S&P within the reach of an all-time high. S&P gained 0.4 as traders weighed company earnings against risks from inflationary pressures. Verizon and Anthem were higher after better-than-expected results. Meanwhile, Novavax plunged on another vaccine delay, and Netflix was lower after an underwhelming outlook. Tesla Inc. will report after market close. The gains came on the heels of S&P 500's best start to an earnings season in the last 2 years, with the index gaining around 3.6% in the first week. Solid corporate results have helped counter concerns stemming from elevated inflation, driving stocks higher. Elsewhere, crypto shares also rose as Bitcoin surged past a record. What we see in earnings season that's likely to be more volatile than the last several, said Beta Kerr, co-head of investment strategies at Bernstein Private Wealth. The past couple of quarters have seen earnings expand 45% year over year, whereas consensus estimates for 2022 is a more modest 9% year over year, she explained. Now, that's still positive, she said, and that's one of the fundamental underpinnings that's really driving the equity markets forward. So that's a good point there. Ooh. The yield of the 10-year Treasury note was little changed as corporate earnings has taken some of the spotlight away from the concerns about stagflation. The combination of lower growth and higher inflation, still clouds are gathering over the economic recovery in the face of higher energy costs, global supply chain bottlenecks, and reduced central bank support. The dollar continued to weaken against major peers on Wednesday as traders increased bets. Central banks around the world will raise interest rates to combat price pressures before the Federal Reserve. Oil reversed losses to trade higher in New York after inventories fell, and base metals declined after China launched a blitz of measures to tackle the energy crisis. Elsewhere, congressional Democrats made headway in breaking a stalemate on the president's multi-trillion-dollar tax and spending package. The market is very much testing how equipped companies in the rest of the economy are able to manage this type of transition, where we have less aggressive Fed, less supportive fiscal policy, and more normal levels of economic growth, said Kara Murphy, chief investment officer at Kestra Investment. There are definitely concerns out there, but for now, risk assets seem to be brushing off those concerns. In Europe, food and beverage companies rose after Nestle and Deliveroo forecast faster growth, while retailers fell after Kering reported slowing sales at Gucci. In Asia, equities were mixed as traders continue to monitor the debt woes of China's real estate developers. China Evergrande Group said it has terminated discussions to sell the property management arm and asked that its shares resume trading in Hong Kong on Thursday. Hot dog. But that is your market wrap so far. So we talked about a lot of it today. Again, hopefully you're seeing that, what we're discussing to explain the market here. I mean, it doesn't really diverge too heavy from some of the analysts that are watching. I mean, there's a lot of things going on here in the market, but, we know how to keep our hands full if you've been watching. Again, inflation, oil, economic growth, earnings, the tapering, and everything else going on overseas, and then just margin expectations, more or less, when it comes down to earnings and inflation. And then crypto, yes. Don't forget to tip your waiter. Okay. Yeah, they terminated this guy. I think that's going to be great. What's the winning news is that David Einhorn has a 7% stake in it, and then Cooler, KULR, they started going up there. Coin is moving again. Oh my gosh, yes. 314. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. If we get it again, like I said yesterday, a close above 308, we're probably going to close up there. But now, if it does just go even higher and higher, that'll be great. Or is it Nelson Peltz? Not. Oh, when is Nelson Peltz? My bad. Who is Einhorn? Einhorn was Sonos, excuse me. GE jumps to session high. Yo, check GE news. Check news on GE. That's a popper. Not all I've seen is it jumps to session highs. CNBC. Oh, because that thing's moving. The media mentioned Bank of America, I think, is still going up off the buyback news. That Nelson Peltz, he said GE, and there's nothing more bad you could do to the company. GE is turning around. 3M pop. It could all be related to the CNBC stuff right now if they're all kind of moving. Bro, Airbnb, low-key, woke up. The thing was looking ugly. But it looks like it's holding up here until the next leg of earnings, and then it'll probably, hopefully, have an earnings run-up. Coca-Cola says Coca-Cola investors will be pleasantly surprised over time. Yeet. That's a position I want more of, but I think we're already up like 20% on it. We had a small long one on the beginning of the year. We got to grab it on the lower end of the chart here, so that's nice. Airbnb goes crazy. It does. It's just been relaxing, a lot of earning volatility, inflation. You know how the people are, you know? Tesla requested meeting between Modi. That's the president of India. That didn't have an effect. PayPal's still dropping. Pinterest kind of elevated. We know the people. Yeah, that's India. Modi. Out the money be I mean, it all depends on the deal, whether Pinterest accepts it or not. If they accept it at 70, any contract at 70 or higher is totally clapped. But if they say they want more money, if there's different back and forth, they could still go up. But if the deal comes in at $70, anything at 70 strike or higher is literally become worthless, because you have to think about it. Why would anybody pay more than, even if you bought a contract at $70 and they get bought out at 70, you paid premium. So that means it's not going to go, it won't go you already know it won't go any higher than 70 no matter what. 23andMe CEO says won't prioritize insurance reimbursement. Microsoft made an offer for 90 in for pins. Why does that sound very familiar? Square is Jack Dorsey. I don't know if PayPal. I don't think PayPal is Square. I think there's some link, I want to say, but I think Snap earnings is going to be good. It could be like Netflix where it's good, but it might be, priced in, and obviously fourth quarter guidance, but I don't think Snap is going to get hit with the same sort of impact the ad stuff had on like companies like Facebook. "23andMe, who's buying the info?" Yeah, the people have talked about that leading to insurance stuff. I just don't even care. I don't want to know anything about my DNA. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even want to know. I don't want to find out anything. I don't want to look into it. I'm here. I'm alive. I mean, man, that is good enough for me. How am I not interested in DNA? This is pretty simple. Like, you're not interested in condensation and how it works? That's nah. I'm just not. I'm not that like sciencey, and like I just, I'm just blessed. I just feel grateful to be here. I wouldn't want to like, bro, what if I found out I'm like not even human? That'd be crazy. I'd be like, no. I'll be like, why am I? This makes no sense. U.S. will look ridiculous if they show up with nothing. Biden could be weakened at Glasgow. Clean energy. Oh, I forgot about that. So the world, they're like meeting. A lot of the world leaders are meeting to discuss climate change. And are you ready? You're going to have a new bill. The proposed offer so far, the current quote on the price for clean energy, our clean energy goals overseas, because America, we don't want to just do it here. We want it in other countries. So that it's came out to like another, I think, $980 billion just for clean energy for other countries. So again, this is just all related to that 150 trillion we talked about. Pins, shoot, it's getting up there. What if you're 60 years old and you told your doctor you could have prevented an illness if you knew you were genetically predisposed to something? I would have told him a more fati, and I'll be like, how long do I have to live? If he gives me a low number, then I might start doing shrooms. Other than that, I would just be like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like, bro, like my, you should see what I've, like, I don't know. If my dad hasn't, God, thank God, my dad hasn't been clapped. But, like, I've seen that man, like, I don't, like, genetically, like, I don't know how, like, I've seen this guy eat, like, full meals off the floor that he dropped. I've seen him, like, just do just the nasty. All he has is, like, a little bit of high blood pressure. And he don't even, like, get mad or anything. So I'm like, damn, God is good. That's crazy. It's crazy. He really is built different. I'm telling you. I've seen this man eat, like, old beans, like, food that's just been left out for, like, 2 weeks. He'd be like, it's good. What do you mean? He said he's good. No, it tastes fine. Then he called me soft. I'm like, dude, no. I would have diarrhea. I said, I can't do that. He said, no, it's good. Very good. Yeah, my dad smells expired milk. Is like, it's good. Oh, yeah, I've seen my dad do that. He said, no, the date is just, that's what they tell you. It's fine. Look. I've seen that many times. Oh, my gosh. Fool? Yes, Fool. Oh, my, bro. I hate him. That's all I would eat in the morning. That's all we would get. Fool. My dad and mom, that's all they would give us. On most mornings, we would get a pita bread filled with beans. I'm telling you, they say fool. Oh, fool. That was my dad's favorite food. I was like, that's your favorite? I was like, this is prison food. You eating beans and bread every day, no cheese. Maybe a little cheese sometime if you're feeling, throw a couple olives there too, but oh man. I'm surprised somebody knew that. That's great. Yep, you know it. You fool, bro. Fool. Yeah, fool is beans. Mm-mm-mm. Not falafel. No, that's hard. Falafel takes a lot of work. Pins is still going up. Coin 315 and then came down or right under it. Kramer said he'd buy PayPal. Yeah, nice. Didn't they just buy it? He just bought into PayPal on the little investing fund thing, they said. What do I think Satoshi is doing right now? Government activities. Satoshi is the CIA. Tinfoil. That's still like the age-old tinfoil, but it's still so possible that nobody realizes. That could be it. What's his one? I forgot who said it. Some real big businessman said it. I forgot who it was. Oh, it's totally possible. That y'all really want like tinfoil that is just like on the line between like reality and total conspiracy. It's that right there. Bitcoin was made by the government, or the CIA. It was sanctioned by the government. Easy. Come on, y'all mean to tell me in a world of hacking, leaking, ransomware, some dude in 2007, I've been able to keep my face off the internet for a long time and all that, but like, come on. Like, that's like, for that long, oh, that's what people said though. That you have to factor in that probability that that Bitcoin is whether it's United States or not, it could be a government sanctioned, type of thing. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. No, it wasn't Jamie Dimon. I think it was not Sam Zell. It was somebody crazy. He's a little wacko. He's not like, he's kind of crazy. Oh my God, TLT. Holy shit. That's the bond. Oh, that's the 2 month. Or the 2 year, excuse me. Allotted at the high. 97.19, draw 2.1 versus 2.075 when issued. So it went up like a quarter point. Quarter point on the short term. It's a wild move, but it's not like crashing right now. That's just the bond auction on the short term. The 2 year, that's what I've been saying. The yield curve has been getting clapped. The 2 year has been going up. And then now the 20 year. Oh, the 20 year, excuse me. The 2 year was 2.1. The 20 year was, no, it says 2. Oh, excuse me. I read that wrong. It's the 20 year. I read it as 20 months. It's not McAfee. I believe it. I don't think it's 10. It's very possible. Like, in back of my mind, I have not ruled it out as a possibility that Bitcoin is a government-backed coin. Some government. Again, just think about it. Like, what was made in 2007 that is still like relevant in a like technologically speaking? TLT Chicla Pena. Yeah, it was Pena who said that. Mm-hmm. The iPhone. Yeah, look at your iPhone now. Go look at iPhone 3G. They would have taxed it from the gate. Why? I don't think you would have when you created a payment system to track all of the drug money in the world. You remember a couple months ago they made that app? They made that fake encrypted app, and they were making $20 million a year off of this fake encryption app, only to find out that the FBI made it, and then they busted every single person. HX, that's been moving since yesterday. Is PayPal kind of bouncing off there? Let me see. Is Abivi still up? Yeah, they're holding good. TBT just popped. Yeah, that was a fat drop there. Again, this is almost now 2 days in a row. Almost 1% drops on TL. I mean, just as quickly as everybody thought it was over. I mean, it's literally right back to the danger zone where we were. So, I mean, that's why patience in all of this. It's going to be a wild end of the year and beginning of it. Again, it's going to be an interesting time. But let me go to the bathroom. Mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'm gonna go pee, get a carbo, look at some of these messages here, and then we might have something for you. What do we got here? Hey, yo, shout out V Noisy and Eli L. They follow me on Instagram. Look at that. They say what's up. You heard the PS good. Affirm. Oh, a soft. Affirm just gapped down there. Inflation is the single biggest threat to the markets and society in general, says investor who called the market crash in 87, Paul Tudor Jones. He said he's not impressed. In an interview with CNBC, he said he feared the Fed was employing what may be the most inappropriate monetary policy of his lifetime. The Fed moved to average inflationary target in a bid to lift stubbornly low inflation. The Fed won that battle in a blowout, Jones said. The problem is high inflation is likely to remain stubborn, potentially much more worse than what we fear. Damn, Paul Tudor Jones going in on inflation and the Fed. Cone popping. Cone has been we talked about it. I think our play may have actually expired, or we might have the November ones. But Cone is it's been talked about like as this potential buy play. They had one of those offers and then it just did its thing. VIX pop, TBT. SPY is coming down again. It does kind of correlate here with the rates. Again, NASDAQ is red right now. Today you kind of saw some of that hit. Hello, Habibi. The yields are going up. I meant TLT coming down, yields are going higher. That's bad for tech, but the last 3 days they haven't responded. So again, I kept saying divergence, divergence, divergence. That's what you got. Look at what the SPY did. Since here, the SPY just went straight up. Bonds went up, stalled out, then came down. They're diverging from the reality here of that situation. So again, it's either the market's going to start focusing on it or a lot of these, little mini positive things and even earnings will keep it distracted. That's really the game we've been playing here. Pin 70 from PayPal. I see at 62, so I can buy 50 shares and it proceeds to drop. Yes, but I mean, if you wait till the offer, I mean, if that offer goes in, you're gonna make a guaranteed $8 per share. So, and I mean, that's why it's like it's an initial offer. As far as like how it should play out, you're gonna hear a response from the company, and they're either gonna counter or accept, or just flat out deny it. And then that's what's gonna kind of start it. That's why it's trading near the price, but it's not quite there, and that's why there's still volatility in the meantime. Blowout earnings by Tesla could distract heavily. I mean, even then, even Bitcoin, that could keep distracting. As long as the earnings in the morning, we're still going to get Intel. If Intel has positive news, another chip maker doing good, market will have another week. And then, depending on the headlines, if China keeps slowing down how they have and doesn't start clapping things, then you're going to get Amazon, Facebook, Google, Apple. So then it's, you just got to make it through a little bit, but that's why a lot of people are looking towards some of these factors. And then the real dance is going to happen with Powell on October 2nd and 3rd. Buyout could take a couple months to a couple years, but it's just all about getting that approval first. So this stage, we don't know. They're still in the, talking stage. They're not dating yet, right? So you're saying, like, when are they going to get married? I don't know when the wedding's going to happen. Right now they're talking. If things go good, they'll start going out. They'll get engaged at $70. And then once they're engaged, we'll see when the wedding is. It could happen fast. It could happen slow. Hopefully no drama comes out, right? Or maybe the families of both sides are like, antitrust regulation. We can't allow this. We're not going to let you to marry our daughter, Pinterest. Then it turns into, that could happen. So that's kind of how it is. It's like a weird arranged marriage is the best way to put it. This made so much sense. Well, welcome to the stock market. Depends on reaction to headlines? No. It all depends on the actual deal. So now the market's moving because it's all $70 offer. Either accept it, deny it, or counter it. They're either going to counter and say, we want 100, we want 90. And then PayPal will go back and forth. They're trying to get everything settled so that they could say, okay, we're engaged now. This is the terms, we plan to get married and finalize it. Here it is. Then the wedding, the full sale will happen 6 months to a year later. Right now, they're just talking. Right now, nothing has happened just yet. They might find out that PayPal is like Joe. You know what I'm saying? If you got little Joe Goldberg vibes in there, they might be like, nah, we don't want to do that. So that's what it comes down to. DeSantis, Florida governor, he says supply chain issues could get a lot worse. I did watch the new season of it. Bro, that show is creepy. Joe stresses me out, like I said. And then it scares me because I'm like, how many Joes have I encountered in my life? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh, man. That's it. I won't spoil it, but I was just, he just gives me mad anxiety, dude. I've never seen it. Honestly, like, I don't know like how girls like the show. Like that would scare me from all men if I was a female. And I'm like, I'm already scared of men after watching that. I'm like, yo, hold up, bro. I'm like, people really out there like that. I hope a good thing it's a movie, but shit. Do I pass out candy for Halloween? No, I give high fiber and high protein bars to make sure we could encourage healthy habits and at least get some bowel movement and encourage drinking water, or they'll get constipated. What movie? You. The show called You on Netflix. Just YOU. PayPal's pursuit set to tip 2021 into record M&A year. You is the best show. It's a good one. It was good. I really, but it's just It gets me emotional. It's too crazy. Amazon, though, Morgan Stanley's down. That's weird. All the other banks are doing good. SPY below VWAP. It's coming down a little aggressive here now, but nothing too crazy just yet. Fed quarrels. If inflation stays at 4 next spring, Fed might have to reassess rate path. Oh, wow. Yeah, Quarles says we may need to reassess policy if inflation is 4% in the spring. That's scary. Not scary, but again, remember we were just talking about it this morning. We said if they switch to if they switch to raising rates faster than expected, that's what's going to shock the market there. Interesting. Who was that? That was Quarles? Excuse me.
With different hypotheses as to how the COVID event might unfold and what would that do to the banking system. Running those sensitivity analyses, we said, okay, well, and would it be a quick down and up? Would it be a kind of a long U? Would it be an L shape?
He's super quiet.
And each of those different letters of the alphabet, what will that do to the banking system? On the basis of that, we concluded, okay, the banking system actually looks pretty strong in the face of all of those, slightly different effects on different types of banks depending on where the economy might evolve. Still a lot of uncertainty. We'll allow the banks to continue paying their dividends. We'll suspend
This is
all of
Fed
the share
quarrels.
repurchases. And we were fortunate that in this country, most of the distribution of capital from the banking system comes in the form of share repurchases. So we allowed the banks for another, and we would then judge that every quarter, how that was developing. So we allowed the banks to continue to pay the dividends, which were essentially a promise to their shareholders.
I think this SPY is reacting to that because that's the first Fed, especially 2 weeks ahead of the taper talk. That's a very hawkish comment.
2 additional stress tests.
That's a very hawkish comment.
Might continue to evolve. And in each of these stress tests, the sensitivity analyses in the spring, the 2 tests that we started in September, we assumed no additional federal stimulus. Yeah. Right? So one of the things that you'll hear is, well, this wasn't really a test of the banking system because there was all of this federal stimulus that came in, and the banking system would have collapsed the way it did in 2008 had it not been for the federal stimulus. Our assessment was at each of those junctures, well, we can't be sure if there's anything more coming. We can't be sure what the effect of this is. We will test the industry for its resilience, assuming there's no more government support. And in September, in part because they had suspended the distribution of capital from share repurchases, they were stronger than they had been in June. And when we ran this year's stress test 6 months later, they were stronger still than they had been in September. They were building capital, even in the face of taking very large loan reserves. And the stress test showed that even had there not been this substantial amount of government support, the banking industry still would have been fine. They would have had a lot of losses without the government support, but they would have been able to bear those losses according to the analysis that we were doing. So, obviously, you would expect me to say this, but I do think that with the benefit of hindsight, the path that we took, which was to say we are going to sort of keep analyzing this during real time, how this event is unfolding, and we won't take preemptive steps with the potential for a very long-term effect on the cost of capital for an industry until we see that they're actually needed. The stress tests were critical in allowing us to do that. And the fact
it's
that
been about 5 minutes, and you are literally almost back at the open. I think it's all on his statement there.
Relatively. Yeah, no, that's an important point I think is lost, is that people assume, oh, the banks just did well because of all the government support. But what you're saying is even without that, the stress test showed everything was
they would have, exactly. It would have been a very big hit to them, but they would not have become undercapitalized.
That's great. So one of the many regulations you oversee is the Volcker Rule. And the Volcker Rule was put in place during Dodd-Frank to prohibit banks from engaging in proprietary trading.
The statement is that the Fed may have to reassess their plan.
Funds.
And then
having been
pretty
at the
much hinted
Securities
at
and
raising
Exchange
rates
Commission in the beginning
earlier
of the
than
Trump
expected,
administration, saw your
which
effort.
is
You
kind
led
of in
those
line
efforts
with
to
what a lot of
basically
other
make it
countries, again, we
workable,
just talked
for
about it
banks,
this morning,
and
but to hear
interagency
someone on the
efforts to
Fed
exclude
say
community
it,
banks. It was
that
not meant for the
just
small
shocked
banks, but it had
people.
become binding on them. And so there's some very practical approaches from that. Now some have said, well, you've gutted the rule and it's no longer binding for the banks, right? On the other hand,
Yeah, it's
some
getting
people say, well,
violent.
you've
No,
not
this
gone
is
far
big.
enough, which in
Again, it's
DC
still
probably means you
contained
probably did
because
just
of
right,
earnings,
right?
but this
If some
move,
think
it
you
was
did
just
too
all
far,
off of
whatever.
that statement.
And other
And
people
you're
point out
right
that-
back.
that,
You're about to be
you know,
below
that banks,
open.
which have been traditional providers
NASDAQ's
of
already
liquidity
red,
in certain
responding to
markets
rates.
are now prohibited from effectively doing that. And maybe by making banks safer, we potentially made the markets a little more fragile, and that's maybe why the Fed has to step in and set up these facilities and to support some of these markets. Where do you see where the Volcker rule is now today? Are you comfortable with it in terms of its ability to achieve its statutory objective, and is it workable from the standpoint that it's making banks safer but not destabilizing markets?
So the short answer is that yes, I think that it's both in a better place and in an objectively good place. You're also right, as you know, that when you have these sorts of financial policy jobs in Washington, the downside is that if you do your job well, you will in fact make everyone very unhappy with you by the end of your term. And I seem to have done that.
Congratulations.
But the Volcker rule was, the fundamental problem with the Volcker rule is that it had become this absolutely impenetrable Rube Goldberg edifice that was not possible to comply with. It was just too complicated to comply with. And streamlining and simplifying the way that we implemented the fundamental instruction of the law was not a way to gut the rule. It was a way to make the rule work because it simply wasn't workable the way that it was. And anyone either on the regulatory side or on the industry side of the rule would have told you that. So I think, and it was also inhibiting certain types of financing that everyone agreed that we wanted. It was inhibiting the ability of the financial sector to provide sort of venture capital to support new ideas, new technologies, and everyone agreed that they wanted to allow that to happen. So it's politically convenient to criticize any change to the Volcker rule as a gutting of the Volcker rule, but the fundamental prohibitions on proprietary trading that are required by the provisions of Dodd-Frank are still in place. They're much easier, actually, for us to enforce now, easier for the industry to understand what they are. So I think the level of compliance is actually higher.
Yeah. No, I mean, you mentioned that it was, one of the unintended consequences was the effect on venture capital, right, which nobody intended for. And I can remember when people were saying that, it's affecting the ability of banks, particularly in small towns. So it was also intended not to hit small banks. It was hitting small banks that were providing funding in small towns, and then other people would come in behind them as investors, but the banks weren't able to participate. So the extra capital didn't come in.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so this was a huge unintended consequence. So kudos to you for helping to fix that and get it to the right spot. The Goldilocks, just right, just the right temperature on that. So in addition to thinking about the health of individual financial firms under your jurisdiction, right, part of your mandate is to think about the health of the overall system and threats to the financial stability of the system. You, in addition to your Fed role, you're the chair of the Financial Stability Board, which is a body of international financial supervisors and regulators that monitors and makes recommendations about the global financial system. You have also been participating in something called the Financial Stability Oversight Council domestically in the United States, which is a council of regulators created by Dodd-Frank to look at threats to the financial stability of the United States. And so in both of those roles, you're constantly looking around the corner. What are the next big threats to financial stability, both at the global level and also at the domestic level? So in your mind, what are the biggest current threats to global financial security or the financial stability of the United States?
Well, let me raise a couple. And I might call them issues, maybe rather than threats currently, because I think that from a financial stability point of view, the financial sector is in fact, it proved its resilience during the time of COVID, particularly the banking side. But we did see in March of 2020, April of 2020, significant stress in the non-bank portion of the financial sector. You saw money market funds that were under heavy pressure as a result of redemptions and had a single fund not been able to meet its redemptions, that could have propagated throughout the money fund sector. You saw some of that in other open-ended funds. You saw perhaps some pro-cyclicality, some increase of stress as a result of the way the margin system was working. Europeans are particularly concerned about that. You saw the disruption of the treasury market, in part because of some constraints on the capacity of the existing dealer infrastructure to intermediate that market in times of stress. And we'd seen that not just in March of 2020. We saw, for slightly different reasons, a slightly different way, disruption in September of 2019. So, so I do think that it's a high priority as we're thinking about the lessons learned from the stress of the spring of 2020 and the risks to financial stability, to take a closer look than we'd taken before at the rules affecting non-banks. The FSB has made that a very high priority. The first sort of item of work being money market funds. We came out with a set of proposals, policy proposals on money market funds just last week, delivered to the G20. That's something that's being discussed with the President's working group in the United States. The SEC is working hard on that. So I think in the aftermath of the great financial crisis, there was a lot of work that was done to ensure that the banking system would not be a source of instability in the future. And in the COVID event, I think we saw that work had basically been successful. I might also add that I think we also saw that the refinements that had been made to the banking sector regulation over the course of the previous 4 years had also been successful because the banks performed very well during that time. They hadn't been significantly weakened by those regulatory amendments. But most of the post-Great Financial Crisis work had been focused on the banking system. There had been some measures taken with respect to non-banks, but there was a little bit of regulatory fatigue. There was less both domestic and international agreement on what types of changes ought to be made to non-banking regulation. So there had the effort hadn't been as athletic, and I think we saw that part of the system remains weak in a period of stress, or weaker. So that has to be a big area of focus. Another area where I think, in some respects, we remain behind the curve is on cyber risk. Cyber risk is a huge threat to the stability of the financial system. And we were ramping up both domestically and internationally, various projects to deal with cyber risk. Significant part of that got delayed during COVID. So I think that has to be picked back up, and a lot of effort put into that. Related to that technology theme, the rapid development of digital assets and how those are progressing. I think that there are risks, potential financial risks to the structure of some of those assets that we need to address. But by the same token, I think that they are addressable, and that we should address them very quickly so that we have a level playing field on which that type of innovation can continue to develop, and that we should be encouraging that type of innovation. But it's incumbent on us in the official sector to create a framework in which that innovation can happen without promulgating financial stability risk, and to create a framework that applies broadly so that everybody's on the same playing surface.
Yeah, so let's stick with digital assets here, right? So when you're talking about the private sector developing, you've been very supportive of innovation, potentially in the development of private sector stable coins, for example, maybe more so than some of your colleagues and some of the concerns. And you mentioned some of the concerns. There's some concerns that, what's behind these? Are they really one for one? Is it, for U.S. dollars on the back, or if they're invested in things like commercial paper, is it really just an unregistered money market fund? And then the stability, the issues that you mentioned with some of the non-bank financials, those sorts of things. So on the flip side, though, you've been more skeptical, I think, than most of your colleagues on the development of a central bank digital currency by the Fed, right? There's a lot of discussion, a lot of supporters, a lot of enthusiasm out there. A lot of the proponents say we need to do it to defend the U.S. dollar against threats from foreign CBDCs, private digital currencies such as stable coins. They also argue they could be an effective mechanism for financial inclusion, and you've addressed some skepticism, famously comparing the enthusiasm to enthusiasm around fads in the fashion industry, and we ended up with an embarrassing situation with millions of Americans wearing parachute pants in the 1980s. So your famous parachute pants, and and there's this what we call now FOMO, the fear of missing out. Everyone else is doing CBDCs, we should do one too. And you don't think that's enough. And in hindsight, not only would it be embarrassing if the CBDCs turn out to be not as thought, but it actually could be quite risky. And so, tell us about some of those risks.
So. I think that when we think about when we think about central bank digital currency, we have to begin thinking really hard about what problem are we really trying to solve. And the international enthusiasm for central bank digital currencies really began when Facebook proposed developing a stable coin that, because of the breadth of Facebook's platform, could potentially have taken off quite rapidly. So up till then, the international attitude had been, and the domestic attitude had been, digital currency, that's things like Bitcoin, that's actually not very big relative to the overall financial sector, and it's not going to get very big relative to the overall financial sector because it's so volatile, it can't be used in payments. It will be a speculative asset for some period of time. But this notion of the potential for the rapid scalability of a stable value digital currency caused the initial reaction of a lot of countries was, this is a threat to our monetary sovereignty. We can't have private companies issuing money. But I assume everyone in this room is in this room because you know that all of our money is issued by private companies, except these tiny pieces of paper we have in our pocket, which I usually don't even have enough anymore to pay tips. So private companies issue money every day. That is money. So that's not a coherent objection to me to say, well, it threatens our monetary sovereignty for a private company to issue money. All of our money is in deposits at a bank. Those are claims on a bank. They aren't claims on the Federal Reserve. That is what money is. Again, except in the case of the United States for these little pieces of paper that we have in our pocket. And on a wholesale level, for the accounts that those financial institutions then themselves have at the Fed. So that doesn't seem to me to be a coherent reason for saying, well, we've got to have a central bank digital currency to compete because monetary sovereignty is under threat. And then you talk with folks. Who say, okay, particularly in the international sector. So why might we want a central bank digital currency? Well, maybe financial inclusion. Okay. Financial inclusion, that is a good thing. I'm all in favor of financial inclusion. How is a central bank digital currency going to increase financial inclusion? Well, there would be two ways. One, we could have an account for every person in the United States at the Federal Reserve so that all of your money, kind of free accounts for everyone, in the same way that your dollar bills are sort of free. And you would have electronic money with the Federal Reserve, and everybody would have one. Okay, but that's going to completely disintermediate the system that we have currently for extending credit for providing financial services. All of the deposits now are going to be at the Federal Reserve. So who's going to do the lending? Well, that's going to ultimately have to be the Federal Reserve then would have to do the lending. And the politicization of the allocation of credit that would come from having the government basically provide all of that is, I think, extraordinarily risky. So then recently, I've had a couple of really smart people, although
See, there's some people who
I'm not at all persuaded
kind of
by these
understand
arguments.
it. He's good.
And this is, I don't think this has been their finest moment. Say, well, but if there isn't some, if we move into a world of private digital currencies where these pieces of paper are obsolete, then the citizenry won't feel the same connection to their government, to their central bank. They will be, there's something important in people feeling that they have an anchor. I can't really go on with the argument because it stops making sense kind of in the middle there. It's very woo-woo about, and plus it describes a world that I don't live in. I mean, I work at the Federal Reserve and I don't feel this mystical communion with the central bank. So I don't understand that point either. So fundamentally the question is, until somebody answers for me the question why, I don't understand why we would devote the enormous amount of resources and the technological risk and the significant disruption to the current operation of the financial system that would come from the central bank saying we are going to provide this digital currency. The one other thing I would say is, so many people will say, Christine Lagarde, for example, would say, no, I'm absolutely not in favor of disintermediating the financial system. So we will do this in a way that doesn't disintermediate the financial system. We will issue this central bank digital currency through the financial sector. Well, in which case, it's like, well, how? So you're saying that I'll still need a bank account in order to use my central bank digital currency, which I need a bank account anyway. So how is this helping financial inclusion? Except that now, in addition to a bank account, I need a smartphone or a smart card, and I need an internet connection. All of this is, at that point, is how is what you're doing significantly different from what we've got if it has to be intermediated through the private sector financial system, which many people, the Europeans who are pursuing a central bank digital currency say, yes, that would be a dystopia to sort of centralize and politicize the allocation of credit that would come from disintermediating the banks. So we're not going to do that. But then again, I lose the thread a little bit as to, so what are you going to do? And if it's just providing the current backing to the banks through a form of central bank digital currency, then how is that different than our current account system, which is easily managed, where we have electronic accounts for the banks, for the banks themselves at the Fed. And if you're sort of saying, well, we'll simply take the deposits, but then we'll fund the private sector financial system, right? Every estimate that I've read of kind of a coexisting system where the central bank does issue a central bank digital currency, it takes a very, very big chunk of the deposits out of the system, even if you're doing your very best to not disintermediate the banks. And you then run into the same question of, so what happens to that? The Fed's going to have to put that money back into the private sector system, and the political constraints that will come with that funding, even if you haven't completely effectively nationalized the banking system, will be severe.
Okay. So other than that, you're in favor of CBDCs. So let me, in the remaining few minutes here, let me turn to the London Bank interbank offering rate, LIBOR, right? So we know, thinking back to the global financial crisis, right, one of the things we saw was that, LIBOR, there was a lot of problems with how this reference rate was set. And I remember I was working at the White House at the time, and one of the questions I was asked was, well, how many financial contracts around the world are tied to LIBOR? And the answer was almost all of them, right? And then you start like, how is this thing actually set? And it was a bunch of bankers in Britain call each other up, hey, what, you know, so we've been on this multi-year transition away from LIBOR. And in fact, at our 2019 global conference, we had a session called 50 Ways to Leave Your LIBOR and discussed how to prepare for the end of it. And the industry was kind of on board moving forward. And you recently gave a speech just reminding people that this is going away, and sort of giving the sense that maybe some of the firms aren't taking this as seriously as they should. What motivated you to do that speech, and what were you hoping to get out of the reaction from folks from?
So, so the issue with the LIBOR transition is, as you said, particularly the banks, the financial sector, everyone was very much aligned that this needed to happen. The main issue with the LIBOR transition was that it wasn't happening at all. And instead of 50 ways to leave your LIBOR, we really had more the sounds of silence. So that, you know, it was maybe 5 years ago or so, maybe it was 7 years ago, however long ago it was that Andrew Bailey, at that time head of the FCA, the principal regulator of the LIBOR process, said there's not going to be any more LIBOR. People have to be ready for LIBOR to be done at the end of 2021. Now, you would have thought, okay, well, there's plenty of time, you know, that's a transition period, and people would gradually begin to move to other sorts of reference rates, other ways of pricing their contracts. And at the beginning of this year, there were actually more LIBOR contracts than there were at the time he said it's going to end at the end of 2021. At the beginning of 2021, there were more contracts tied to LIBOR than when he said it's going to end at the end of 2021. Now, one of the things that we did was to extend the date in which LIBOR would be produced for another year and a half. But to make clear that that's only for legacy contracts. So that contracts that are currently tied to LIBOR, a great majority of them will be able to mature according to their terms. So that avoids all of the logistical difficulties of having to renegotiate contracts, the potential legal liability that there could be. But key to making that work is that there can't be any new contracts written after the end of this year. And we made that clear to the banks. I would say that it's the end user side, which wasn't as involved in all of these discussions. We don't regulate end users, so we can go to the banks and we can say to them, look, you have to end this. Nice little bank you have there. It would be a shame if anything happened to it. And they can be in favor, but if the end users aren't on board, you know, then the banks say, well, they don't want to use anything other than LIBOR. And we tell them it's going away, and they say that can't happen, so it won't. So the purpose of the speech and the purpose of, you know, we're heavily engaged with the banks currently to make clear to them that they will not be able to write any new LIBOR contracts after the end of this year, and they have to be prepared with alternative ways to run their business, and they have to have gotten their customers prepared for that. I think that's picking up. You know, we will make the end of the year deadline because we have to, but it hasn't been moving as quickly as it ought to have.
Yeah. Governor Quarles, thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today and talk about a wide range of topics. Thank you.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. Hello. Sorry, I'm on the phone call with Lending Tips. I had to cut out there for the last end, but he's talking to me about a property. So Lending Tips, you could continue to fill me in. You're now live on stream, though.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
How are you? Yes, this guy. Any random cryptos you buy today?
I don't know why, but I was waiting for someone to respond to me that was weird. That was awkward. No random ones. Just my baby. Just my continuous babies that keep on growing. It's just been an amazing journey watching my kids.
Wow.
My crypto kids go up and down, and then now up again. Just stressful.
Proud of you.
Kids and crypto is stressful.
Proud of you. So what were you saying though? You said this agent's the big dog out there, and what?
Yeah, he's a big dog, and he basically said, let him do the talk. Requested to speak to the seller directly, and he's like, that's not a good idea in case you say something wrong. This agent's basically like a mob mentality agent. Everyone goes through him. He's like one of the top dogs there, so he's like, don't worry about that. Just let's get the price, and I'll do the rest.
Well,
So basically, he said he doesn't want you talking to the seller.
okay. I mean, be friends with him, but can we get it lower then or no? Like, can we come in two?
No,
You don't think we could come in at like two? Well, I mean, the first price I was thinking was like 2.6, 2.8.
no, he's gonna list it on Monday for 2.9.
That's what he's gonna list it
Easy.
for.
Yeah, so he's gonna list it for. If it gets on the market, it's going 3.2, 3.4 even. The view is just amazing. That's one of the best views I've seen in a long time.
Well,
And there's no service there. That's the only.
So do you think
that's
then?
how you know it's a baller.
So then, do you think that we would be able to bid high and then come down, or do you think we should just come in slightly higher now and then just go from there and just hopefully he hammers it home? Because again, all the other bids that we lost out on, some of these, it was people coming up above. They would come up higher and then they would end up selling the property at what we offered.
Yeah. Let me talk to him. I don't think, from my perspective, I don't think he wants to come in higher because it's like his name. He doesn't want to mess around in escrow. He's more of a straightforward guy. Like, let's get it done.
All right, we'll tell him that. Be like, let him know. Say, hey, man, we could easily come in at a higher price and play this game. But if they could do I don't know, maybe like, I guess 3. If he could do it, it would be nice to get it cheaper. But I think the house has good value. We'll run comps, but just see if the neighbor's already out the way and you could secure it. I think it'll be decent.
Why are you trying to save $200,000, bro? Like, stop nickel and diming me. Okay?
You hear this guy? You guys just hear what he said? Little Chad, did you hear that?
Dime for $50,000 last time, and that house is worth 40% more now.
I know, but it's still I am cheap. He just look at you. See that? He said $200K. He said, "Why are you trying to nickel and dime for $200,000? That's a brand new car."
But that's nothing when it comes to your down payment. Your down payment's not going to change by more than $15,000, and your payment changes by maybe $300-400.
Nothing. But I make my money. But I make my money off of selling it and paying back the loan. So at that point, whatever I end up coming out the door with, I need to get that down. But it's not.
I think the house is worth 3-4 right now as is. The worst case scenario.
I think it's worth. Yeah, I think it's worth more than that. If we could. So I think just focus on securing it, being first in position, and let's see what we could do with this neighbor. Tell him we need a good friend. Does he want? We'll give him some promo. We'll wrap the cars with his face on it if he wants, whatever he's looking for. But I think the hardest part is just getting it right now, and then we'll see. But if you feel him out, if you could get it lower than 3, that's
I'll feel him out.
All right.
The other thing is it's historical, so there's a historical
it
report
is?
that you have. Well, we have to find out if it is. Sorry, it costs $3,500 just to find out, and it takes up to 30 days.
But then, do we have to pay for that?
Yeah, buyer has to pay for it. The options are you just do it later and take the risk. Like worst case scenario, you can't touch it. If it's historical, you can't do anything. You can't build it. You can't tear it down and build up.
Yeah.
That's the worst case. So we can do it now or do it later. It doesn't matter.
But can we do it now and make escrow contingent on that? If we're gonna give him if we're gonna give him a higher price, I think we should make that a contingency. Otherwise, just say maybe 2.9, and then just tell him that we'll take it as is and we don't even care.
Yeah, that's an option.
But it is only. I would see if you talk to him about it. But if we can get that contingent, it might be nice. But I guess it doesn't seem too bad. I'll look at it more. I'll look at the comps. Send me the address again so I could double check it.
Okay.
But everything else looks decent.
Just wire me $1 million. My friend from Nigeria is asking.
Oh, Nigeria. Is it? Okay, Western Union escrow? Got it. Got it. They're good. They're good.
That's how I found this lead. It looks good.
Oh wow, you got this from an email. Oh wow, the Nigerian prince needed to sell his house. No way. That's crazy. That's crazy.
We gotta wire him $1 million to hold it. So let me know.
You have to wire 1,000, $1 million to hold? Oh my! Now I'm just getting confused. Okay.
It's a joke.
I was getting lost there. But
The Nigerian joke.
all right, well, let me know what he says. I mean, keep talking to him. I mean, better price than most, but I think nothing above 3. Nothing above 3, and then it still might have it'll work. And then if we can remodel it, I mean, I think that one's easy money.
All
All right, bye. Thank you. What the hell was he saying? Yeah. Yeah, no, he confused me at the end. But that's a deal. That's an off market. We're talking 3K. No, we're talking that house is $3 million. And again, that may sound like wild to some of you guys. You're like, what the hell? But it has value. Again, he's saying it's like 3.4 easy. The house is like it's a very, very nice neighborhood. Everything else, it has a full 360 degree view. The house is nuts. There's comps in this neighborhood at like even 8-9 million. So the idea with this one is, I initially got the deal at 2.6. That's what we were talking. That's why I'm like, what the fuck? 3 million now? I liked it at 2.6, 2.8. But then they, we finally looked at it again. That was the one I told you with the neighbor. The neighbor had to approve on it. The neighbor's chill with us. He doesn't want it, but we're looking to get it. So it's decent. But the idea is I could either quick flip this. I could pretty much buy it and relist it right away at like 3.4. I could make $400,000 by just being able to access the funds in the loan, get it, and then that's it. Yeah, this is the first rights area. It's a very nice neighborhood. Again, this whole road, you have everything from there's properties at 3 million without a view. So this one has a ocean view, has all of this stuff. But so you probably laugh at the crap I sent. I'll start sending them. No, bro. Again, I just bought a $100,000 house in Ohio. You know what I'm saying? So why don't I wholesale it? Because this deal's not going to last that long. You see that other people are going to be looking at this property in the next, right now it's not even on the market. You see how we got that? So Lending Tips went to go see it. There's a couple of other people, they're going to start talking. That's what happens in these higher priced properties. These people don't want to list their home. They don't want to deal with this process a lot of the time. So if you could get a good offer right now, you take it. Yeah, I would either flip this, or if I can remodel it and turn it into something, I could turn it into an Airbnb, or we could even just turn it into any sort of rental, luxury rental there. These will sell in like 30 to 45 days. But this case, like I'm saying, this house is an easy 3.4 million. If it lists right now at like 2.93 million, that thing's going for sale. It'll sell within 2 weeks probably. It's free. It's money, and you got good bones on it. It's not, you have utility, parking, land. It even has an additional unit too. So there's a lot of things going for it. Airbnb would be hard to cash flow on that, just because I don't know how much demand. You would need to charge at least $1,000 a night, or like $750, and you would need that constant. So we'll see. Well, no congrats just yet. Nothing's happened. This is just pursuing a lead. So this is what I've been telling you guys. That's why this is what I was saying, where it's like, if you wait all year and if you find one of these off-market deals, that's all you need, then you go and do that. So why wouldn't I go past 3 million? That's a good question, because the house needs work. There's going to be fees to buy it and everything else. At that point, the margin gets too small. So if I'm estimating I could get like 3.3, 3.4 for it, that's about 10% profit. So any higher I go above $3 million, it starts cutting into the margin, and that's without me remodeling it. Right now, let's say I would get it at 3 million, I can't lose, at least in the next 6 months, I would say, because then that way, no repair cost. I get it at a low price. There's equity. I have a little bit more margin in that. And then if we remodel it, that's the crazy part. If you go and take this house and go put in 100, 200 grand and make this nicer, this house could probably go for 4.5 mil, or even higher. It's something that's where these, get crazy. But 3 mil for now. I mean, I wouldn't want to take any more risk with the purchase price above that. Even then, I want it at 2.8, to be honest with you. But even, But that's how I am with every property. I mean, you could hear lending tips and what he's saying because he knows I've done that before. I've nickeled and dimed for $100,000. You know, $100,000's a big deal to me. So no, it is a big deal. I think it really is. But he lending tips. He likes to view the broader picture. He understands it. But me, I'm Arab to the core. That price, I need a good deal. But I've done that. I did that earlier last year. I passed up on a house over $50,000, $100,000, and that house is worth $600,000-$700,000 more today. So it is what it is. But again, like I'm saying, you find an off-market lead. These are the ones it takes. Like if you can't do it, I could probably wholesale this one, but I think they already have a lot of demand. And the guy, like he said, it's a good. If they already have a good agent on it, he'll probably get it sold. Cash or mortgage, I would never put cash for that. OPM, baby. Tesla. It's already up there. And then bonds chilled out. But that Quarles meeting was crazy. That Quarles meeting, he brought the market down, then it came up. If you guys were listening to what he said about digital currencies, that was very, very refreshing. In general with what he said about like transferring banking to the Fed, and then the Fed being responsible for lending, and then the bank intermediaries. It was a very good discussion. I listened to it just literally up until the last 2 minutes is when Lending Tips called me. So I was really tuned into that one. I liked it. I liked it a lot. And then, but he did bring the market down. That was your first person on the Fed saying that we might raise rates as soon as the beginning of next year. That's insane. Or spring, I guess. Spring is the beginning of the year, right? It goes fall, winter, spring, right? You spring after winter, right? I'm not really good with this. Spring around the end of February, March, okay. That's philosophy right there. I mean, I did have a feel. I was going to PHILO up until that guy did it. We'll see. Why would you never buy a house for $3 million cash? Because you could take that money and do something with it. I mean, I could probably get this house down for like 10 or 15%. So, like, if I could put down $300,000, $400,000, there'll be a high payment. But I'd rather keep the cash, use it, put down a lot less, and then I could still have access to the money for other deals, stocks, other investments there. It's not really the same thing. I could literally keep crypto, hold crypto, let crypto do its thing, and then be able to still acquire $4 million of leverage or $3 million. You think they'd take 2.8 cash much easier? Well, my offers, I mean, even if I did do a loan, I could access the money within like 7 days still. So I could get you and then that's the key. Yeah, and then if you did take $3 million in cash, you could go and take it, and you could leverage that way better. If I was going to do $3 million cash, I would buy a multi-unit. I would make sure it is I would buy an apartment building, a commercial building with worth 10, 20 million instead of doing that. Jumbo loan, non-QM, got to have more down payment. If you're doing it conventionally or through there, but if you could get a private money, a bridge loan, and you have access to that, then you can. And we've done a lot of deals so far this year. That's why it gets easier and easier, because now, as if you could, some private lenders, if we show them a track record, they're down to do it. So I could probably get this at 15% down. So $3 million, I could get it for like $450K down, which is still a fuck ton of cash. Again, I'm not lending tips out here. Nickel and diming over $200,000. Cult members in Fresno, I'm currently leads. Yeah. And even in general, I mean, if you guys ever send wholesales and you find a house under contract, there's a lot of people in here who want, like, it has to be a good deal. Essentially, if it's good and I don't want it, I mean, I could always offer it up for you for people. I mean, I'm not I don't charge for that. I don't take anything. If it's a good deal, I would want the wholesaler to win, and I'd want the investor to win. So a good deal is a good deal. That's all it comes down to. So, and I think the moral of this story is hunt for these off-market leads. All it takes is one of these to come across. And again, that's what I've been saying, you know, this whole year. We a lot slipped through the fingers, but I've noticed that the home runs came from just being patient and letting them come in. The Ohio house is closed. We closed on that last week. But that's what I'm saying too, and I hope none of you send me anything or in at any point. You know, we're in at every single price point. Just because you're hearing a big deal right now, it doesn't really matter. I'll take a $50,000 house. I don't if it's a good deal and it's backed by equity in a home. I'm gonna and it's you know, I love it. I love it. Does not matter any price point. Fed says economic activity at a moderate. Sorry. Oh no, not the Mustafa one. A different Ohio one. That one is just like I talked to Lending Tips about it. Those are like the deals in Buffalo back in the day. Remember I told you Lending Tips had this friend. He bought like 200 homes in Buffalo for like $1 million back in the day. But then there was like 4 drive-by shootings and he got sued. He couldn't collect the rent on like a portion of them. They're just really like we're talking like this is the trenches. This isn't like they're not the nicest houses. And like these were really, really cheap. It's just hard to collect rent. The renters itself, it's just going to be there's a lot of risk embedded in those houses. That's what you got to be careful for. Any house below 100K, chances are you might have that risk. Pins going up. Well, let me go to the bathroom and I still might have something for you. How does that sound? Let me go pee. Make sure you're subscribed. Follow me on Instagram. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. All right, please hold. Sound blessed. Blessed. I'm blessed to be a blessing for everyone that I can reach. See, y'all did follow me on there. I love it. What's going on, Jordy? Diara? Just a waiter. They follow me on Instagram. At the very least, they will not miss the long term. We love it. We love it. Oh, Sharveen. Hunter, I've seen you, Hunter. HYE Hunter, that Maddie. Whew. How y'all feeling? How far is my bathroom from the desk? I built a toilet right next to my desk. So then that way I will never have to be too far away from my chat during market hours. You see how we're always connected. This is my life stream. You know, we have a vibe for 7 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? It's just there. You're rocking through it. Welcome to the cult. Welcome to the hive mind. Oh, they don't feel me. Should we be honored or concerned? I think a mix of both is appropriate. You know what I'm saying? That's more authentic. You know what I'm saying? Because it shouldn't be too good to be true, but like it should be a little concerning. How come I never hear you poop? You usually hear Jen Psaki. The irony. The irony. ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're having a wonderful day, okay? It's time for PHILO. I got a nice little message for you today. It's different than yesterday, and too, I was going to post it on Instagram. I hope none of you forgot the PHILO from Monday, okay? I need y'all to handle the shield. You got that? But I do have the specific verses for you. Some of you were asking me for it. I was going to make you a nice little Instagram post, and I haven't. I was going to even touch on it again, but I have all those for you. I got like 6 different verses because I know some of you were looking for the text there, so you could make sure you handle it. I got it for you, baby. Yesterday, we had to talk about the beginning of the year. I really hope some of you guys did think about your goal and where you're going to go. That is going to be the key. But today, I'm going to talk about something else. It's going to be kind of short and sweet here. I wanted to do this a little earlier, but it is very simple. I got to listen to, some of you have heard of him, Mr. Stephen Furtick. I love the dude. I haven't listened to him in a long time. And he came up and he said something that I really, really liked. And he talked about something, so I'm going to share it here with you guys. And the one thing that I like that he said, it relates to a lot of what we've been talking about, faith and all of that. And for all of you too, man, I really hope, just as we're getting ready for the new year, as we're getting ready to really get things going here and think about this, I don't really care what you believe. And I hope some of these words, don't let it distract you, man. I'm a big fan of personal development, making progress, all this little corny shit where you become what you think. It's so true, and I believe in. That's why really coming into this year, I know some of you may vibe with it, some of you may not, but I just encourage you to keep your peace, seek ways to get better, and, understand that you could learn from a lot of different things, Even the parable I gave you this morning, that's a Japanese parable. We've shared, a lot of things from various cultures and backgrounds, and I just encourage you to, figure out and think about ways to get yourself better and become a better person every day. Amen? Amen. So that's that. But this is what I'm going to talk about here. 2 things. This is what Mr. Furtick said, and I liked it a lot. He said that the love language of God is trust. Oh. Woo! Oh, y'all don't feel him, huh? I loved it. You guys know what that is? Like a love language? You guys ever heard that? Like people with the crystals and the horoscopes and people, you're a narcissist or this and that. They're like, the love language, the love language. How do you express your love? Some of you it's touching. If I gave you a hug, you feel good about it. Some of you it's money, right? If I gave you money, somebody gave you money, you'd be like, oh my God, they love me. Oh my God, they love me. Some of you, you're angry. Some of you, if you could fight with somebody, that's your love language. That's why some of us have a disconnect. Some of you start arguing me like I'm your sibling, and that's why you're like, oh, this means we love each other. People grow up different. Everybody grows up a certain way. People go through stuff, and the love languages, oh, man, everybody has their love language. But what about God, right? And a lot of people, whether you believe in God or not, some people want to be a better person. They're like, what can I do, right? What can I do? Like, what could you do for God? Have you ever thought about that? I've been plagued with that before. It's like, what can I do? Can I go help people out? How can I be more of service? How can I be, more positive? What can I what can I do? Well, here's the answer. The love language of God is trust. See, we've said this before. We've gave it. It's not about, God don't want sacrifice. God wants obedience. A lot of people try to sacrifice this. I gave up this to be this, but did you hold it down? Did you obey? Did you believe? Oh, y'all don't feel me. So that's what this is talking about, trust. So now what does that relate to? Because again, think about the shield and the faith and all of that stuff, and we've discussed that, but it's like you need those quotes to handle the shield and to remind yourself and stay in the game. Coinbase is popping. But think about that. That's all part of trust. That's part of faith. How many of you can be in a dark situation and still can trust? That right there is a moment where you can say a lot about what you really believe. The love language is trust. It's not anything else. It's not what you do. It's not what you give up. Obedience is very good, but trust. So what does that relate to? What does it make you think about? And this is the real point for it. And I think a lot of us grew up, especially if you grew up hearing this, you grew up in a church, or even if you haven't, maybe it got exposed to you. It has to do with faith, but how you view it. The problem is, it's very easy to interpret faith as an outcome. Come on. Are you listening? How many of you have determined that faith equals outcome? Think about it. Think about it, though. You're like, wow, I have faith, and look what happened. And then they'll be like, wow, that's good. But then what happens when it's bad? Oh, come on. Come on. You see, that's the problem. You can admire that faith, but that's what will lead us into a problem. You know why? Because you think faith is an outcome. So you're like, I believe in God. I believe in my trade. Like some of you believe in trading. Leave God out of this, right? You could have faith in your trading, but now if you're you're like, I believe in myself. You think that means the outcome is going to be $1 million in your account. But just because, so then do you see what happens? Because if the outcome doesn't happen, people lose faith. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I know there's a lot of speaking into an existence. I'm not saying you shouldn't have this, but I'm saying just be careful. Because this controls a lot. This is why it has to do with trust. Do you see what I'm saying? Trust is the love language. Can you really have faith? Or you're saying you have faith, but then it doesn't happen, the outcome doesn't occur. It's easy to lose trust. Because then you thought it was there, so where'd your faith go? Because the outcome didn't arrive. Maybe it didn't arrive at all, or maybe it didn't arrive just yet. You see, that's the reality of it. I hope you realize it. Because I think we've all had it happen. You ever have faith in something and then it just didn't happen? Like you really believed and God still didn't make it happen. Still to this day, still has not done it. Yeah, we could say it's because of this or that, but that's the reality of it. That's real life. That is just real life right there. That I've believed in so many things, and I've been let down by God so much. And that's it's so weird to say because obviously, I don't think God has really let me down, but there's times where I really got hyped and I thought I had faith, but I was looking for an outcome. So I think this really applies a lot to investing and a lot about what we talked about today. Again, this process and all of that. That's why I hope you could trust it and give it time for your boat to get to that area. But I also hope that the outcome, in a way, is not the real fuel of the faith. So that's what this is about. And it's understanding faith doesn't control outcomes. And really what God is and what faith is, it's the process. That's what a lot of us don't realize. We have faith for the outcome, but then our faith took us through a process. And that's why some of us turn back before it happens or before the thing that's supposed to happen occurs. Because the outcome's not there, and then we are not realizing faith is literally a process. Do you see what I'm saying? Faith is what's keeping you moving, so you're not standing still. But at the same time, it doesn't mean the outcome's going to be there. So when you have faith, don't have faith in you see what I'm saying? Don't have faith in the outcome. Have faith in the process. See, I just made that sound so cliche. But think about it. And I did think about it. That's why when I heard this, the thing I liked, and especially with that PHILO I gave you on Monday with handling the shield and everything else along those lines, I took pride in something. You know what it was? Remember I told you that PHILO the other day, a couple weeks ago, when I was like, man, it was over the weekend, and like I just couldn't really like feel anything. I wasn't really feeling PHILO. Like it just wasn't connecting with me when I would think about some stuff. Like it just wasn't really like hitting. You guys remember that? Does that sound familiar? See how y'all slow down on me? Okay, you did. You remember that? Good. Because I remember it. That one got me. It was kind of weird. I still, there's something with it. But then it's funny how a couple weeks later now, I'm pretty excited. I'm excited about that. And that's what I realized. Because I was like, damn, I take pride in being able to get good at these moments when I don't really feel them. You see what I'm saying? Where that's where I was like, I think my skill is developing. Because I could have easily turned back around. I could have easily said, oh, it's this and that. I could have easily fell back into other things. I could have slowly retreated away. But I said, I don't know why it happened. I just kept going. But that's where I realized this is what's part of it, that trust. Being able to really see the process there. And that's where I was like, I like it. And that's what I want for you guys. I want you to get good at being good when you don't feel it. You see what I'm saying? Where you could be the type where it doesn't always have to connect, but it's not throwing you off. Where the outcome isn't always really apparent, but it's not throwing you off. Do you see what I'm saying? Where it could literally be like, I don't feel God in any way, shape, or form. I do not see the opportunity in any way. Josh keeps talking opportunity. Do you see what I'm saying? Where like you really don't feel it. Yeah, I know I say you don't feel me, but it's okay. Think about that. Let's say you really don't feel it. Or how do you handle in those moments? Go look back at your life. Think about it. Some of you have learned to deal with it. Some of you have gotten good at this. Some of you are still facing this challenge. That every single time you're approaching these situations, it's like the feeling fades away. The honeymoon falls out. Are you still locked in? Do you still have that faith in yourself? The process it alone. Are you still able to continue? Yes, when you lose, essentially I'm saying when you lose momentum, can you still trust? And if you could do that, I hope some of you could realize that is a skill. And quite frankly, whether it's happened to you or not, it is going to. And if you could develop this skill, I think it's going to make a lot of challenges easier in the future. So that every time you're faced with a problem, or maybe you just don't feel like it, you're not going to blow everything up and take 20 steps back. Just because you didn't get enough sleep that night, right? Just because of, the one bad thing happened to you. One trade didn't go your way. Maybe 10 didn't go your way. Who knows? You see what I'm saying? You got to get good at still being able to be good when you're really not even feeling it. So that's why the armor is important, right? The faith and what we talked about. But this is just very simple, and I hope some of you could even, pat yourself on the back, because that has been a lot. It's not that nobody does this. I think a lot of you actually have this skill. And if you don't, I encourage you to work on it. And, for me, I didn't really realize it, and that's why I was saying after, kind of thinking about it and seeing back a couple weeks and how it's developed, I was like, good, thank God. Thank God I'm still here being able to say thank God. Praise God. I still believe what I believe. Oh, y'all don't feel me. So I'm excited, and I hope you are too about it, because I hope some of you could realize these opportunities where you're not really quite feeling it, that's still an opportunity. That's an opportunity to get good at handling the storm, to get good at when you don't really see it, can you still remain solid? Telling you, that's really exciting, because this whole time I was like, man, why is this? I don't get it. It'd go on and off this way. I was like, I didn't get it. Oh. Say, wow. This is putting me through a process. You see what I'm saying? I didn't get it because I'm in the middle of the process. I'm too busy focusing on the outcome. And then I'm like, it's just like the gym. Just building you up. It's just building you up and getting you. Because again, if you can handle all that shaking and you could still maintain that, just think about it. You got something. So I hope you're just as excited about it as I am. And I hope you're ready. And I hope you take that to the bank, ladies and gentlemen. But that is your philosophy. IMAX is popping, and make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out that chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist in main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on the Instagram Nation. Out of the trading fraternity. Damn, I almost blew your ears out because of the quarrels. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Which one was it? All right, we could run it. Uncle Answers, all streaming platforms.
Yo, screw your chorus and your hook. I feel like Jordan with the books, I'm more like Soros with the puts. I open doors, I use my foot. I thank the Lord we doing good. I use the sword like it's my words. A 9 to 5 ain't what I'm worth. I go define my life in verbs. Yeah, I let the action show the work. You know I know them contracts worth. I know you know I do research. I'm about to blow, some might get hurt, but I was told that it's my turn. Come watch the growth and how I learned. I hope you do the same in turn. Yeah, stack it up, 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 bitch. Low with the interest, I pound it up, pound it up, pound it up. Don't wanna spin. Talking about friends, only got one. His name is Ben. Love politics, love the presidents. Need places to live, I got some for rent. Hey, talk shit, little bitch, consume me. Start shit, play the game like 2-3. Options, man, trades off newsfeed. Do less, complain more, doing. Some people hate the movement. They mad cause they can't do it. Too cool for plans and schooling. Always found that amusing. Got some tools, but they won't use them. Move then, I got shit to do. Then tune in, substitute your former schooling. Disrupting the institution. They keep asking what I'm doing. Going Gandhi, I'm not human. Love my people more than fool, man. Hate the evil, that's confusing. Yeah, screw the technicals you trade. I feel like Curry on the chain, or more like Burry in a way. Not in a hurry, I'ma wait. I turn my time into a bank, you turned your time into a waste. Yeah, I use my mind to create great. I redefined a different way. I read them filings to make plays. They vilified, I hide my face, but undermine the things I gave. And that's all fine and that's okay, because I know my God is great. Besides, you should see just what I make. He showed himself in different ways. Got different whips in many lanes on every list, but never came. I'm really busy with them trades. I beat the markets 50 shades. I guess I smiled opportunity. Yeah, buy it up, 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 deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips. Buy it up, 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 deal. Facebook and Amazon, Netflix and Google, then buying up all my blue chips.
Got different whips in many lanes. On every list, but never came. Oh, on hood competitor public. Wow, what's public? I didn't even know Robinhood had a. I don't get it. Public? I've never heard of that in my life. I've been trading the stock exchange very long time. I've never heard of. I thought it was grocery store. What do you mean, a public brokerage? What do you mean, public? What kind of PR press is this? They got you with PR. No, it's a nice Troy. How does Troy knows everything? I don't know if that counts. Troy is like baby Mr. Hits. He'll already know. He'll be like, oh yeah, I know that. Troy, you know I don't think you're an outlier in this case. You see this one on the world? Do they have it on World Wide Web? No. Really? They have World Wide Web of the public? Wow. Do they have a 56 kilobyte? You know, the high speed? Maybe they have DSL. Huh? You remember DSL? Oh, you remember that? It's like $49 a month. You get 1 megabyte per second. Maybe 15 megabyte. Oh. Nah, but for real, y'all remember that? Y'all remember when it went from like, some of you have no idea what we're talking about. We went from like dial-up internet where it had to like send a fax to connect you to the internet. And then DSL was like DSL. Remember when you ever heard DSL? Does anybody hear DSL and have no idea what I mean? And if you make a a stupid. I already know the joke you're gonna make. That and I would make you would answer my question with that. But like, it's just like think about it. DSL. You guys remember that? Mm-hmm. You were gonna type. I know you were gonna type. Believe me. It's okay. It's not okay, but it's just like that's if I that shouldn't no. It's I don't. That's the. I don't know. But DSL was like 5. That was like 10G at the time. Everybody was just too hyped on that. That was great. That was great. But we've already had our market wrap here. I mean, the biggest development that came today. I mean, clearly, market still wants to focus on earnings. Again, you got big Tesla and then coin and crypto making some waves here today too. But overall, the biggest news that we got was Fed quarrels. Kind of probably I would argue that it was probably the most hawkish. He's the most hawkish person on the Fed right now, given he's the only one to talk about it. We are going to hear from some people in the Fed, but today that is a pretty big development in that sense. I mean, clearly you saw a market reaction. It's still up, so it's like how important is it? We don't know just yet, but in the macro picture, what he said today, it's going to get more important, especially as we hear more from other Fed members, and then as we come into Powell on the 2nd. Hood. But yeah, I don't know what that Shiba news was. I've never heard of Public. But Shiba coin is running. It looks like everything is gotten the juice today. Any news? Nah, I was looking at the odds because I was like, dude, Quarles? I was like, Quarles was kind of giving me some Fed chair vibes. I don't know. That's why I looked at it. I was like, is he? I don't even think he's in the running. And Bostic has a higher chance, and Bostic is not. There's no way. Bostic might not even return. He said he doesn't want to resign, but I think Bostic likes his position. And then, Brainerd would be the only real replacement just because she's very she's kind of she fits more of the societal shift that we've had recently. She falls in line with that category more so. She's a little bit more open to like crazier stuff. But Powell, I was looking at Powell's odds. Orwellian, maybe. I wonder, can we do that? Can we show that? Or can I read you the book? You mean radical? I mean, nah, because, like, I grew up in a pretty radical household. Y'all ain't scare me. You have not seen Radical, Habibi. Come on. Iskut. You don't know Radical, huh? These guys say Radical. This guy, come on. These guys. No. And now I'm on a watch list. But no, I want to read you 1984. Because I feel like a lot of people, like, when was the last time you read that book, if ever? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you know something, but you haven't really, like, done it again. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you like, see it in person. Or like in modern times. That's why I like history. 20 years ago, right? I think go read it again. I'm literally wearing that shirt. That's why I was like, man, I don't know if I could read you a whole book on. That would have to be like a side project we'll have to do. Maybe weekend videos reading 1984. It's a good book. There's a reason why. There was a reason why you were assigned that when you were in school. Don't forget that. You realize that? You guys know that, right? Like, every single book, if you grew up in if you were in elementary school, middle school, high school, 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, even before that, every single book you read was about the, like, dangers of censorship. And people, like, and the dangers of, like, certain, like, systems and how it worked. Like, literally, a lot of every single of those books you were required to read. Like, they all stood on that premise. So it's good to go back. Some of the books were crazy when you do look back on it. You're like, damn, did he really say that in the book? Like they'll have some crazy concepts, and you'll be like, wait a minute. That's what happened. Is when we got older and like society, and then people started looking back, and they'd be like, what the fuck did that author really just say that? Some of it was pretty, it just all depends on what it was, but I think are they banned now? I ain't been to school in 20 years. Forgive me for not knowing. I don't know about 20 years, but I feel like a long time. A long time. Yeah, I was too young to understand and want to read, but some stories still stick. That's why I try it. Go read them again. Just go read. 1984, though. That one's a good one. But no, but that's what I'm saying. It's just like, even then, just back to Fed Powell and who's going to be the nominee. Somebody with a more extreme background, let's say, would probably have a higher probability, but we still don't know about Powell. However, I will tell you, it's almost November. Shit, I don't know. Everything, though, has moved very slow so far as administrative decisions this year. And that, I don't think that could be disputed when you look at things. So if Powell comes in late, that, he might be able to still sneak it in, but if you don't get a Powell nominee by Turkey Day, I think he's gone. That's it at that point, because it's, again, you were supposed to know at like the beginning of September. So we are now approaching the end of October here. You trying to tell me the Babysitters Club was about the government uprising? Yes, you have to look closer. That's why you have to look closer. Don't be a sheep. Okay? And now buy my book on why you should buy gold. Okay? And here, I also have a book on how to grow fruit and vegetables so you could be prepared. If you don't have your emergency kit, we could sell it to you for $99.99. And at this point, given I said a lot of key words, if you don't understand this is satire, joke, and I've made fun of both people successfully, you have no sense of humor. Thank you. But not. But that's a funny joke. That's a really funny joke. How's my koala doing? Oh, absolutely extinct. I felt that was very sad. That one. But, just like everything else, I think it's going to be, I think even with the NFTs, I just want to hold some just so I forget about them. The immediate gratification failed, but it is still, I'm not disappointed holding just some of the early NFTs, if that makes sense. I'll see what happens. I've seen a lot in crypto so far, and I think the world is only going to get crazier. My imagination has already been stretched. But, I like it. It's just like random art. And then even again, like I'm saying, the history. Would I say buy it? I think get exposed to the NFT space, understand how it operates. It's something you could learn, and it's an early avenue. You see a lot of people investing in it. But like Coral said, y'all hear what Coral said? Do you think that have you ever thought about financial trends compared to parachute pants? Do you wish you kept the ether? No, because I have a lot of ether. So what I mean by that is I'm not really, I put a fraction of what I held. I got to put it in a different area, kind of in the space, and still with a different prospect. But to spread out my opportunities and then still not even being able to, having my concentration still heavy on the main asset, I don't think it was. That I wouldn't really want the ether. I want to diversify a little bit more. But he said that. Coral said comparing the central bank digital coins, the CBDs, not to get confused for some of you potheads. There's at least 20% of the Chads, they were hearing them. They're like, yo, man, why are they so interested in CBD? So you're like, wow, is that why Tilray's up? I feel, yeah. But that's the central bank, the stable coins and the digital coins. And what Quarles said was that if they don't want to make too many changes. Or he was. I mean, again, that was a really good speech. I like Lizzie. He was just like talking out loud, and he was like, he was saying how it sounds like it even sounds weird when you get into talking about it and all of that. But he's pretty much saying that stable coins are a fad, and he compared them to like parachute pants in the 80s. He said, "Are we gonna look back 20 years from now at stable coins and be like, wait a minute?" Like yes, they're pants, right? Because he's saying you could do the same thing with money now that you could do with the stable coin. There's no difference because you still need a bank intermediary. And then if you want to get rid of the intermediary, it turns into, political, you're essentially the government controls credit, which is that you have to think about that concept. Honestly, somebody remind me of that because I think that's something to understand. But he's saying it's like, are we going to look back and say, okay, well, unless the system is really changed and the digital coins just replace the dollar, nothing is really going to change. And is it going to kind of just be like a fad, like parachute pants? I mean, when was the last time you saw someone wearing parachute pants? Now, I don't know how I feel on the stable coins myself. Again, with DeFi and all of that, I think it's still just too early to tell. And a lot of people will say that, but it's just, so where he stands on it, I think it's just an interesting thing to think about is that, parachute pants were pretty popular in the 80s. It's kind of funny to think about, the way we had clothing trends, will we have that with finance trends? Where you look back and literally will stable coins and even NFTs, will it become the parachute pants of the finance world in 2040? Oh, y'all don't feel me. You're going to be logging in one day on the stream. You're not even going to log on. You're just going to be like laying down with your Google Snapchat glasses showing you the stock market. I'll be like already implanted in your head or something. Actually, I don't know. Never mind, because I already thought we were going to have flying cars. You're just going to have like an iPhone 42, and then it has like an 18-hour battery life, but you still need to update it every year. And then Elon's still taking pre-orders for the Neuralink. He's saying we're almost there. They finally got 12 rocks from Mars, and they were able to bring it back down, and now they're selling on eBay as an NFT for $15 billion. But everyone still bids because of inflation. So I don't think much will change too much. But you're going to, come on the stream one day. How are you going to view the stable coin? I mean, are you going to look back at it and be like, I remember those stable coins? And then if it just, but who knows? Who knows? Chill, man, too accurate. Back in my day, we had options. Stock market just turned into a game. Only derivatives that exist are based on the weather. Oh, yeah. Weather trading is back, and it's a hit in the future. It's a hit. Yeah, that's it. They said, screw the options market. You can't even trade it. They banned it because Elizabeth Warren, she still made it, and she banned all options and derivatives, and then they allowed weather trading. And now only options market that existed was buying futures on the weather. See, that's it. That's it. Options is outlawed, actually. You go to jail if you buy options, 15-year minimum sentence. But since Nancy's still allowed to trade, she did good. She made a killing. Imagine if that PDT rule go to jail for 15 years. I honestly think, I don't think a lot of people would. I feel like so many people would do it still. I don't know. I feel like I've encountered enough traders. They'd be like, PDT, if you trade one more time, you're going to go to jail for 15 years. I could just see someone getting caught up in the moment and like, dude, run it. That'd be crazy. Man, oh man. Shib, that rumor on Shiba is going around. I mean, it's eventually going to happen. I mean, if Coinbase is making money on it and the other brokerages are going to do it, you saw the same thing with Dogecoin. Dogecoin was the last one to get Doge, and Coinbase was the last one to get Doge, and they did good. Robinhood made a killing off of it. If you know, Shiba maintains the hype and it goes crazy with another wave here, and there's too much money to be made selling, you know, for these brokerages to sell these shit coins. It's insane. So it's like, if that happens, I mean, I think Robinhood is eventually going to do it. DNMR, they're popping. That's about 5%. Check news, DNMR. It is not a weapon in Halo. It is a company. Danimer Scientific. 750. No, nothing new. I'm not seeing anything on it. It says some people shorted it, but I've seen short reports came up. Bennett. Earnings November 15th. It's not Danimals either. Danimer. Looks like one of these high plays. I mean, they were up high as $60 at one point, but they're popping right now. Again, looks like I'm assuming a biotech play or medical devices. No idea what they do. This one was a SPAC. Synthetic biology. Yeah, they make bioplastic synthetic biology. What's my favorite little baby quote? I don't know. The only thing that comes to mind is, brand new car got no keys. There's a lot, though, actually. I really like Lil Baby. He says some pretty crazy shit sometimes. Like, it's, like, simple, but it's super deep. That's why I like rap music a lot. Like, y'all don't, like, I've said this many times. Like, Kodak Black, like, a lot of, like, he's the smartest, dumbest person I've ever heard. But, like, he's not even, like, nah, he's really super deep, and he's actually more intelligent than you would think. I'm telling you, some of the simple shit he says, but it's so deep. Like, you can't make it. I'm telling you, they sleep on Kodak. Like, the shit he says is like Lil Wayne back in the day, where you'll think about it and be like, damn, he really just said that. Like, I'm telling you, bro, you don't even believe in Jesus. Why you got a Jesus piece? Like, that's just off top. That's all. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. Telling you. They don't get it, though. They don't get it. Lucid. I have listened to Uncle. I like Uncle. He's a good guy. Appel, hour 15 till Thessalonian. Too many people sleeping on Kodak. Dude, y'all forget. I forgot about it, honestly. Isn't that crazy? I feel like I wouldn't have forgot about this so easily. Can we not forget that Trump pardoned Kodak Black? Like, come on. We talked about it beforehand. I didn't think he would actually do it, but he did it. Like, he would, like, just think about that for a second. He legitimately pardoned Kodak Black. I think Lil Wayne too. Even then, that's just like I forgot about that. Oh man. We gonna get ASAP home ASAP. That one was good. Always. That was, man. The good old days of 2020. The good old days of 2020. Mm-mm. New Kids ain't got nothing on Saint Lunatics, Strong Arm Steady, and the original Nas. I got 2 out of 3. I never listened to Strong Arm Steady. But old Nas, you know what song I was singing yesterday? Oh man, I was singing this yesterday. I was literally in the car and I was singing this to myself. I don't know what I was like, ready? I know I can't be what I want to be what I want to be. If I work hard at it, I'll be where I want to be. I'll be where I want to be, boys and girls, listen up. You could be anything in the world. And God we trust. An architect, doctor, maybe an actress. But nothing comes easy. It takes much practice. I met a woman. She's becoming a star. She was very beautiful, leaving people in awe. Oh, come on. Go listen to it right now. I'm telling you, Nas, I know I can't. Bro, that song, are you kidding me? Like a beautiful song. Y'all should listen. That's a beautiful song. It's positive. It's good rap. It's a classic. Y'all don't feel me, man. I'm telling you, I could sing that whole song to this day. I was singing that when I was little. I think it helped me in my development. Y'all should, if you got kids who listen to rap and they're already listening to that dirty, it's already cussing, it's already bad, they've already, just give them some of that old school Nas right there. Just that one. They'll like that. That one, at least, it will have a positive impact. I'm telling you. I know I can't be what I want to be what I memorized that as a kid. I mean, that's shit. That goes a long way. Mm-hmm. If I ruled the world. That's a good one too, but I see that one is that's it, man. It was a good one. It's a good one. That's the middle ground between Fresh Prince and Tupac. Yeah. Exactly. Beautiful. Beautiful. Positive brainwash. Amen. Oh man. Back when Illuminati made good music. That was a really good joke from yesterday. We already smacked the PHILO. Yes, indeed. Now, look at that. And now, fast forward 20 years, Nas is a shareholder in Coinbase. I don't know if he sold out. I know I think he has at least 100 mil in Coinbase. This thing is back. We're back almost to the promised land. So who would have thunk after watching Coinbase 10% so far, down 10% on the year. But that's assuming you didn't get fully clapped and we had to average. That's KD in Coinbase. No, Nas is in Coinbase. Nas is in Coinbase as well too. I don't know if Kevin Durant might be, but I know Nas is. DNMR, no idea. It just popped. BoX acquisition. This was SPAC. Was he in Ring 4 Bell? What's that? Oh, Ring, the doorbell company. Jay-Z has bought sports betting companies and weed companies recently. Those have been some of his latest investments. And then the art, the Basquiat, that one netted him a nice return. I used to the OV. I used to move so flakes by the O. That's a classic. But like people know that just like from going to the club, people know that one. Not like H to the is O, E to the is A. Not guilty. Y'all, does he say y'all cannot feel me? Oh man, look at that. That was a different time. I remember like on MTV, that song H to the Izzo. I don't MTV when they played music. Okay, we are going way too far down memory lane here today. What the hell is this? October 20th? What happened? Is this end of the year feels? Y'all starting the new year? Matt McCall was DNMR. What about someone took a stake? Or what? It's still popping. Matt McCall DNMR. Don't know what that means. Would you get home from school and turn on TRL? Unless my mom was home because we get beat. And we didn't even have cables. I think we had cable for like maybe 1 month of our life. And then she said, basic cable. That is sin. You don't watch that. FAA to demand more transparency from plane manufacturers. Oh, VeggieTales was a slapper. Mexico IMF weighs 20% cut to $63 billion credit line as risk ease. Oh, did the beige book came out today, huh? That was at 2 p.m.? Yeah. It did. Beige book finds labor supply shortages are cramping the U.S. economy. It's Fed's Beige Book, a period evaluation of the economy, shed more light on the unprecedented challenges facing the U.S. as it recovers from the pandemic. What's hurting the economy the most right now are lack of workers and the inability of companies to obtain badly needed parts and supplies. Growth in the regional economy slowed to a modest pace in recent weeks as supply disruptions and labor shortages have impeded economic activity, the New York Fed said. The latest Beige Book cited shortages, labor shortages, 26 times compared to just 6 mentions in January. My business faces a dire shortage of workers. That's what some owners say. Those are quotes. Report referenced supply chain problems 37 times versus 9 compared to January, and none before the pandemic was mentioned in 2020. Fear and uncertainty of Delta variant continue to constrain growth, but the contacts were most worried about ongoing labor shortages and supply chain disruptions, Philadelphia Fed Reserve said. While the shortages have constrained economic growth, the report found that the economy was still expanding at a steady pace, with most businesses cautiously optimistic that conditions will improve in the months ahead. The latest Beige Book covers a period from September through early October, so that's a pretty accurate time when we started to see more of this inflation stuff hit. So labor shortages, what were the words? Supply chain and labor shortages. 26 and 37 mentions. So again, this is essentially going to be the economic activity the Fed is going to be taking into consideration. Keep that in mind. You're going to hear from the Fed in 2 weeks. The PCE, they're going to take the PCE, and then they also look at the Beige Book as well. So when Powell starts talking about what the economy showed, they're looking at their contacts and everything from the Beige Book. Democrats consider leaving top tax rates unchanged. What? See, this is how politics should work. Now I feel like I'm getting tricked. Now, see, because now you're like, oh, you're going to give me a good... You see, y'all should have started like that. But now I just don't know. Why couldn't y'all just start with making it sound good and then you make it weird? But they started off weird and now they're like, okay, we'll make it better. And now I'm like, wait, what is this? They're like, all right, we're not going to do 600 anymore. We're going to do 10,000. What? Why'd you even? Huh? We'll see. The Jerome Powell's financials, it has not been confirmed nor denied, I don't think. So we don't know yet. Akamai says aware of emerging issue with Edge DNS. ACAM, they have an issue right now, but stock's not getting affected. Because they trapped. Nah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I feel like this at least will be, for me, I expect sounds one way, comes out the other way. Lately, it's just been sounding, whoa. And now I'm like, I don't even want to know what it's going to look like. But seems like we'll see if this is part of the negotiation process and what happens with it. Yeah, Democrats plan tax rate increase in jeopardy due to Sinema's opposition. Who broke the market? Quarles. We recovered since then, but there was a nice little Fed speech by one of the members, but he said something in line with what we heard from every other country this week about a faster than expected change to rates and speeding up the process. He pretty much said not only will we taper soon, but even we may have to reassess the policy in early spring. Apple Pop. March 2018 again. Before, February is when we had that big drop. March, you had a little bit more volatility than it went up there. Power Hour is here. I mean, you got Tesla earnings, so this is where I'm expecting, what's it called to happen? Like some of the earnings premium run-ups here. We'll see. I'd watch Tesla. Premiums on both sides may start to go up. They probably should have started going up an hour ago, low-key. No, they stayed subdued on the puts. Even the calls too. These are no. These are up. I guess 1390 to 1400 on the ask, but not as much. Tesla is going to tank. Tesla. I don't know. I really don't know. That Altria and Philip Morris running, or at least on the high. Tesla's going to be a really interesting one. Philip Morris is up. Altria too. There you go, baby. Come back to life. We need you, man. We need you. Walgreens, too. They had their little pop and drop there. They came down off of that. Remember that 8% day? They almost came back to that. They just wanted to rob us on the drip. Think they'll announce special dividend. or announced it. Who, Altria? I mean, I think they got to sell. They got to sell their AB InBev position. They got a company or position that they'll be able to sell this year. I think it's already accessible now, but that could bring them in a lot of money, like billions. And if they sell that, then they'll be they could use that for a dividend. That's expected to, or use it to go buy a weed company. Ethereum is just quietly hitting new highs. That's crazy. I feel like this is the quietest record. Like, I don't see like people in the chat spamming Bitcoin, Shiba. You don't like. It's just. I only seen like a couple headlines on it. Like, it just doesn't feel like I guess no new highs. Bitcoin is though. Bitcoin, ETH, there, yeah, that's more like it. Like, I feel like they're out spending. Oh, that can make sense. My dad calls it Bitcom. My mom calls it bad coin. She said, "Will you have the bad coin?" Oh, because people sold out at 60. That would make sense. Some people just already sold out. Or some people, they sold out, and then they're like, I'm going to buy back when it comes into 10. They just didn't go there. Maybe we're all maturing. Yeah, we're getting used to it. That's good. Yeah, ETC went up good. I'm not sleeping on it. I'm just a patient person. XLM went up. Even the altcoins got some steam today. But Bitcoin is just silently marching up here. I didn't even look at it. It's literally, Bitcoin's at 66,695. The high of the day was 67,000. Earnings fib, dude. Five before 20 or 30. I mean, I don't even know at this point. I just don't even know at this point. It seems like it's evolving. I think he's getting a little bigger there. It's hard to tell. Because especially with what we've seen this year, how everything's moving, I mean, it just seems so, this seems a little different. And usually, these are the months where Bitcoin goes crazy. This is the good season for it, usually. Overstock back to 82.40. It's good. I think we need like 83. That's where it starts to get crazy usually. Even 90. I think their earnings will be surprised. I mean, again, they're just e-commerce. So even how like some names, like remember the eBay stuff last quarter, that affected them a little bit. But I think Overstock actually looks pretty decent. Let's see. Yeah, Q3 they dropped coming into the quarters, but Q4 guidance looks decent. Let's see. If Coin does an offer, oh my God, why'd you say that? Why'd you say that? Oh, why'd you just bring me back to reality? Oh man, don't say that. Don't speak that. Don't give him ideas. Okay, yo, Coinbase man. Coinbase man. Jeff Bezos' younger looking son ass. Listen, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oh, I forgot. Why'd you say that, Vincent? Why'd you have to throw that into the universe? That was a little too much reality right there. Shit. Again, that's how we got here. Just don't remember, this is how it started. They're like, yo, let's offer it for double. Okay, let's add more shares. Okay, it's going up. Let's sell some bonds. Hey, and while we're at the bottom here, let's sell some more bonds. Oh no. No, just do it next quarter. Don't do it this year. That's all. If they're smart, they're going to do it in 2022. They're like, yo, maybe we should have a second IPO. For real. They actually did. They're like, yo, that first direct listing, it was pretty bad, but we should do it again. 1 week later. Oh no. Damn it, dude. That could I'd be cautious of that. You're back up to normal, but I mean, they like this price. So we'll see now. We'll see. But again, like I said, a lot of people fail to realize Coinbase has added Bitcoin to their balance sheet. I wonder if we could see it. Other revenue. Let's see. But it wouldn't have been on that last time. So I don't even know if we could even see. Users. Would it be cash and cash equivalent? Oh, they have USDC. I want to see how much Bitcoin they have. They got, I think it might be, is it USDC? No, but they've lowered that. This is on the core. I don't know. It might be. I know they got at least, I think it's like 40 million. Oh, no. Excuse me. They added 500 million. Yes. So that's good. That means they're going to have an additional 500 million probably. Assuming where it's most in there. Again, they add 500 million in digital assets. This was August 20th. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people forgot about that. We'll be investing 10% of all profit going forward in crypto to keep growing over time as cryptocurrency matures. Oh, I don't want the tweet. Add 48 million in stablecoin and intend to be pegged to the dollar and 130 million in Bitcoin. See, that's what I was just looking at. That's the 48 million in stablecoin. But I'm trying to see where the damn Bitcoin is. Oh, because that was at June. So they have one. That's what they started at the end of the year. Now they're at 144. Is that it? And 100. I don't know. I don't know how it's getting recognized. But that's what I'm saying. That's a piece of news. Is it digital assets? They have current assets, account receivable. They have a USDC, but there's no digital assets. Cash from common stock. 90 million. Thanks, Coinbase. Appreciate you, man. Don't dump on me. Thank you. They didn't have as much for, I mean, as a company that offers Bitcoin services, you would think Coinbase would have a lot. So they have 500 million at least now, but you know, think about it, like Bitcoin, MSTR, they have billions worth of Bitcoin and they don't even deal with it. That's the zoom in feature. That's retail. Even then, I don't. Again, this is from June 2018. They announced that, or 2021. So they announced that in August. So we're gonna see that effect. They're definitely gonna announce that here. Like by this earnings, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna find out. They're the dealer. You can't consume your own product. ETH is the number one on stock to it. So people are talking about it. It just seems so. I'm like, not every other post isn't about Bitcoin, even on the news. Can you talk to me? Talk to me, baby. If I put in a chat, baby. You've heard liquidity is different this time for crypto. I feel like a lot more institutions have got into it and all that stuff, but everything's going right now. Every single crypto. Trade it for the first time. Well, don't be afraid to paper trade. Keep it small. And then whatever amount you wanted to start with, space it out over time. So especially if you're really new, if you wanted to start with $10,000, you'd be better off giving yourself $2,000, $3,000 a month, so you could kind of work in, you know, start handling it, go from there. This is how we do it. Everything is nearly all-time highs. Everything in the world, actually. From basic, well, not all-time highs, but a lot of things are up. Most assets in the world right now are at all-time highs. Or at least the average of all of them are. Also had that highest influx of new investors. But then again, that's the thing, though. What other time now are we ever going to see another 20 million investors rush to the market again, which caused the first run up? You got to think about that, too. Because it might be hard to, that might take another generational craziness. Some kids have to just get older, all of that. But there's a lot. I mean, just looking at the price of all of these things, or especially at least crypto. Think they'll be here next year? Depends. I mean, It depends what strategy you took when you first heard about it. Like, I know a lot of new investors. I knew a lot of people, even in 2020, even now, they just bought stocks and that was it. That was just they started the long term at the right time and that's it. They bought Bitcoin and now they're just holding it. So they may never sell, right? But it's like, or they may never have to deal with they'll be here or not. They've captured supply. They're holding it. That's it. So that's what also factors it. But like new, fresh money, a wave of hype, all that. The people in the market now are still, even the new investors now are still ready to get hyped, but they've been a little bit more seasoned now with some of these pop and drops. Check Google Trends. It hasn't started. It's just the retail momentum is not there. If anything, I think this is more institutional, but we're just not. I think retail is already in it. Overstock still going. How much time we got? 40 minutes. Why did you get clapped? They were doing good. And there's 10, 20 days retail will come. But that's the thing, but how much like new excited retail. Now a lot of anybody who started trading in the last 12 to 24 months, you've already heard about Bitcoin and Ethereum. You see what I'm saying? So you got to think about that. And do I have Dogecoin, a new subscriber? I love you. Thank you for subscribing. You're not new, though. I saw you the last couple days. But I don't have Dogecoin. I was one of the Dogecoin like original haters on it. I'm still not a fan. A lot of people disowned me or disdoged me for it because I just said to buy Ethereum and Bitcoin instead. Even at that moment, that was around and in between January, a little prior, and then a little after. But yeah, I'm not one of the Doge fans. Well, Doge doesn't need me. They clearly didn't. I mean, that's been apparent. That's been obvious. But yeah, it's not I didn't buy it. And, you know, apparently I talked a lot of people out from not buying it. I didn't unknowingly. I didn't mean to. That was not my intention. Some people sold out because of me. So then they missed out on epic fat gains to the moon. So yeah, but I was not a Doge guy. Not a Doge man. I was more of a Bitcoin, Ethereum type of guy. Still am. And I'm still not a fan of the Dogers. But, you know, it is what it is. I pooped on it before and still doing. That's it, yeah. What's yours is yours. Well, I wasn't wrong. I mean, I was wrong in a subjective way. In a subjective, subjectively, I was wrong. Objectively, to the standards that I've like invested on and what I've gone after and what's had me success in crypto, I still stand by it. I wouldn't touch it. That's just what it was. But, I could not have forecasted that hype. Again, the stuff we're talking about with new investors, all of that, subjectively, it was a very big buy side imbalance. There was a lot of things that were pushing it. Now it's Shiba. Well, I've learned that it's just not, I don't really care on any of them, and do what you need to do. Anything is possible. That's all. But I still stand by, the big dogs. I got my other ones, but even without, I don't think you should get into crypto without Bitcoin and Ethereum. If you haven't really established, if you don't have anything with there, I wouldn't go towards the craziness. I showed up late to the ape shit. I mean, depends how you look at it. I bought AMC in August 2020. I still think GameStop was ridiculous. I don't think there was value in that. I bought Bitcoin, and again, we did it in August 2020 and October and in 2015, but we don't need to go back that far. But, so it was there. I think the level of hype and like the way that it turned into just buy anything regardless of value, that I was late to. I was late to that, but I was doing other things. Again, I was saying I saw it with real estate, but I didn't see it happening with Doge shit assets, essentially. Ethereum. Understood. But yeah, simple answer, no, I don't own Doge. It's good to talk about, though. Fun time. Overstock. What was I going to look? Coin. Yeah, LT was the complete opposite. I still have the 1K sheep. I'm going to use that one as a case study because I feel like it might come up, especially before somebody lists it. But LT, I mean, and again, that's what I was saying. It's like I expected all of this stuff to happen with quality assets. If you guys didn't notice, that's why it's like it found a way to get it. It was such a big effect that it spread to everything. I think during that time, again, like at the same time, Doge and all of that was going crazy. I mean, we were talking real. I was saying real estate's about to go insane. But that's why I was like, damn, it spread to, again, you saw the small caps, everything, the SPAC boom, all of it. There was a lot of money flowing at the beginning of the year. And that, again, with the new investors and all of that, it was crazy. Did meme hype cover inflation or accessible retail? A mix of both. It was kind of the perfect storm, but broadly, I just don't think, even since April 20, I was saying that you can't ignore the amount of money they put in the system, and even then, they doubled it at the beginning of the year. Remember, end of the year, beginning of the year, there's a whole nother stimulus, not even factoring the first couple trillion, which was just huge. So I would say overall money supply inflation, which gave access to a lot of money, easy, cheap money for both retail and the private. And I think that's just what made everything go crazy. Edgar, I don't know what that is. I don't even want to say it out loud because I don't even know what it means. Feel XLM, I lost 50%. I bought at the peak. I think I'm down like 30 or 40 on it. But I like XLM a lot, actually. I think it has practical use with it and all of that. But also, I just think it's a hype coin in the sense of it's just not Ethereum or Bitcoin. I wanted to diversify into some of those, but it's not really. I don't think you should own it without owning Bitcoin and Ethereum first. The guy showed up late. Well, even then though, I think I was late to the ape party in the sense that I wasn't on board with buying anything and everything just because of momentum. That was, it took a while to kind of adjust to how he's been seeing that, because then I had to second guess some of the runners of what I could have expected to move in a certain way. Can't spell art without LT. That's crazy. I don't own MoneyGram. We looked at it a couple times just because of how it's always been linked to some of the crypto stuff. They've had a couple pops, I think. Was it this year or last year? Both, last year and this year. They're not bad, but I do not own them. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I like saying it like that. I don't know why. Tesla is a wide range, like $20 to $40, like 2 to 5%. Amazon announces general availability of AWS Panorama appliance. No, China. Yeah, China, they're dealing with Evergrande. Evergrande's going to be unhalted tomorrow, I think. Then they've literally, with Evergrande and the energy crisis, they've been backtracking a lot of things because you can't you can't have a social crackdown and all of this stuff happening at the same. That's the final limit to their control. You have to pick one. It's like an unholy trinity. You cannot crack down, have all of the social stuff, have a crashing real estate market, and then have to deal with keeping, social climate and all of this when you're running out of energy, and then you have to supply food and energy to what, a couple billion people, at least 1 billion people. So they've chilled out on the crackdown for now, or at least in the last 2 weeks, given the situation. But we'll see. If you have 300 coins, would you sell 100 to make the free? Depends which coin it is, but that's also up to you. I mean, you could get your initial investment back. If you want the money or you have something to do with it, that's the best. I mean, what would you do with the profit? But also kind of lock down your expectation of how you're going to be holding whatever. I mean, you should have done this earlier, but whatever decision you make, act as if you can't change your mind for at least 10 years. If that was the reality of this situation, what would you do? For Tesla earnings, no, I think they come in later. I mean, I'll stick around for a little bit. I don't think Nigel, he has a lot to say about Tesla because he says they're good for the environment but bad, the batteries. And then Nigel, he lost a lot of money on Bitcoin. So because he bought when Elon bought, and then Elon, when the price was already up, and then Elon messed with it. And so he has a weird relationship with Elon. Nigel, again, and as he started bringing up the effect of lithium batteries and the real environmental cost, and I was like, okay, Nigel, he's all about nature. So Goldman, I have 2 Tessies up here. Yeah, Goldman, but I don't know why Goldman's down. And Goldman and Morgan Stanley, JP, Bank of America, the other ones are up. You think Tesla will enhance a dividend? They do. That's it. That'd be insane. But I don't know. I still think they're in growth mode. It should be in the next Split movie. I was thinking about it, but I'm already in the next Big Short. So we just got to wait till this one plays out first. That could be the sequel, I guess. You're living through an important moment, my friend. Just based on size, yes. I mean, everything. This is just even like this is a shift in, again, in the next 1 to 5 years. I mean, clearly things are changing. It's going to create, very, very big gaps in some places. I don't think it's ever going to, fully melt down. But I do think, the next, from today on, I mean, and even just from really halfway through, ever since this more and more inflation, and now central banks backtracking really quickly, all this stuff we're seeing. I mean, we're living through a point where a lot of shifts are going to take place. I mean, just look at history. You're seeing stuff with both finance, societals, these shifts. It's always led to volatility. And I'm talking way back in the day. I'm talking Industrial Revolution down to, labor disputes and how they all first started and what's even given us the laws we have today. These were shifts in society that had real big economic impacts. Again, the fact our inflation scenario is only linked to the 70s, go look what the 70s provided in terms of what happened to markets, investments, everything. Well, Elon is quiet. I hope he stays quiet. He's about to report at least $1 billion in profit on Bitcoin. Republicans block bill to strengthen voting rights. Biden to visit Newark on Monday. Oh, yeah, Elon's not going to be there. He back out. Would I live in Cali long term? I mean, I'm going to live here until it becomes an island. That's pretty much it. And before Tesla announces Shiba on the balance sheet. When Hemet is beachfront. Nah, it'll be Arizona. I don't think it would, like, I feel like we just view this, we view like the landscape like the state, so it's like I don't think it'll cut out like a puzzle. But I'm just terrified of earthquakes. I'm in California. Ah. That was Netflix. Sold their homes from the UK. You live in Madrid. You think house prices will come down soon? They're crazy on the UK. I don't know the UK market as much. I mean, the currency is going to get a little stronger here now, but, you know, some things may continue. Usually when they start raising rates, that's a sign that things are overheating. So the first rate hike doesn't stop it. So that's why. So, like, you might see a little bit more of an increase before it does go down, but who knows the timing of that. That's what people don't realize. Like, you guys realize all the way into 2008. Do you guys know what they were doing? So, like, the first rate, even we saw it before, the first rate hike doesn't slow things down. So they were raising rates into 2008. Do you see this? So, like, from, like, 2004, look at the short term. Just look at this. This is 2004. So imagine real estate, stocks, and houses are going up. Now you're in 2005. They already raised the short terms. The Fed was raising rates all the way up. Again, look how much they kept raising it. Then they even introduced more bond supply by introducing the 30-year mortgage or the 30-year bond that didn't exist before then. That's what flattened the curve. But then take a look. They kept raising up until they needed a cut now. The point was, you still were heating up. They had to raise rates to slow down real estate and the price of assets. Do you guys get that? But the first one wasn't enough. It took years. You can't just stop a boat with one by putting the anchor down today, essentially. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. They're doing that now. No, they haven't even done it. That's why people are saying Fed is behind the curve. Do you get it? Because then if the Fed usually does that, because right when you raise the rates the first time, the prices aren't just going to magically come down. Does that make sense? It starts a cycle. You're going to need to cut 3-4 times to start combating asset prices going up like that. So then that's why they're saying if the Fed is behind the curve right now, that means you're going to even have higher prices for a lot longer of a time. There could still be a lot of boom in that sense. Hyperinflation. Well, you really wouldn't experience that until rates are already been raised. That's when it's quote-unquote hyperinflation. They're going to raise rates 2 or 3 times, and then if real estate keeps doubling and the price of everything keeps going up, then you're going to really have hyperinflation on your hands. But the first rate hike isn't going to shock people, but usually you should have prices still keep going up. I mean, you did see that happen in 2018, I believe. Oh, no. Let's see. So here's the table. Right here, 2018. 2018, they started raising rates. Powell, again, I think that was like the first thing Powell did. He came in February, and then look, the rates started going up in 20. You guys don't remember that? 2018 is when we started raising rates. Because the rates, I mean, you did kind of start in 2016. You did get a little bit that coming into it, but then that's where it stayed there for a while, but then you really got a lot in 2018. That's when you started getting back to the high 2s. And then things started, real estate was slowing down and all that. But realistically, I mean, the first ever rate hike out of QE was the end of 2015. And then they kept it there for a long time, and then end of 2016 they raised. And then they really started the cycle in 2017. And then that was like the 1%, 1.2. Then Powell they kept it there they rated one raise, kept it there, but then they started pretty much every other month or so. Until we started lowering the rates in August, September. That was the first TLT. Then we hit the first TLT. That was another like 10,000, 30,000% play. Then they did the emergency cuts in March, and then that was second TLT. So, good 1-2 punch there, but you have a history of this, but the point is prices still kept going up after rate hikes. So even right here, right now, we may get volatility, even if the Fed is behind and they change schedule, but you're probably still going to get higher prices. It's because it doesn't matter. It's just they can't slow it down that fast. Do you guys get that? And again, history has shown it. We've had raising rates for a decent amount of time. But that is, again, that's what Quarles said today, and that's still kind of part of the narrative here. And that's what a lot of European countries have been doing this last week. The taper is priced in, I think, to a degree, but again, there's just other stuff like that could increase the price pressures. We have to see how the market takes it, and then how the speed of their tapering, and that's the only thing which could still surprise us. Forward pop. You got 18 minutes, corn pop, till your earnings. Well, when tapering or even, raising rates, we would short TLT, because then that means higher rates. But again, you're talking long end of the curve versus short end. It gets a little tricky, but for the most part. Open up superchargers? What do you mean? To like other cars? Exxon's Chad unit shut operation? Chad? I could short-term raise in rates affect the long end of the market, because short-term rates should still be lower. So if that's the yield curve. So usually if the short-term rates go up, it could make it go, the long end should also rise with it. But then if the other, it all depends now on the 2-year, the 5-year, depending on how those play out. If there's real risk, then it could bring the long end lower and those go up higher, but that would mean an inverted curve. But that would be signifying growth or fear. But on the basis of it, if you're going to raise the short-term interest rates, the long end should follow. Long end derives from short end for the most part, yes. That's why there's a normal distribution of the curve. Short-term interest rates are lower than longer-term interest rates. If it's, again, uniform and it's the same thing. So it's like even then the short-term rate is like that's like the source of capital. And then even the Fed and everything else. So it goes from there. And as you spread it out, it's like the further you go in time, the rates should go up. Facebook. Probably gonna Lucid delivery supposed to happen. Lucid actually could be good. Sympathy off Tesla. Wish, I have no idea. I think Wish will be around, but it's a weird company. It's a weird company. I think they're decent though, but I wouldn't bet too heavy on them. We played them on IPO. That was it. They met criteria. And I like the company, but yeah, they just sell knockoff China stuff. I mean, it's been around for a while, and they make a lot of money off the revenue already. But they just how much they spend and everything else. It's like, again, it's just too like China linked. That's why it's like it's gonna be iffy. There's high risk, high reward. Crocs might be good. You may want to get it now if that's what you're trying to play. Oh. But they're down because, remember, they got a lot of good earnings guidances that last time that gave them a pop. They're kind of around that level, though. So expectations will be a little bit higher. Less people getting married trend, good for pet industry and travel. Never thought about that. If they halt Evergrande, that'll hurt Baba. We'll see. They're going to unhaul Evergrande tomorrow, but if that stock gets plummeted, I mean, it's going to affect Chinese bond market and everything else. Again, do you guys, it's the same exact thing as Lehman Brothers. Literally down to even Korea. That's the irony of all of this. You guys know that Lehman Brothers was going to do a deal with Korea, the government of Korea, in 2007. And they said they were working in a deal with Korea, and then it fell through at the last minute. And then that's what forced the technical default for Lehman Brothers, because that's it. All options were exhausted, and then they didn't have any more time for that payment to come through. So that's literally, that's what we've saw with Evergrande. Evergrande literally, they said, oh, we're getting bought out. They had it with a private developer, and then they said something with Korea as well too, but now the deal is falling out. They said the deal fell through, and then now you have, 3 more days by Monday? So they're going to have tomorrow and the next day and the weekend. Drop in Evergrande, it would affect, I think it'll affect all of this stuff. Even then, the initial threat, it's not like it, again, just like I'm showing you with rates, you'd have an immediate reaction, but then there would be more to follow. That would be on the fallout. If Evergrande goes bust, like actually, and they have those issues, it's how China handles it, and then now, what does it do to the China real estate market and consumer out there? Well, we got HSBC and the bonds and everything else. I mean, it's not, you could go after the China stocks again. Honestly, that might be pretty decent. if we wanted to speculate a little bit, throw $100 at like Baba or something, and then the HSBC, we got time and still have exposure to those, but it's about the only thing I could think of, because they still got time, and China is now realizing they can't, they're chilling out a little bit. The situation is getting a little bit more dire, so it's gonna be in between how it hits our market and theirs, and I don't think we'll need to be necessarily too quick, and thankfully we should already have exposure to some of those plays. Zillow property, why'd they stop? They said because of their supply chain and worker issues, and that they've exhausted the budget. What does it mean for the real estate market? Some people are saying it could be signs of a slowing real estate market, essentially, which could be the case. But even then, a lot of real estate is expected to moderate at 7% next year. So people are still pricing in a 7% gain on real estate at 12 months from today, coming into 2022. Couple things selling off. Low ticker. You got 10 minutes. New York AG says he won't be bullied by former governor. Is Como attacking him? Yes, we were looking at the historical performance after our out there. Let me see how to find it. Yeah, here it is. So percent change. Last earnings, they moved 1.95. The day, this is 1 day after earnings. April, they moved 4.5. January's 3.3. And then last October was 17%. Or is that 2019? No, yeah, last October was only 0.75, but the one before that, that's when they saw the crazy gains. We'll stay a little bit for earnings. There will not be Nigel today. Tesla pumping into close. Market on close and balance. 400 million the sell side. Tesla 5 minutes after the bell. Let's see what happens. I don't have any Tesla plays. I got old puts, but we'll see. MOC beats market on close. So people put orders to market buy or market sell on close. So there's $500 million on the sell side, or that's the imbalance. So there's $500 million more dollars on the sell side. I have a Snap pre-earnings, but that got clapped a little bit today. Then we have all that back and forth. Even the Pinterest stuff today was wild. Nigel was talking about dragon vomit? Really? He says some crazy stuff. Personal finance. I mean, Richest Man of Babylon. That's a good one. Strangest Secret in the World. Or Intelligent Investors, a real stock investing book. But I think I think Richest Man of Babylon is the best place to start, really. That book got me really thinking about life differently. Unit pop, takeover chatter. Oh, units popping. Zayo and partners seek to buy Unity and Windstream. 15 a share. It's already at 12.85. Yeah, Zayo Group Consortium. That's coming through. It's on the wire, so I think it's confirmed now. I was waiting for that. I said unconfirmed on the stream alert. It's Unity, not Unity. UNIT. Apple Pop. Do I have an NBA lineup for... I haven't. I want to see how they play first. Isn't it like first week of NBA? They have NBA, and I didn't even really think about that. I've been getting good at football. I got cleaned last week, but still. I've been getting good at that one. I know some of the players now. Knicks playing tonight? They're starting... Are they giving the starters? Like, because NBA is hard because, like, sometimes people don't play. But I guess to start off this season, they're probably going to play all the good people. It's real season now. Send me some NBA lineups. I'll put them in for you. If they hit, you get half. If they hit, you get half. I'm going to play Lamb Research. Nah, but you could play Intel. I mean, this could be your final stop here for some of the chip makers. It's costing me over $400 to convert $70 into Ethereum. See how much it costs to convert into XLM, and then convert XLM to dollars. Should save you some money. If you're on Coinbase, you could transfer for free. You could transfer from one coin to the other, and then if you need to send it or do something. That's why I like XLM. Oh, look at the time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. So we make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 70 degrees and sunny, looking like some clear skies, but hopefully you got that jacket there for the morning. You should be able to enjoy your vacation, but unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. Thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. Tesla is going to be like 5 minutes after, I believe. 10. What do y'all? You can't vote right now. Y'all making me nervous, man. Just look at Bitcoin or something. Just look at Bitcoin or something. You got a minute and a half left. Honeywell's on the high. A lot of things, but again, there's still a couple of other earnings. And remember, there's going to be earnings in the morning too. Yeah, Micron is a sympathy for Lamb Research, even Intel, anything of that. Biogen, potentially worst drug launch of all time. Damn, that's crazy. That is crazy. MRK Pop. Those came up a little bit today. I liked it. I liked it. It was very good. 1 minute! Oh, 7.5? You're insane. I don't know. I don't know how the notes were on that one. I feel like we had a lot of power behind it, a lot of passion. At the very least, I think we made an effort. We came to play, and that's it, and now we're wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up. MO, they announced their dividend. I think that was a different Ultra. That was Ultra, not Altria. But wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. You got about 10 seconds left. Here it is. Earnings is on the way. I hope you're ready. You're going to bet on Elon or not. The Bitcoin boys, did they hit it? How's Tesla going to do? Watch even Ford. Any of the sympathy plays? Oh, my goodness. Get ready. Ding, 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 ding. Or no. There it is. There it is, baby. That's it. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Look at that. GG. GG in the chat. Come on. Don't play around. Don't play around. You just spent the 7 hours is over, man. You just spent it here with some beautiful souls. Everybody's in the game. Everybody is in the game right now. Get a GG, especially if you made it this far. Maybe you just joined. That's okay because you got Tesla earnings on the way. GG ETC. Look at all the GG ETCs paid off. You know that? All the GG ETCs paid off. They don't feel me. It's paying off, boys. It's paying off. We gonna get there one day. I was trying to show you Bitcoin. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the day. Oh, IBM. IBM report. We got reports. But here, listen. Listen, please do not leave. I have something. I have a special message for you. IBM is getting clapped. That's not the special message. But I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for liking the video. 2.2 thousand likes. Let's go, baby. Horna. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. God bless you. Thank you for liking the video. So listen, it's going to be a little bit weird here with earnings season. There is a lot going on, but before any of these start popping and everybody starts calling out some of the earnings moves, I just want to tell you thank you, baby. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, giving me your ear. You listen, whether you like me or not. You gave me an opportunity. Maybe you got banned too, but come back. We love everybody, man. It's okay. Fix the attitude. I don't want to fight you. We still love you. It's all love anyways, but I appreciate your time. And big shout out to all the people who kept it positive and respectful, held it down, contributed, posted some news, plays, whatever it may be, even asked a good question. We love all of it, so God bless you and thank you. All the members out there rocking the badge, they supporting the channel, they holding it down. A lot of them are active PHILO goers, I know too, so we love y'all too. But God bless you guys. Thank you for supporting. If you rock that badge, hopefully you know it means something to me and it means something to a lot of the people here, even whether they realize it or not. You guys support this, so God bless you and thank you. Shout out to all the people on the stream alerts as well. We make sure they don't miss anything from long term to short term to news that we play or news that we don't play. We love y'all. Better to have it than I need it and not have it. We love it. God bless you. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It don't matter what you got. I don't care with the badge or not. Look, I got time to even tell you how much I appreciate all of you. The earnings haven't came in yet. You know it? So I love you and thank you. Okay, I don't care if you got $1. I don't care if you got $1 million. I don't care if you gave us $1. If you gave it away, I don't care what you did with it, man. Hopefully you saved it, honestly. Honestly, I hope you save it and you're wise with it. And hopefully you build up your financial future. So one day it'll make sense for you to buy me a house. But right now, we don't expect anything from you, okay? And we appreciate all of you, especially the people who just contributed in that positive fashion. I don't know if you realize, I say thank you to that twice. Y'all don't realize it, huh? Did y'all just realize it? I think some of y'all didn't realize. I say thank you twice to my people who come in here. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what you've done. But if you come in here with the good attitude and you just further what we doing and you got good vibes in that sense, we appreciate it. That's all we need. So if you're contributing in a positive fashion, I hope you know it's appreciated. And that's what we're looking for. That's all it boils down to. That's the number. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. So we love you. Check out the links if you missed anything. If you missed any of the plays that we made today. I still did make a play. It was kind of quiet there. Give you an update on everything else we got. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. And stop slacking Okay, some of y'all, if you haven't watched the watch list in a while, you're watching it today. Okay, just remember how you got here. The watch list is somehow how you got here. Somehow, some way. Just that's it. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Okay, stop slacking. Stop slacking. I know it. I know it. Some of y'all, you come in here, you got like the 10-year badge. You rocking a 10-year badge, and you be like, "Hey, Josh, I have a question about the first thing you said on the watch list." I'm like, "But what? You didn't?" It's okay. I still love you. We still love you. Get it where you fit in. You know what I'm saying? Get it where you fit in. But you got a little bit of time. You know, you can run it. You can say hello. Just say hi to me on the comment section. How about that? Just say hi to me on the comment section. Okay? Yeah, be humble. Be humble. I know you grew up. You grew up. You're too old for watch list now, huh? You're like, I want technicals. Give me fucking technicals. No, it's okay. It's okay. Just click it. You know, just click it. Say what's up. Say what's up. That's all. Just click it. It's humbling. Just know it'll take you back from the past, blah blah, black from the past, bass from the past, blah blah blah. I can't speak. I'm hyped. I'm ready. Where's the earnings? Is that Thessalonian? So I love you. Fill out the prayer request wall. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having a good attitude. God bless the real Chas out there showing love every day. Amen. And then follow me on Instagram too. I post the long-term pics there. So I need to go pee again. I'm not going to end it. I'm going to go pee so we can witness this. Hold on. I guess I could take you peeing with me. I was going to mute it because I was like, I need to like... WBA. Oh, look at the Thessalonian. Oh, I need water. Shit. Forgot my water. Where's my water, bro? Okay, we good. We good and great. Amen. Oh, wow. I needed that. Oh, my God. Water is so good. So is peeing. Y'all don't feel me. I need more water. My pee is a slight tint of yellow. That means I'm dehydrated. And that means it's almost too late. Uh-oh. What are we looking like? Oh, the cuckening. Oh, Tesla Gigafactory in Texas as planned. Well, I'm done for. It looks like HX is still going. This thing looks like Netflix, like yesterday. Gross margin 26, estimate 24. That's really good. How about supply chain and the chips? Excuse me, hold on. Man, I wish some of you heard that burp. That was a good one. Tesla sees 50% average annual growth in vehicle deliveries, multi-year horizon. Model Y production in Berlin before year end. Las Vegas Sands, 48 cents. Estimate was a loss of 23. That's awful. I forgot they're reporting here today. They're coming down off that. MGM. Dude, that HX thing is going insane. 120. Tesla priced in between $20 and $40. So the market maker said $20, but then the IV was saying $40. So it was expected about $20, but I'd say 20 to 40, around 2.5 to 5%. IBM move again. I'll put UBM. IBM looks slow. IBM third quarter revenue $17.6 billion versus 17.8. Where's Corey? How much do they make on Bitcoin? Did they say? KMI 1.7. Oh, Kinder Morgan. What did Tesla say about Bitcoin? Berkshire Hathaway news release. Not the reaction. It's like Netflix. It's very muted. They made 500 million. Thought they made more. Some 51 million fee. That's too much, Bob. It's a good game. Good game. Yes, unrealized gain. So they're coming down now again. 20% or $20 is the expected. 20 to 40. Susan A. Buffett and Christopher Davis have been elected to the board of directors for Berkshire Hathaway. Uh-oh. His wife on the... Has anyone checked on Warren recently? Or that's not his wife. Is his wife, daughter? Someone with the last name? Yeah, that's his wife. I'm pretty sure. No, it's his daughter. Susan Buffett died. Yeah. Tesla is switching to lithium. Is Buffet not Buffett? Is it? Yeah, she has a child, Susan Alice Buffett. I think that's who it is. His daughter's 68 years old. Wow. No, how? How old is Buffett? The first wife of Warren Buffett, director of Berkshire, she owned 2% of the company and was worth $3 billion at the time of her death. That's Susan Buffett. And then her daughter, Susan A. Buffett, her mother is the OG Susan Buffett has passed away. She died at 72. So she would have been 91 or something. He's 92. Yeah, IBM down 4. I think it priced in that, though. Super glad, brother. Iron Condor and Tesla would have done good. I mean, I think a lot of people were expecting a big move considering the level, but I guess it was enough to keep it still. But that one's an interesting one, especially depending on what we get with like Evergrande and all that tomorrow. This one is going to be good to watch. Just in general, I mean, I wonder how it's going to play out. It's a lot like Netflix. And Bitcoin going down, but still at 66. Evergrande, it's going to get unhalted tomorrow. It should. We will see. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Most of the big earnings, TSM's dropping. I don't know if we got to hear from, what's it called, Lamb Research, but you got some of the other ones. That is it. Fill out the prayer request wall. I love you. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Okay, and I hope you didn't miss the PHILO, man. I need you to get good at being good when it's not looking good. You know what I'm saying? Oh, y'all don't feel that's a skill. That's a skill. I hope you know it. Again, the love language is trust. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Again, handle it. Handle it. I mean, here, I could give it to you. I wrote them down for. Where is it? I can't find my. Dude, I could only find my water bottle. I can't find my phone, actually. I think I left it upstairs. I went upstairs, but I don't know where it went. I missed it, workflow. But I was going to give you the verses. I'm going to post it on Instagram for you guys. You'll see. Don't worry if I write rhymes, I write checks. Who's the boss? Dudes is lost. Don't think cause of my style, I'm a cool love. Who else but me? And if you can't trust me, that means you don't, wait, no. It means you don't trust me. It's ugly. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? Woo! But, yeah. Okay? I love you. And God bless you. Keep the faith, though. Keep that shield. You got to use the shield. You got to know it. You got to know it. No weapon formed against thee. So I repeat it. You know what I'm saying? My bread be provided for. Water will be sure. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing it. You know, I'm trying to make it simple for you. He who performed a good work in me, will complete it till the day Jesus returns. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. I'm just trying to say that's how you handle it. That's how you handle it. But again, it's also you need to be in tune to the point where the outcome, you can't even see the outcome and you still chilling. Okay? That's what 2022 might bring you. 2022 might bring you the year where you stop acting like a animal every time something, you have to react to everything. Oh, where you be like, I'm good at not knowing what's going to happen. Surprise me. Oh, come on. If you don't feel me, that means you can't trust me. It's ugly. Oh, you can't touch me. I still messed it up. Y'all don't feel me. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. So please, wake up and drive. Get ready to go. It's game time. You made it through the middle of the week. Thursday, Friday, before you know it, it's over. Before you know it, it's Halloween. Then it's Thanksgiving. Then it's Christmas. Then it's Happy New Year. Oh, you already started. Oh, look at that. So make the most of these days, my friend. Make the most of these days. I hope you've planned for the future. Hope you've thought about it, but I hope you could take peace in the present right now. And I hope you make the most of the day that you have and everything you have. And whatever responsibility it is, my friend, I hope you treat it like it's the biggest, okay? Because that's it. Time is precious. You may look back and be like, damn, I wish I appreciated it then. Oh, damn, y'all don't feel me. Come on, man. You're like, damn, I wish I treated it like that. Damn. If only I knew. Oh, I could goof. So make the most, baby. 150%. Close out the day strong. Whatever you have to handle, whatever has been given to you has been divinely given to you. It is yours to handle. You think it's too small. It's not. Watch. Treat every small thing like it's big and watch what happens. They don't feel me. Some of you are crazy, though. You might use that to start fighting with your spouse or something. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, I already know you and like, oh, yeah? Every little thing's a big deal now, Josh? Nah. Y'all know what I'm saying. So run it. Okay, wake up and drive. Not neutral. You're not a chameleon. Your attitude will not be shaped by the first thing you see in the morning. It's going to be shaped by the first decision that you make today. And right when you wake up, oh, they don't feel me. Woo! So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget the real estate call, either. Call realestate@gmail.com. If you guys want to join that and you're actually going to do it, let's see. Email me. Or if you have a DraftKings lineup as well, too, that could work. But go into real estate. There's a lot of things happening. A lot of y'all don't realize, too. You could real estate and stock market and be with the cult. The same place you heard about real estate, you be like, wow, I was trading. Then this guy started talking about real estate. It's like you could still keep doing all of that. Oh, y'all don't feel me. But listen, it's free. So I'm not trying to sell you on it. I have no incentive to sell you on it, quite frankly. Who knows? You may become someone we work with in the future and may be very productive and contribute a lot. Who knows? I mean, that's something I see in the future, and that's why we do invest in people. But I'm just saying, it's on you, man. It's on you. Free 99. Free 99. You can email me. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. CorealEstate@gmail.com. We'll get it to you. Either way. But give me an NBA DraftKings lineup. Okay, thank you. But that is it. I love all of you guys. Again, thank you for being here, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I hope you're ready for the end of the week, and I hope you're ready for the rest of earnings, baby. But that is it. I love you. Enjoy your day, and don't ever forget why we're here and why we keep going and why we getting good at it. Oh, why are we getting good at keep going? Oh, you see that was PHILO today. Why are we getting good at keeping going? Oh, come on. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone, baby. Amen. Amen. Woo! That's it. That's it. God bless. God bless you. You are blessed, okay? Before I go, let me just remind you, you're here for a reason. Not the Chad, not the Colt. I mean the world. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, you got a purpose, my friend. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let any other thought tell you otherwise, okay? Oh, you got it. I want you to rise up to it. Rise up to it. Embrace it. Why are you being so scared of? It's okay. I know it's not that big of a responsibility. Trust me. Don't let it intimidate you. I'm just saying, though, you're here for a reason. In this generation, in 2021, why were you selected? Why were you born 10, 15, 5 years ago to be cognitive enough in this time frame? Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's all. Goodbye. I'll see you on the watch list. And you better be there. You at least better say hi. I already told you. Stop playing with me. Stop playing. It's 5 p.m. You know exactly when it's coming. You should say hello. You know exactly when. Maybe 5:30. Who knows? We'll see. I love you. Goodbye. Peace out. Oh, hey, Josh. I want to watch this pony. Okay. Love you. Bye.